You are watching the Vodka stream.
Welcome, everybody. What is happening? You made it to another Vodka stream. What is going on, folks? Good to see you. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. We got plenty to talk about. And yeah, we made it through another week. Another hot week, obviously. Jeez. All right, where's my music? Let's go ahead and put on that freaking music. There it is. All right, there we go. All right, cheers, guys. Welcome to a Vodka stream. Hopefully, anybody out there? We're good. Hopefully, cheers. Good times, good times. All right. Am I live? Yeah, I'm live. Okay. Make sure I'm all good here. I had to rush because I had my freaking microphone unplugged again. I was like, crap. Gotta check the microphone. Gotta do that. Gotta check the microphone, that's for sure. All right, I think we're good. Nope, need that. Okay. What is happening? We got Thick Hobbit right here. Zach and David back at WB. And David, me? I'm back at WB. Oh yeah, you didn't hear? Yeah, the Snyderverse is totally restored, dude. 100%. That's what the whole merger was about, specifically for that reason. So, Devin Wooter, what's happening? Dave, what's your favorite Tom Holland suit from his Spider-Man movies? I prefer the new suit. Yeah, I think the new suit is definitely it's the best one. I mean, I would almost argue that it's the best one out of all three of the Spider-Men, just because there is so much going on with it. It just, I don't know. The suit, when he's talking and you could see his eyeball through the lenses, I thought that was kind of freaking cool. I don't know. It might be my favorite suit overall. So we'll see what happens. Cool. What's happening? Hey, Dave, watched a good movie last night with Samara Weaving called Carolina. Honestly recommend. Yeah, I heard that's the one that just came out recently, right? I heard that's pretty good. I'll have to check it out. I think it's on Hulu or something, right? Monique, what's happening? Fantastic Friday to you. It's baked chicken thighs and then esquidits. I don't know. I'm totally saying that wrong. Corn salad. I don't even know if I'm probably saying that totally wrong. Esquidits. I don't know. Corn salad. Never had it. Seen that word. I'm just sounding it out. I'm probably saying it totally wrong, but it sounds awesome because chicken thighs are the best chicken meat. What's going on, Taladia? Good to see you. Good to see you. And let's see. We got Clone Avenger. I'm digging the X-Men cast so far. Kit Connor definitely gives more of a Scott Summers vibe over Cooper Hoffman. Yeah, I thought that when I got fooled. Because when they announced that Kit Connor got it, I just saw the picture. I thought it was Cooper Hoffman. They have a similar, I don't know, there was similar eyes or whatever and everything. I thought it was him. And then I was I wrote this tweet because I saw a bunch of people go oh yeah, what are you talking about this guy? This guy can't be Cyclops. He's too fat. He's too ugly, because people do that. Where they think that, an actor is not going to get in shape for a superhero role. It's yeah, he's, Cooper Hoffman is he's not, he's husky, but he would get in shape. Hey, there's Mama Film Junkie, and we celebrated Mama Film Junkie's birthday this week, and it was yesterday, so happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mama Film Junkie. Happy birthday to you. Cheers. Happy birthday, Mom. And good to see you. Love you. Dave, here comes Zack Snyder fans when they saw Twitter. Oh, yeah, I know. Well, yes, that's what's happening. Snyderverse is being restored. My God. I mean, the evidence is there. He tried to get it restored with Paramount. They said no, But I guess Warner Brothers, since it's going to take a lot longer for the merger to happen, it's going to happen. It's just, he just took it to Warner Brothers, you know? Warner Brothers called them up. They're getting rid of James Gunn. They're going to cancel Man of Tomorrow. It's just what's happening, guys. It's just what happens. Jensen Ackles, rumor rumbling about him as Magneto? No. But I kind of see him as more of a Wolverine. I actually see him more of a Cyclops than anything. That's for sure. But people need to realize that people do work on other movies. What? Gould, shut up. People work on other movies? No. Stop it, all right? Zack has been trying to restore the Snyderverse for the last 5 fucking years. What are you talking about? And now it's finally happening. He's on the Warner Brothers lot. I saw that of him on the WB lot, probably post-production of Last Photograph, which I'm not seeing anymore because of the fan base. Maybe, yeah. Sadly, the fan base has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I mean, they still come after me. I had people this morning talk about it that show up in the fan base, and it's just it's crazy, you know. Especially when they have his image as their profile. They hide behind his image, which is like, that makes it worse. Well, what can you do? I don't think it's Last Photograph. I think Last Photograph is going to be A24. I think that Paramount is Brawlers, and I have a feeling that maybe Escape from New York is Warner Brothers. If I had to guess, because he showed that he posted a picture that he was with A24, and I'm like going, perfect for Last Photograph. Paramount, I mean, I don't think anybody else is going to be distributing Brawlers. Paramount literally they have the rights to the UFC, so why wouldn't it be Paramount? And then I think Warner Brothers is probably going to end up freaking distributing Escape from New York, or it's about the 300 Leonidas series that we heard about a while back. But I'm just bullshitting you guys. He's the Snyder. I heard he was there with Cavill and Affleck and Momoa. Momoa was like, God damn it, Supergirl flopped. I'm back as Aquaman. Fuck that. Fuck Lobo. He doesn't care about Lobo anymore. So, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Cheers to you, sir. Cute King TV. Hopefully, are you talking about the Zack Snyder thing? Totally. It's totally restoring the Snyderverse. What are we talking about here? Come on, folks. That's just ultimate proof. Him taking that selfie right in front of the tower is 100% proof that that's happening. Brand New Day's suit is my favorite live action. Yeah, I mean, it's just because it just felt like a suit that Tom Holland was able to really emote in. I know there's some liberties when it comes to mocap with the eyes, 100%. But I mean, it just felt like he was able to emote more in that suit. And then in the previous suits that he had, he was always like, it was a lot of CG when it came to that. So there we go. Yeah, that's right. Also, Mama Film Junkie, she's going to be heading to Ireland this weekend. So that's her little birthday trip. So she's traveling. She's going to Ireland. So she'll be getting there Sunday, I believe. There you go. What's going on, Mr. Fear Jason? Good to see you. Yep. She's going to be on. There you go. She's going to be headed to that Ireland trip. No thanks. I'll stick to gun, Dave. Yeah. Well, I know. I'm just acting like that because you know how it is. I don't know. It gets tiring because I'm a Zack Snyder fan and I want Zack Snyder to make some Zack Snyder movies. And I've had numerous conversations with him in the past, and I'm just like, obviously when it came to the Netflix stuff, who knows what happened with that? I guess they weren't satisfied with it. Who knows? Like I said, I was all about the Army franchise, the Rebel franchise. I was okay with it, and I would definitely watch more, but it wasn't like fully my bag because the fantasy element and just the way that some things played out, it didn't resonate with me as much. But the Army of the Dead verse was totally my bag, and the aliens, zombies, robots, time travel. I was like, what are we doing here? Hell yeah. But that seems to be not happening either. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. So, I mean, I don't know. See what happens. Sorry, and I use to love that guy too, but they ruin. Yeah. Well, you're not alone. You're not alone, sadly. Sadly, you're not alone, Ghoul. I get it. I mean, that's a sad fact of the matter of fan bases out there, because, you know, all fan bases, they get so obsessed, like just crazy obsessed with somebody or a certain type of movies or shows or something like that. So if you deviate from it, that's just where we're at right now. That's why like all the franchises are just kind of, and then you got something like Spider-Man where mainly everybody's like, yeah, there you go. That's cool. You know, which was kind of interesting. So I don't know. It's pretty crazy. What's going on? Omega Swiper. What is happening? Jean Grey will kill Cyclops, right? Again? Oh, yeah. We'll be talking about that. Now that Sadie Sink. I know I always say your name wrong. I always say Sadie Sink. Sadie Sink. Somebody on TikTok, when they saw one of my clips, they're like, you've never said her name before, have you? I was like, yeah, I know it's Sadie. And I just sometimes my brain goes to Sadie. Sadie Sink. She, of course, she will be, you know, Jean Grey. I know it's so funny. It's like, oh, yeah, confirmed. It's happening next year and blah, 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 blah. What can you do? Thank you for the $10 super chat, Mr. Clone Avenger. 9 days until Lanterns. Hell yeah. Cannot wait. Looking very much forward to that series. And I love that it's weekly. So then we can all have a conversation every week about it. It's just great. Great. My hype has increased so much since the first teaser. Kyle Chandler interviews I've seen. He is Hal Jordan. Man, his superhero. I know. He really, I mean, he does. He just has that. He just has that charisma to him. I like what I've been seeing from Kyle Chandler. I've always liked Kyle Chandler. He's always just been that guy when he's like, when you see him on screen, especially when it's like been in movies. He's never like been the star. He's always more been a character actor, but every time you see him, you're like, oh yeah, he's good. And I know people love him from Friday Night Lights. I guess he was the lead. You know, television he was the leads in, but for sure. But yeah, definitely looking forward to all of that. So, anyways, yeah, I didn't see a new movie. I didn't go see Ice Cream Man. I thought about it. I know there's a lot of controversy. There's two movies out there right now that there's like weird things. It's again, we had the biggest movie of the fucking year come out last week, and essentially that is technically the end of the summer blockbuster season. But I would argue that basically next week, when it comes to End of Oak Street, which I'm very much looking forward to, I would say that feels like such a good way to end the summer blockbuster season, because it feels like a summer blockbuster movie, and I'm definitely seeing that. But when it comes to this week, I'm going to go see Super Troopers with some friends on Sunday, and I thought about going to see The Ice Cream Man, and I'm like, I mean, when I saw the trailer, I went, Jesus Christ. Eli Roth, save some for the movie. It's like, save some from the movie, man. I mean, it's like putting everything is like right here. Everything's right here in the freaking trailer. All the gore, all the everything. And I'm just like, and I just kind of, I don't know. It all just seemed a little too B-roll for me. And I'm not an Eli Roth hater. I think the Hostel movies were, you know, obviously they make you go, oh my God. I thought they're pretty good though. Some good twists in there. I thought Cabin Fever was pretty great. And then I like Thanksgiving. I thought that was good. I didn't see Borderlands. That was just like a huge flop. I didn't see some of his other movies. I think I did see Green Inferno, and I don't think I really liked that much. But I'm not like an Eli Roth. But and then, of course, there's the controversy that he used AI for certain things as well, which a lot of people were like, you know. But I thought about it. but they were only showing late showings at the theater up the road last night. So like 7:35 and like 10 o'clock. I went, nah. I was kind of tired and I wasn't gonna do it. I was like, nah, I'd rather go to bed early. So I'm not gonna go see that, but I'm gonna see Super Troopers on Sunday at least. But there's that. But so I don't have any kind of, movie to talk about. But anyways, what I did want to talk about, and then the other movie that's out there this week too is One Night Only, which is about, hey, it's like The Purge. It's like a Purge romantic comedy, but at the same time, that doesn't make sense because I think people are just associating to The Purge because the one night where, The Purge is one night you can only kill, you could do murder and all this kind of stuff. This is like one night only. People who are not married can have sex. Other than that, premarital sex is outlawed. And I'm going, that makes no sense. Nothing about that makes sense. Somebody's going to have to explain it to me how they can actually monitor people not having sex. I'm like, it doesn't make sense. I mean, what's her name looks really, really good in that. And then you got Mr. Dua Lipa who's in it. And I'm just like going, they're really trying to make this guy a star, huh? They're really trying to make this guy like a star. I liked him in that one movie about the afterlife with what's his nuts and what's her name. My names are totally eluding my brain right now. Miles Teller and Elizabeth Olsen is an afterlife movie. He was okay in that, but he wasn't the lead, But I'm like, they're really trying to make this guy a star, aren't they? And then you got what's her name, Monica something. She was in the Timothée Chalamet, what's his name movie? Tell you, like names are not coming forth right now. It's been a long week. Eternity, that's what it was called. Great movie. Eternity's great movie. Highly recommend it. I really enjoyed it. You want to talk about a good rom-com that has this crazy idea? Monica Barbucci. Yeah, there you go. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. But I still haven't seen that one movie that she was in where he plays what's his name? Totally just drawing a blank. But she looks gorgeous in this, sure. But I haven't heard anything good. I've seen videos where people are like, yeah, this movie that doesn't even make sense and whatnot. And even the director came out and he goes, yeah, I mean, literally the movie opens this week, right? It's Barbara. Okay. It's Barbara. Okay, whatever. Monica. But anyways, even the director came out. Like he talked to Variety and he goes, one night only. It literally the headline right here, it says, one night only director William Gluck says they cut out so much nudity from the film because he thinks audiences dislike sex on screen. We've heard that too. And then his quote says, whenever people now see nudity or very adult situations in a big theater, they get uncomfortable, which I can understand that a little bit. It is like, if you're sitting with strangers and you're seeing like this sex scene, it is kind of interesting, but I don't know. I think there's a way it depends on if it's needed for the scene. And if there's just nudity, it's whatever. Nudity is whatever. I mean, it doesn't always have to be like, nudity, like a certain, I don't know. It's interesting, but he's already coming out and saying like, this is not the movie I wanted to make. They cut out a bunch of stuff. So, I mean, it's like, what are we doing here? This movie should have probably just went straight to streaming. And it's probably going to be on streaming in like 3 weeks. But it's just funny because you got all that. So you got a really gory movie and a sexy movie out there. So anyways, okay. So that's what's happening. And then, of course, Super Troopers 3. Hopefully Super Troopers 3 does well. Obviously the first Super Troopers is a classic. It's a classic. That movie I can quote for days, seen it so many times. Super Troopers 2, wasn't all that great. I'm hoping that Super Troopers 3 is going to be like, okay, this feels better. I have a feeling it's going to be that. Have a feeling. But anyways. So let's go ahead and talk about, we're going to talk about this certain thing. Let's see if I can find the initial tweet here. Okay. I can't find anything on Twitter anymore. I'll tell you. Did I scroll past it? Did I not? I don't know. Jesus Christ. Apparently I did. I don't know. I'm trying because there's something very funny. I can't just search for this anymore. Fuck. So our Twitter is they're trying to they're improving the creative aspect of Twitter that they just announced today. They're trying to weed out all the BS. I guess it's just gone now, maybe because of a certain reason. I'm trying to find the quote tweet that I had, but it's fucking, I guess it's gone because there's a certain reason why it's gone. I'm not seeing it. I'm scrolling. Absolutely nothing. So I guess there's probably a reason why. That's so weird because I could have sworn I saw it. That's so weird. So but I'll tell you what, guys, why I think. But I'm like going, all right, scroll slower because sometimes you just scroll so fast. No, I think it's that's right. It's because there you go. That's why. Yep, that's why I missed it. Okay, there's a reason. Anyways, all right, here we go right here. Gotta take a drink with this one. The Batman, part 2 and part 3. I don't know if that's how you say it like that. But yes, this has to do with the Batman part 2 and part 3. Obviously, I have said for a while and theorized that possibly part of the reason why it took Matt Reeves so long to get this going. I mean, it's going to be 6 years in between the movies, which is kind of crazy to think about. 2022, 2028, and it's supposed to, with the Penguin, it's not even supposed to be that long. But luckily, again, Robert Pattinson is a fucking real life vampire. He doesn't age. So even though he's 40, he still looks like he could pull off that he hasn't aged at all. He could totally do that. But there was always a theory, and then especially when he had his wife in an interview states that he's going to be filming for the next 7 months after it's already been in production for about a month and a half. But obviously, pre-production and doing all the things and all the whatever, it's always, you never know how long these things are actually going to take. And you look at the Nolan movies, those ones took like 6-7 months to film, so it totally makes sense. But yes, there was always the theory, and I was kind of hoping for that because why not just knock it all out, wrap up the trilogy, release one in 2028, one in 2029. You got the DCU that's trying to establish its Batman, and of course, it's always a problem. There's always just going to be that Batman problem, and I think Gunn is really feeling the pressure and that problem of the fact that it's like, oh yeah, people are going, where's your Batman? Where's your Wonder Woman? This deep cut stuff, when it comes to Supergirl, that was a total misfire. What are we doing here? And then people are like, why are we doing a Jimmy Olsen series? Which I'm like, I'm actually looking forward to the Jimmy Olsen series. I'm like, I am actually kind of looking forward to that. I think that's going to be something unique. And that's, for the most part, when you look at the DCU stuff has been pretty unique, but it's also been the Gunn show for the first year, and then all of a sudden we get the first movie that wasn't James Gunn, but then we find out stuff about it, and it turns out he interfered a little bit with it because apparently it just stuff wasn't working. So yeah, there's that. But Lanterns looks unique, and of course Clayface looks unique, and then hopefully Man of Tomorrow will be something pretty good, and we're gonna have a lot of characters in that as well, which I'm definitely looking forward to. But yeah, it's like, where's Wonder Woman? Where's Batman? Where are we doing here? And I'm starting to think that maybe it should have been, when it comes to the order of things, should have probably been a Superman, a Batman, a Wonder Woman, or it could have been a Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman. Who knows? Maybe they could have done it in that order. Supergirl being the second film probably wasn't the best idea. Should have been pushed further down the road, or could have been a series. They could have had it like that as well, where it's like, oh yeah, we'll tell this story with the series. That way we could flesh out the story and actually do all this stuff. But then so when it comes to what Matt Reeves is doing in the Batman, I think a lot of us were kind of like going that. And okay, so basically what happened was, of course, guys, was the fact that somebody decided to post something And I figured, okay, well, this individual, even though I've had some gripes, had some clashing with this individual in the past, and that is Mr. I can't totally, again, names are just, but Batman on film. Batman on film. Okay. I forget what the guy's name is. Totally blanking. Jeff? No, I can't. I don't know. Again, brain's not working tonight. But Batman on film decided to post this right here. So as you can see, they posted this. And I went, oh, okay. What are we doing here? All right. So when I saw that, I went, maybe because he's been in the know. He's been in the know when it comes to things. He was in the know when it came to certain actors actually being certain characters when it comes to the Batman Part 2. So I figured maybe he was in the know that, oh yeah, maybe they are filming both. Okay? So there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Sorry, I got the Giants game on. 2-run home run. So cheers to that. Rafi Devers. So I'm thinking like, oh shit, it's happening. This is actually happening. We got this and we got that. I think he heard something and blah, blah, blah. Then I started digging into my own little world of not much. I don't have really much, but I started digging with that. And then I heard that no, they're not doing the back-to-back thing. And I went, shit. And then all of a sudden, Jimmy Guns, of course, gets asked by Mr. David Perez, Movie Talk Now. And of course, there's that. There's that right there. Womp womp. So Jimmy Guns, of course, debunks it, denies it, and then all of us were kind of just like, okay, so what? We're not going to get the Batman Part 3 until 2032? I mean, that's kind of like what it feels like, who knows when it comes to all this. But what's really, really funny about all this, because again, this stemmed from him putting that tweet out there with that graphic with the Roman numeral 3. Oh, did he start backpedaling? Oh, he started moonwalking. Oh, he totally did. He totally did. Batman on film started, is it Bill? I'm trying to remember the name. I think it might be Bill. I think it's Bill. Is it Bill? Somebody told me the name. Is it Bill? Hold on a sec. I'm like having a moment here. Yes, it is Bill. His name is Bill. Jet. Bill Jet. Forgot his last name. Anyways. So he started backpedaling. Goes, what are you talking about? I didn't know. No, whoa. You can't assume. You can't assume. What do we do? You can't assume. And then, of course, wrote something on Batman on film, an article like, hey, I wasn't saying, hey, was it this? Oh, that. He started backpedaling. And then if you go to Batman on Film's Twitter account, guess what? Tweets protected. Oh, somebody hasn't had a good couple of days. Mr. Bill Jet, what did you do? What did you do? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? So that's why I couldn't find the tweet when I was scrolling, because I quote tweeted him. And I couldn't find the tweet because now he's protected his tweets because he's gotten a lot of shit in the past couple of days because he helped put it out there. He put it out there and everybody was like, well, he's been right about certain things. Literally runs a website called Batman on Film. Maybe he's heard some things. Maybe he's finally, hey, are we confirming this? What are we doing here? And maybe he was just being playful, but yeah, apparently he got so much shit that he had to he had to lock his Twitter account. I had to lock it. I'm like, what are we doing here, man? What did you expect was going to happen? What did you expect was going to happen? A lot of people are looking forward to this movie. Again, it's Batman, okay? We have Batman and Spider-Man, the biggest ones. And you're sitting here toying with Batman emotions here. And a lot of people like Matt Reeves' Batman, and you're toying with their emotions. So this was on you. This was on you. You wanted the engagement. You got the engagement. Congratulations. You got it. You got it. Hopefully it was worth it, but apparently you probably got a little too much, and you got a lot of anger, a lot of hate sent your way because you did that. Well, don't do that. Or if you're going to do that, expect the hate. Okay? And again, this is where I love it when Jimmy Guns does answer and debunks this stuff. I know sometimes he needs to just shut the fuck up. I get that. But for the most part, I am glad that he actually said that, even though, you know, some people are like, well, you know, Movie Talk Now they said simultaneously, not back to back. I don't know. Some people were making jokes. I even made a joke about that too. But, you know, don't play with nerd boys and girls' emotions. Just saying. Don't do that. But there you go. And I was just, you know, it's just funny. Just funny. And then, of course, you know, we got a bunch of things. We got Zack. Oh my God, Zack Snyder. He's a freaking, he's at Warner Brothers lot. Holy Lord, look what's happening. It's happening, folks. It's totally happening, you know? That's why I was like joking around. I was like, hell yeah, he showed up with Ben Affleck, with Henry Cavill. Jason Momoa is like, I don't want to play Lobo anymore. Screw that noise. We don't want to do that. And then David Ayer, apparently on one of his stories, posted that too. So obviously, you know, the Ayer cut's going to come out. They don't care about all the controversy that's surrounding Jared Leto right now. No, they're like, no, we got to release the Ayer cut. Definitely 100% got to release the Ayer cut. But yeah, that was what some people were posting and saying like, oh yeah, look at that. He's there. And yeah, you got between that, and then of course you got David Zaslav, who of course had one of his quarterly calls, one of the call things, which of course everybody is like whatever, and he's saying like, oh yeah, you know, yeah, even though Supergirl was a miss, we're still moving forward. Clayface is gonna be great, Lantern's gonna be great, Man of Tomorrow, I've seen some stuff, it's gonna be great. And people were like going like, yeah, what do you expect David Zaslav to fucking say, guys? You think it's gonna be like, yeah, Clayface, it's fine. Lantern should be good. Man, tomorrow, I'm still kind of wondering. You know, it's like, what do you think he's going to say? You know, that call is not for fucking you or me. It's not for the fans. It's for the investors. And of course, he's going to be like, everything looks fantastic. It's just so funny because like both like the gun nuts and the Snyder nuts are trying to use that with the discourse. And I'm like, it's just all it's just what a CEO does on a call. But then you got the Snyder nuts that literally think that Snyder has been behind the scenes with, you know, for the last 5 years, just trying to like get people together and you're like, hey, don't say anything, but this is happening and that. And he's been trying to get the Snyderverse restored. That's all that's on his mind, not any of the other movies or whatever he wants to do. No, it's all been about this. And he's talking to the fucking the costume designer for the Robin suit because that guy commented underneath a freaking Instagram post. And so it's like, oh shit, it's happening. He's been talking to the costume designer of the Robin costume that we see briefly. Yeah, that's happening. And of course, you know, with everything, you said with David Ayer, it's totally happening too. Yeah, they're going to release the Ayer cut, even though Jared Leto is going through controversy and he's box office poison that people say. And oh yeah, it's all just coming together, guys. Sorry. It's just when I see the stuff and they show up in my mentions and everything, like it's just funny when I see the stuff. It's like, relax. Can we just relax a little bit here, folks? Let's just relax. Okay. Snyder fans, Zack is making other movies. Okay. Gunn fans, Man of Tomorrow might be Gunn's last DC movie. We don't know. Let's see what happens. Can we just wait and see what happens? Because yes, I'll give this to Mr. Bill Jett, Batman on Film, for, you know, doing his little backpedal when it came to him posting about the Batman Part 3. He said, like, nobody should make assumptions or whatever the fact, you can use that little slang of, assuming is making an ass out of you and me. It's like, yeah, fans, let's not assume things. Let's relax a little bit here. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. See what happens. Okay? See what happens with Lanterns. See what happens with Clayface. And then we got Man of Tomorrow. And then hopefully we'll get the last photograph out from Zack Snyder, which I'm very much looking forward to. And then, of course, we're going to get the Batman Part 2 as well. Sadly, not till 2028. Just let these people make their stuff. Okay? Let them make their stuff. How about a limited theatrical release of Zack Snyder's Justice League? Somebody just responded to that. A limited release of that. I wouldn't hate that at all. It would be awesome if they had a limited release. But that's also going to piss off fans too. Because if there's going to be a limited release of Zack Snyder Justice League, it's going to be just in certain markets, like for IMAX maybe. They might just do a limited release in certain markets. It's not going to be worldwide. Because everybody thinks and then that's what's going to be the biggest complaint. People are like, it should be released worldwide. I'm like, that costs money. That costs money. It's a fucking 4-hour movie in IMAX. It's like, hey. And then, yeah, maybe they could just put it on regular screens. Sure, I guess. But I don't know. That's just things that people forget about when it comes to all this stuff is money. And it's like, are they going to... That would be cool to do something like that. But if they did that, it would probably be for like one weekend, maybe two. It wouldn't be a long running thing. So, yeah. Sorry about that. Cheerio. All right. Rant over. Cheerio. Yeah, it's like, and I don't know if, again, having a 4-hour movie in IMAX, I mean, it goes by quick. When I saw it for the Full Circle event, it was great. Obviously, the movie flows very well. That's me. There is an intermission, so you got to think about that too. They would put an intermission, so you're talking about four and a half. And it's like, you got to put that into the equation of when it comes to the money of all this. That's the thing. Money. That's a problem when it comes to like fans. They don't realize money. They don't realize the money aspect of it. Why can't we have both? Because they don't have the money. It's like, Jesus Christ. Man of Steel 2 guaranteed $1 billion. You don't know that. Probably would make the same. Maybe it'd make a little more. I don't know. I remember I saw a lot of that. Guaranteed $1 billion. What the fuck? Batfleck movie, guaranteed $1 billion. No. You're just saying that. Nothing's guaranteed. Well, that's just what we do. Hyperbole is like a second language for people, I tell you. But what can you do? What can you do? Sorry, just sending out my invitations. Let's get some people in here. Oh man, it's a warm one today. I got to turn up my fan. It's a little. Well, all right. What are you guys talking about? Let's see. Let me get back to the chat right here. Wolfman versus Leatherface. Who wins? Curry Barker might put werewolves in massacre. Did he say that? I know that's Curry Barker. Curry Barker is going to tackle Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's going to be interesting. It's kind of like how Zach Krager is tackling Resident Evil, and it's both their third movies. And I'm like, I trust them both, but it's like, oof. You know, I'd rather have these guys just do original stuff. Next time I will be at the movies, it will be to see Paw Patrol with the kiddo. I may run into Scott. Yeah, that's right. Scott has to go see that. Scott, or not has to, but he's taking his son, and he said he enjoys those movies. So, you know, they don't have the money for 2 movies. WB is in debt. They've been in debt. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the Lanterns and the Jimmy Olsen show. So am I. I think the Jimmy Olsen show could be something pretty unique. I don't know. I think it could be pretty unique. What's going on, Dell? Good to see ya. What is happening? 2032, I'd be married by then. That makes one of us. Yeah, he's a liar. I've noticed that with the fandom, it seems like there's a bunch of speculation, and people put speculation out as truth. It's because it's all they're grasping on, you know? It's with everything. It's like, you know, we got people that think that James Gunn's going to be there for the next 20 years. And we got people that think that Zack Snyder's coming in to run DC Studios. And I would say both of those people are fucking insane. It's like, no. Like neither of those are going to be the thing that happens, or maybe one of them will, but we'll see. Saw a brand new day at my near Dolby Theaters, and it was awesome. Yeah, Zach's back, baby. Zack Snyder doesn't want it bad enough. That's what I've been trying to tell everybody for the last 5 years, because I literally had private conversations where he was ready to move on. Of course, none of the crazies will believe that. He's lying. I'm like, no. I remember having a full-on conversation where he was like, I'm going to be busy. Somebody wants to take it on. Go ahead. And then he said that, yeah, the hardest thing that would be to get back to do more Snyderverse stuff is to get all the actors back. Not all the actors would come back. That's what he said to me. That's why I've always said, and if you want to do Justice League 2 and 3, just do animation, which of course he's open to do as well. That would be pretty sweet if he actually fucking did that. I would love that. He was a good Skeletor, I will say that. You know, we'll see what happens with the recent controversies, but it's just when every 8 months there's more people that come out, and I'm like going, all right, what are we doing here? I'm like, seems like every few months you get a report about Jared Leto, and it's like, and that's why I'm like going, every time I hear that, I'm like, yeah, Ayer Cut's not going to come out. This is just going to go against the Ayer Cut coming out. They're going to be like, why would you release something that has Jared Leto in it right now? It has more Jared Leto in it, you know? Zack Snyder just trolls his followers with photos, and people always speculate. It's laughable at this point. Yeah. I know sometimes I'm like, jeez, it's like you're trying to stir up your fandom. But at the same time, he posted the Paramount water tower too. See, I'm like, well, you know, it's like, just be a normal fan. Is it hard to be a normal fan? It is hard to be a normal fan, apparently. Snyder's going to be back one day. Be back? Where was he? He's worked with Warner Brothers. The time that he was on here for the Full Circle event, he commended the new regime at Warner Brothers. It's just so weird. I think people just sometimes people, I'm not saying you are, but I'm like, I don't know. It's like, then they announced the 300 series, and I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. James Gunn and Zack Snyder are both 60. Yeah, they're both 60. Isn't that crazy? I didn't realize they were both the same age. Crazy. I saw some funny tweets where like because Zach turned 60 first. So then when James did, and then it was like somebody quote tweeted when somebody, when someone said James Gunn's birthday like turned 60, and then they posted that Zach was 60, is like Zack Snyder's The Blueprint. I thought, good job. Because I like the joke of Zack Snyder's The Blueprint, and that was a good utilization of that joke. It was a good utilization. I wish I would have thought of it. I was like, damn it. It's a good utilization of the Zack Snyder Blueprint joke. Oh, don't worry. We'll get Phil in here. Phil will be coming in here, and we'll get his insight on everything when it comes to this. I didn't like Zack Snyder Justice as much as everyone. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I'm talking about after Man of Tomorrow, no one likes Gal anymore. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Gal anymore, which is interesting too. Ezra's gone. Yeah. There's a lot of things when it comes to all this. Dave, I think one reason why Wonder Woman and DCU Batman is taking a bit is because they're fantastical, and that will cost a lot of money, in my opinion, to put together. Not so, yeah, but I mean, Superman is pretty fantastical as well. I would say Superman's very fantastical, but then again, I mean, and they're still doing that. I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to that. All right, by 6 months, that's crazy. It's crazy, and it's so funny too because they both have aged very well. I like you. If you look at both Zach and James, they don't look like they're 60. Like Zach is like more rugged and fit and everything like that. That's why I like the way that they drew him in Rick and Morty, because obviously James is not he's not like muscular, but James looks like he's very youthful. He looks like if his hair was not white, they would just be like, holy shit. And like Zach he's got the more salt and pepper for 60. He's got the salt and pepper. It's got more gray over the years, but yeah, Zach has the more rugged look. James has the more baby face look. Yeah, pretty crazy. Very all right. Let's go ahead and turn this off, and let's start having some conversations. Oops. Hold on, I forgot my glasses. There we go. Ow. Put those on a little too fast. Ooh. Hope that Ray shows up tonight. We have the Giants and the Tigers. And the Giants just took the lead, 42, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Jung-Hoo Lee coming in the clutch. Gotta love it. All right. Let's go ahead and bring in the first birthday. We're always glad when he shows up. Scott! Oh. What's up, Scott?
Hi.
How's it going?
Pretty good. I had a nap today. It was nice.
Naps are good. I didn't have a nap.
Well, my schedule went from closing to opening. So, 2 a.m., get at work at 4, and then 8 hours straight, no break. And then I came home, ate some pizza, and then I just kind of went, there's this feeling where you're just like, oh, God.
Yep.
Yeah.
Time for a power nap.
It was about 2.5 hours.
Ooh, that's not a power nap. That's a nap. That's a nap.
No, it wasn't 2.5 hours uninterrupted.
Of course.
But, and then I got up, took another shower because I have to.
Well, when you sleep for about 2.5 hours, it almost feels like you need to.
Yeah. And I just need to anyway. I mean, plus it's 94 plus down here.
Jesus Christ,
so,
yeah.
It's just humidity, lovely.
Yeah.
Finished Spider Noir tonight, finally.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I really love that show. It's
really
good.
I hope there's more.
I do hope there's more. I hate that it took me this long to chip away at it, but that's life. I had to
Yeah, I couldn't watch it all like, right away too, and I want to catch up more on Cape Crusader this
I was
weekend
about to
as
say,
well.
how far have you gotten in Cape Crusader now?
Like it's just the same 2 episodes. I haven't watched it. Yeah.
I'm disappointed in you, sir.
I know. What can I say? So sorry, I've disappointed you. Sorry, but I'm gonna try to. But at the same time, and then I got things going on this weekend too, where I'm like, God damn it, because like sometimes where I'm like, I'll put something on, and then I could just, obviously when I'm here, I just like, oh yeah, let me edit a clip, let me do something, let me whatever the hell. But obviously, when it comes to that, I want to sit and watch.
You want your undivided
Yes,
attention.
I'm in the chair, phone away, distractions away. I'm watching, So that's and sometimes that could be a little bit harder. I'm like, I need to put something out on this, that, and this. But I got my dad's birthday this weekend.
So we're gonna your mom's birthday this past
weekend,
which is why we pre-recorded Fanimated.
Yes, yes, and we had a good time with her. And of course, she was here. I don't know if she's still here, but I sang her happy birthday, of course, like a good son does. And so we did that. And like my parents' birthdays are 4 days apart. So it's like,
wow.
But we're going to my dad's. It's his 70th birthday, which is crazy. Obviously, it's like, holy shit, 70. Obviously, he doesn't look 70.
No, my dad's 71. Doesn't look 70.
Not
when. I don't know if that's a number thing or if it's just like their generation. Like it's just when you think what 71 would look like, or like my mom who's 73, it's like they don't look the number that like.
No.
Of course, you go back and look at people like in the what was it, the 70s and the 80s. See what 30 and 40 looked like. Whoa.
It's weird, isn't it? It's weird when you see that, especially you watch old movies. Yes. When you watch old movies, I remember I had like a weird thing where I watched like this past last year's Thanksgiving, and I watched Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yep.
I was like, I am the same age as Steve Martin was in this movie. When he filmed this movie, he was 42. I went, what the fuck? I was like, it just was like, that's crazy.
That's what 42 looked like.
That's what he looked like. I mean, he grayed out early.
Yeah, early.
You could see him. You could see him like in his 30s, and he was already graying out. Same thing with George Clooney. George Clooney got the gray early too, but I think it actually kind of helped them have like a unique look to them. But it's funny because when you look at somebody like Steve Martin, even like when I see like, especially when it comes to movies, when he totally went. He gave up performing and he went into the movie world. When I see Steve Martin from like the 80s until now, I just go, yeah, you barely aged because he just looks the same.
He's just Steve Martin.
Yeah, he's always had the white hair. He's always had that hair. He's just always looked the same, and he just got
wrinklier,
just a little wrinklier, but it wasn't much. It wasn't much. No,
and he still looks good. I mean, I still love watching him in Only Murders in the Building, and he and Martin Short, by the way, like
they both they just got more wrinkles, but they've always had the same energy and everything. Mm-hmm. But it's just funny when like you said, like I remember my grandparents. I'm like, man, they always were old.
Right.
When I was a kid, even though they were, now when I see my parents, I'm like, they don't seem that old.
No, is that just us though?
Like it could be just us kidding ourselves.
I mean, it's a possibility that I'm not saying that our parents don't look great, but I'm also saying, but now we're 40.
Yeah, I know. So we're trying to be like, hey, we're good, guys. We're good. No, I mean but yeah, you go and you watch like old movies and I go like, how old was so and so? Holy shit, he was 35. And it's like you just kind of go, wow, it's just
look at someone like Humphrey Bogart. He just always looked rough.
Yeah.
Of course that was his character. I mean, but which is funny. The reason I said this because I did watch the season premiere of the new season of Ted Lasso. There's a Casablanca reference, so that's why I had Bogey on the mind. I was also messing around with the Criterion Channel tonight, and there's some like really like they have some nice collections like murderous melodramas. I'm just like, okay.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, it's like Niagara with Marilyn Monroe. Some Come Running with Sinatra and Shirley MacLaine and Dean Martin. Like I was looking, they have a Southern Gothic collection with both film versions of Cape Fear, which I've never seen
Ooh.
Cape Fear.
I've
So
seen the De Niro one.
the De Niro one, yeah. And
Yeah.
of course, there's the original one
Yes.
with Robert Mitchum and Gregory Peck.
Yeah.
And
And I hear the series is really good with
well,
Javier Bardem.
that's what made me that's what made me go, okay, I'm not gonna watch the series first. I want to go like an order. I want to watch the Mitchum Peck one. Then I want to watch Scorsese's version with De Niro, and then I want to jump in the series with Javier and Amy Adams. So
Amy Adams, that's right. Who's the guy in that? I can't remember the husband that's in that.
is it Patrick Wilson?
Yes, that's who it is. Patrick Wilson. Yeah, Patrick Wilson. Yeah, but yeah, I've only seen the De Niro one, so yeah, that's got to be one I gotta. I kind of want to see the original as well. Maybe
Mitchum played creepy really well.
Maybe I saw that a long time ago.
A great Mitchum movie for you to watch, The Night of the Hunter.
The Night of the Hunter. Okay, I'll have to check that one out too.
Oh yeah. That's like a creepy Southern Gothic noir kind of movie. He plays like this con man, murderous preacher kind of character. It's a legit movie, and of course Mitchum was also in a very classic noir as a private detective called Out of the Past. I mean, Mitchum is one of those actors that you just just throw a dart, pick a movie, and it was probably like really good.
Yeah, and there's like some of those classic movies. Yeah, I need to like go back and just watch a bunch. Like you said, go through like the Criterion kind of thing, whatever the hell, and just kind of find like some of those that I remember watching when I was younger or whatever the hell. But we got Taladia. What's happening, man?
Taladia.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay, so Talati, I gotta ask you something because I've been following your reactions to Cape Crusader season 2 since this bum has only watched the first 2 episodes. I saw you just posted your reaction to the penultimate episode. Now, when you're posting your reactions, are they delayed? Like, have you actually finished the show, or have you only made it to episode 9?
No, I've watched the full thing, but editing it takes a long time.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to know, because I tuned in for, I watched Deep Cover episode 3, the next one that Dave has to watch, and it was I even left a little comment underneath it because I really enjoyed Deep Cover.
Yeah, it was definitely a good episode, and Dave's in for Dave's. I don't know how Dave would feel about the show.
Of course, I'm two episodes in. I'm already loving it, but I love the first season. So, but yeah, I'm gonna try to get some more in this weekend in between all the things I have to do.
It just sucks that Amazon put it all out in one
go.
No,
because usually, because I remember Scott told me this, I had no idea. Like usually they'll do the first season like that, but then when they do a second season, they'll just be like, "We'll do a weekly thing." Because they did that with The Boys, right? And they did that with
well, they traditionally do it with all their, like I said, they give you the first season to binge.
This is animated though. I wonder if
right. I think that might have something to but Invincible's popular enough that they'll do that where it's like they'll give you an episode or two a week. So I'm kind of curious because I've never really been a reactions kind, like that's never that kind of content. Honestly, just never been my thing. But I'm just kind of curious, as a content creator for yourself, how do you how does reaction videos work for you? Because sometimes I watch reaction videos and I can tell that I'm just getting their normal reaction, or how much do you feel like you've got to perform for
me it's a genuine reaction.
No, I can tell from you it is, yes. But do you know what I'm talking about? Like when
some people do it over the top, or some people will but for me it's like a genuine reaction because obviously watching it for the first time, it's like I go into things expecting the unexpected, right?
Right.
That's why I go into things. And like whether it's lanterns, whether it's going to be my adventure with Superman, whether it's even Batman Cape Crusader, I go in blind. I don't even look at clips, nothing like that. I just go straight in, record, and then when I do my editing, I just take out the bits of which I don't say anything, so then it doesn't.
Okay, so you do edit out the dead space.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
because also the thing is, people don't want to listen to dead air. They want to be able to see.
Unless you're
hear
like
people's
live
thoughts.
reaction where you can like, hey, I'm gonna start it right now, and then you watch it with, or you do something.
I've done
like
that before.
It's hard to
It's
do
not
though.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. Doing it live compared to doing it edited is
Yeah.
different, and
No, it makes sense. Yeah.
so that's
Do
why
you?
I feel like. Go on.
No. Please continue.
I was gonna say when I do my reactions, I learned it from other people. So, and what they've done is inspired me to do something different and do it something where I just make sure when I do my videos, it's at least up to about 10 to 15 minutes. That's the goal mark I'm aiming for. Some of the videos on like Cape Crusader was like a couple of the episodes were like 20 minutes, but that was only because of how long the episodes were. Some of them were.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I try to take as much dead air out, and I really like I said, I really enjoyed reacting to it blindly without going. Oh, I'm going to look at Amazon clips or going to the YouTube page and looking for things. I don't do that.
Oh yeah.
So
I'll tell you. I was talking to Dave. I think it was an off-air conversation that we had, but the one sort of reaction kind of videos that I've gotten into have. Were you ever a fan of the reboot of Battlestar Galactica?
no,
Not a fan, or just never watched it?
I've never watched it. Unfortunately, unfortunately because I was too much into.
I know I
Because I was
haven't
too
either.
much.
I haven't either. So
I mean, I was too much into other things like so I've been recently getting into older shows like rewatching some of the old animated series like the Batman 2004,
Yeah.
rewatching
Yeah,
that,
yeah. How
and
far have
also
you
been
made it in
watching.
that one?
Hmm?
How far have you
Sorry.
made it in the
So I'm
Batman?
only in like the first episode. I've
Oh,
only just
with Rastafari and Joker. Okay.
so I'm in that first episode, but also
Okay.
alongside that, I'm actually watching Legion of Superheroes, which came out in 2006.
Yes. Okay.
So because that it just reminds me so much of my childhood. So I was just like, some of the older animated stuff I love watching, like Beyblade and stuff like that. So I love watching those types of animes and animation style and stuff like that. So I really got into it.
Okay. Well, the reason I brought it up was because Katie Sackhoff, who was one of the leads in that show, she had a podcast that was like an interview format.
oh yeah,
And
and then she does the reaction stuff now.
now she does reaction stuff
Yeah.
because although she was a star of the reboot of Battlestar Galactica, she never watched the show except for there was a mini series that started it before it got picked up for its 4 seasons. So
Right.
she's never watched the show she was on. And her husband is like 10 years younger than her, and he's never watched the show. So it's her and her husband watching the show for the first time.
First time reaction, yeah.
And it's and they do the same thing. If like on their Patreon, they do the complete, like you could watch it like a commentary track. But then if
Yeah.
you go into like
But
the YouTube, you get the edited. Like, they do what you do, which is they cut out the dead air and they
yeah,
just
Yeah.
cut to the reactions.
and then of course it's like easy because obviously copyright stuff that you have to worry about. when it
Yeah,
comes
that's
to-
another thing too. You
with
have
with
to make sure
Patreon,
that
you can get it's a little more leeway. So
yeah, that's why like if I'm gonna do some of the shows, I'll put the full episode on Patreon, but the edited stuff is on YouTube so people can watch it.
yeah, well, yeah, it's more digestible. But we're gonna bring in some more beeps right here. Oh, hide your kids, hide your wives. We got Saggy Melons joining right now.
Scott! I came here just for Scott. To hell with everybody.
That's it, just for you,
I've
not
missed
for anyone else.
Scott so much. Yeah, not for you. Like, what
Yeah,
the
of
hell?
course not. Yeah.
Scott, I missed you. I missed you
it's nice.
so much.
It's nice to be missed. Work sucks.
I ask about you all the time, Scott. Like, where has Scott been? Like, I know you still do the little, reviews to the TV shows you and Dave been watching, and I watch
little
sometimes.
reviews.
Yeah, and I'm just like, but where has Scott been on the vodka stream? I miss him so much.
When you have to be at work at 7 a.m. on a Saturday, staying up these vodka streams is not a thing that happens. So that's where I've been, because I don't know, because back in February I got promoted and I got moved to a different location that is farther away than where I had been working. So that just makes the getting up part, like, I have to wake up like a full half hour earlier than I normally would, just because I have to account for the travel time.
Yeah.
So that's why I've been very scarce on the vodka stream. But this is 2 weeks in a row. Like,
he was here last week. He was like, "Hey," so it's been working out.
I couldn't watch last week because I was not cool enough to watch Spider-Man brand.
Oh yeah, that's right.
With everybody else, I had to wait a week later, and I'm like, I was like, I tuned in, but I muted, so I didn't hear anything, and I had to disable the chat, so I couldn't see anything. So I was just like a lurker viewer, just showing support.
Well, that's why I had to show up last week, was because I took my middle child to go see Spider-Man on Friday morning. And so I had to go to work on Saturday, but it was like 9 instead of 7. So I told Dave, like, I can show up for you can get me for 1 hour. And
for 1 hour.
And he got me for exactly 1 hour. I felt so bad because Paul showed up and I went, "Bye, guys."
I know. That was hilarious. That was hilarious because he was like, as soon as Paul showed up, he's like, "Well, I gotta go, guys." And then of course we all made a big joke about like, "Oh yeah, when Paul shows up, you're like, fuck off."
How was you, Paul? No, yeah. I saw you when I saw you on last week's stream. I was like, Scott.
Oh, we lost a lot of you.
Yeah. Well, so good to see you, Saggy. But yeah, it's been nice. It's been busy for me because I've been taking each of my boys to a movie, just them and me. So they've all been getting like a one-on-one father-son movie experience. Because like I took my 13-year-old to go see The Odyssey. I took my 10-year-old to go see Spider-Man. And then tomorrow afternoon, there's an early access screening, and I'm taking my youngest to go see the Paw Patrol movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I finally saw Brand New Day on Tuesday.
What did you think?
Oh, listen, I knew it was going to be awesome. I mean, I have my little nitpicks, but I'm like, dude, I was so... I loved it. And I'm like, we're back, baby. We're back. Let's go Doomsday. Let's go Secret Wars. Marvel's back on the map. No more crappy TV shows that have nothing to do with the MCU that nobody cares about. Okay?
Yeah.
Nobody's expecting to see She-Hulk make an appearance. Okay? No one gives a shit about Ironheart. We're back. We're back, baby. That's all I could say about Brand New Day. I was like, yes.
I feel the same way, so don't worry. You're in good company, Saggy.
Oh, I love Spider-Man. Like, I was talking about this with somebody too. I was like, I think it was Dave. Dave was it talking to you about it? Where I was basically saying how like it's hard to mess up a Spider-Man movie. No.
Yeah, but you can. But
yeah,
no.
I mean, Spider-Man 3, we know, but
yeah, but that wasn't. It's funny too because I saw a thing. I saw a post where they were talking about all the reasons why there wasn't a Sam Raimi Spider-Man 4. And I mean, let's face it. I mean, it all stemmed with Spider-Man 3 because he didn't want to have Venom and he didn't want to have Harry as Hobgoblin-esque kind of thing.
Right.
He just wanted Sandman.
He wanted Sam and Vulture.
Vulture. He wanted, he did want Vulture.
Because Ben Kingsley was going to be Vulture. Like that was.
I mean, what the hell? I mean, it's like you're gonna have. Yeah, come on, Ben Kingsley. I mean,
that's why I always go back to the fact that Avi Arad is the true villain.
Of course.
Of Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
He's also the villain of Daredevil because Daredevil. The reason that there's a director's cut and a theatrical cut of Daredevil is because of Avi Arad. Because you can watch. There's a feature on the director's cut of Daredevil where the director is talking, like they're actually in the editing room, and you can see how, like, I think they even film Avi Arad saying, "Yeah, cut that," and it's all that extra stuff, that extra 30 minutes of Daredevil that does make the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie a better movie when you,
Mm.
I don't know, put
But see, come on, Omega. Swear he didn't want Venom. He didn't want he didn't ruin it. Come on.
I still think he purposely casted the worst person to play Venom in that movie, which was Topher Grace.
Yeah, we
and
were
he
talking about that.
Yes, and
Yeah.
he purposely sabotaged Venom.
So maybe
just
Omega
because
is
he didn't
on to
want
something.
Venom. Yeah, I think he actually is, because I'm not gonna lie. I
Because
thought
he was
the
like,
same
let
thing.
me get the skinny dude from that '70s show.
Right,
To
let's
play
get
Eddie
the
Brock.
goofy kid to play Eddie Brock. Like,
which is
yeah,
funny
that-
though, because when you listen to the commentary track on Spider-Man 3, Topher Grace is like the one legitimate Spider-Man fan on
That's
the
the thing.
commentary track.
That's the thing
'Cause he
about
knows
Topher
his-
Grace. He's like a nerd when it comes to all
Oh,
this
he
stuff.
was talking about Secret Wars and where the
Yeah.
symbiote actually came from. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
But at the
dude, you
same
actually know
time-
what you're talking about.
At the same time, when you look at him as Eddie Brock, you're like,
He doesn't work as Eddie Brock.
Right,
Yeah.
but this is what I'm saying.
No.
Like, just a lot of actors who are fans of characters, if they get cast as the characters, we see them put in the work. Look at Henry Cavill, how much work he put in, invested in all the roles. Witcher, Superman. Look at Channing Tatum. Look at the
Yeah.
work he put in just to do a more accurate live action Gambit. Topher Grace is like, yeah, I'm gonna just be the friggin' nerd from that '70s show, but with a symbiote suit. I'm gonna that's Eddie Brock. That's him. That's the guy. That's who I'm gonna
Yeah.
do.
And I will say, it doesn't save the movie, but there is an alternate version of Spider-Man 3 out there
There
called
is.
the Editor's Cut.
yeah,
It is,
better.
it's better. I like, now granted, I'm speaking relatively,
Yeah,
but it is a better version of Spider-Man 3. It really is, because in my lead up to No Way Home, because I got that Steelbook box set that had like Spider-Man 1 through 3 and Amazing 1 and 2, and the codes, like that was like, when we talk about redeeming digital codes, that was like a gold mine, because it gave you Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 2.1, Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man 3 the Editor's Cut, Amazing 1, Amazing 2. It was like you entered one code and you got like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 movies out of like one code. I love those codes where I type in one code and it's just like cha-ching, 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 and just all the movies just show up.
Well, you know what bothered me about Brand New Day was like the aftermath of like the ignorant comments that followed into my head. I'm like I don't know if you guys dived into the whole debate about Tom Holland never getting his own villains. And again, me and Dave have argued about this before, because I'm kind of like, but you guys have to understand why Tom Holland Spider-Man exists in the first place. Like, they didn't want to do a legit like they wanted Spider-Man to be like the setup for future like movies. Like, if you watch Brand New Day, there is a lot of setup that is probably going to take place in the future of the movie.
yeah.
Like,
The
for
mutant
example,
saga. Yeah.
right, like the Mutant Saga, like perfect example. Peter created a friggin' device that suppresses mutation. Like, if y'all don't think that's gonna come back into play when we're getting into the X-Men territory, you're all tripping. That was a very important thing that I want people to pay attention to. There's a lot of stuff in Brand New Day that is definitely going to take place in the next couple of films.
Oh no, that's an inhibitor caller. That's exactly what that is.
100%. When I saw that, I was like, "Oh, that's an inhibitor call. That's gonna be a legit thing that's gonna take place." And then, of course, you know, people not understanding the Jean Grey villain arc, and I'm like, personally, for me, I feel like it makes the most sense because, again, we have not had mutants in the MCU. We had like metahumans,
Technically,
Technically,
they were trying to make Miss Marvel a mutant. I don't know why they were trying to do that. Remember that shit when it came to the show?
I think because there was like some arcs where
they were
used as a
trying.
mutant, but
They were trying.
The Jean Grey villain arc is probably to get people prepared for the prejudice side of X-Men, because, like, don't forget, guys, X-Men was all about discrimination.
Saggy, that's exactly what I said last week on the Vodka stream in the spoiler discussion. That was exactly where I was going. You and I are on the same page here. So
Yeah, this is why I missed you, Scott. This is why I freaking missed you.
This is why. We're
It's
gonna
a
bring
good-
on
it-
someone else right now.
hold on.
Hold on.
Wait, Talati wanted to say something. What was
Oh,
up?
sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's a good thing I avoided the spoiler streams. That I could
Yeah,
watch it
because you hadn't
going
seen it
blind
either.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
No, but now you can talk about spoilers all you want because fucking it's gonna hit $2 billion.
I had to avoid them too. I had to avoid them too. I had to.
Yeah.
I showed up.
But you knew the Jean Grey one, right?
That one was obvious. If anyone
it was
did
like an
not
obvious
think
one.
that was.
It wasn't even shocking. It was. Yeah.
I know. People have been saying that since she was cast.
I know. They've been fan casting her before she got cast. Like it was crazy. Like she even said that in recent interviews, which we could talk about. We could kind of dive into too. But I'm gonna bring in
Phil. Hey, Phil. Phil.
Hey Phil.
Ew.
Howdy.
So Scott and Phil are the only ones that get the intro. Like to hell with me and the other. Like we don't
I
get.
I don't know. It was easy because I don't know.
I've had a clip.
You've had a clip forever because that was just easy.
Like we're coming up. We're almost. We're not there yet. We're almost coming up on 10 years, man.
Right.
What the fuck?
You know what? I used to have a clip though. I had a clip, but apparently
You had a
Dave
clip?
forgot about it. Yeah, you had a clip for me. Hi, Phil.
No.
Hello.
Did you have a clip? I never had a clip for you.
Yes, you did.
Which one?
I forgot.
Oh, is it this one?
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
It's KC.
Wow, that
That
was
was KC.
That was
That
for
was KC.
yeah, that was for KC. Wow. What
No,
a
that was KC.
throwback.
Phil,
No,
how are you,
maybe
sir?
it was this one.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
You know, funny enough, those were actually some of my first words to Saggy.
Oh my god, Phil, do you know what's hilarious? I had to make like a new intro and I was going through all my old like videos and stuff, and I came across the first time you were on my stream fight. I was like,
Oh man.
God, I miss Phil. Phil was one of the only people I've encountered online that had the balls to confront me and get me literally to get out of my chair and yell at a camera, bro. I love
Yep.
Phil for that. I respect
Phil
him for that. Every
inspires
single
that
day.
in people. What can we
Yep.
say?
I love that
That's
about
why we
Phil
love
because I
Phil.
will respect him forever for that.
I have no shame in letting people know what the fuck I think. It's just who I am.
Trust me, honey, I know. And ever since then, when I was like, all right, I kind of like Phil, and then we became cool, and I was like, I respect and adore him now.
Well, that whole thing, God, that was years ago. I mean, it was a whole fucking internet ego thing. And honestly, I started thinking about it after a while, and I reached out to, I think it was Enosh. I was like, hey, man, is there any way you can send Saggy a message, let her know I want to, give an olive branch? And he was like, yeah, no problem. So it just kind of went from there. And
Oh, I know.
I think-
I love it that I can argue with people on the internet, and then when they actually talk to me and we actually squash our things, we have an actual conversation. We can be cool, and it's like I adore Phil. I like his takes, even the ones if I'm like, damn, he really going in. I'm like, I can't even be mad at it.
And Osagi, the comment you just made about that, yeah, it's called being people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, being an adult and a human. And
I know,
just
how
kinda
We can agree to disagree and just move on with our lives. I know that's shocking. But
What? That's a real thing. I mean, I thought
That's
me
a
and Phil were
thing.
special.
Exactly. No, that's what I love about having a mixed bag on the panel, because it's we're all not going to agree, and sometimes it can get a little heated and stuff like that. It's happened before. It doesn't happen a lot, but it's happened where sometimes I'm like, oh boy.
Listen,
Yeah.
as long as Scott always agrees with me, as long as me and Scott are on the same page, I'm completely happy.
it's funny. I don't think I changed Scott's mind, but I definitely kind of opened it a little bit, because when we met in 2023, Scott and I were sitting at the table having a discussion about Power Rangers and Mortal Kombat.
yeah, we
because
did.
I hadn't seen the 2017 movie, and Scott then we also shifted to the Mortal Kombat films, and Scott had mentioned that the 2021 movie wasn't all that great, and then I posed the question to him, well, have Mortal Kombat movies all ever been that great? and so I was like, honestly, when you think about it, the 95 movie does some decent things, the 2021 movie does the opposite of that, but also does some decent things. So they are kind of good in their own way, but they're not exactly great movies.
Yeah, even the
So-
second one that came out, it's like the Kung Lao and Liu Kang fight is
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Okay.
Oh, great.
All right,
But
hold on.
there's
yo.
other
Listen,
things where I'm like,
listen, the first Mortal Kombat movie, for its time, in fairness, was
95?
fantastic. Right.
Oh, it's
yeah,
fun. It's good, sloppy
right,
fun.
right.
Classic.
In its time, it was great
Oh,
because
yeah.
because you didn't get too many video game movie adaptations, and I would say they did pretty good. We won't even discuss Annihilation because
Oh no, no, we
Oh,
don't.
no,
we
no,
don't.
that's-
We
that's
don't, we
all-
don't talk
no,
about
no,
Bruno.
no.
It's a
No,
big
no.
no. It's a
No.
big no.
Listen,
No.
I went into
No.
the new Mortal Kombat being a little optimistic, and I was just like,
It's kind of ironic that Mortal Kombat 2 does everything right that Mortal Kombat Annihilation could not do.
Uh-huh.
yeah,
I found that really funny.
yeah.
But Phil, that was also, I still remember the funny thing about meeting when we actually met in person in 2023 was how
Yeah.
everyone was just like, Scott, eat your damn food. It's like,
oh, that's right. Yeah, that was when we went to Yard House,
yeah.
and you were
Yeah.
like mingling, and like you're fucking. I think you got a burger, right?
Oh, it was something huge. It
Yeah,
was,
yeah. And it was just sitting there, and we're like, Scott, eat your goddamn food. That was when Steven got the freaking Yard beer. And
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. what are
Actually,
you
it's
thinking?
funny because I still, hold on, let me reach over here.
Yes.
I still have the
There's
group.
the picture. Look
the
at
group
that
my
picture.
God.
of all
God,
of
he's got
us.
the
Oh my
picture.
God.
Yes.
The picture from that
Aww.
night of all of us.
It's
That was
a
hard
whole
getting because the
picture.
ring light wants to reflect off of
I
it.
know. Of
and-
course,
Yeah.
it's like showing.
There- there we go.
There's
Okay,
better. Yeah.
Scott, I'm gonna need you to do me a favor though. Can you like take that picture, like flip it through AI and just put me somewhere in there, please?
Stick
I
it
was
right
about to
in
say
there.
because there's hold on, let me get my right. Oh, there it is. Because there's Audrey, there's Zach's sister, and
Oh yeah, that's Zach's sister. Yeah, that's right.
Zach's
She was there.
sister right there. But yeah, that was fun because that was Saturday. That was Saturday night.
That was Saturday. That was the BBS night. Yeah.
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 Yeah, I see some
Yeah.
space back there in the back. You know, with all the
There you
people
go.
back that all look like they're merged together. Just put me
I,
right.
I was in the back somewhere when it came to that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hold on.
I think
where-
I might have
where-
been in the bathroom puking. I don't remember.
Yeah, yeah.
Jeez,
Phil had his burger was not good.
Ew, no.
No.
Yeah.
The bourbon was good. The beer was good. The burger was not good.
Yeah. The
Poor
burger
Phil.
did not settle. Yeah, so Phil was like, yeah, I'm not really feeling too good eating this. I was like,
Yeah, no, that was a bad.
yeah. So you had to go to the
experience.
bathroom a couple
Oh,
of
poor
times because it
Phil,
was
that sucks.
yeah,
It did suck.
yeah.
But
It
And
was,
then,
it was so funny too because I pulled up another picture from the next day because I was at Target and the cashier noticed my Project Hail Mary shirt, and I totally did that thing where I found that picture. Oh, actually, take it back. I pulled up on my phone because I pulled up this picture, the one
nice.
The one with Ray.
with the one with Ray
Yeah.
Porter.
Aw.
And so I pulled this up because she was like, oh, because it was cool because she said she was crocheting herself a Rocky, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh, that sounds
Dude,
awesome.
That's
And-
so crazy. You got that picture because my mom took that picture, and it was so quick because Ray showed up, and then
he
of
was
course
being
everybody was like,
escorted. He was being
Yeah.
escorted,
and everybody was
yes.
like, "Oh my God, Ray's here! Darkseid is here!" But he had to get because he had to get
he
through
was
and
moderating
everything.
the panel.
He was
But then
moderating the
he
panel.
was moderating. He was moderating and then it was like, but then he saw us, and then it was like, oh, we all just freaking hug bombed him, and then my mom was like, "Let me get a picture," and she snapped that real quick. That was a quick picture where we just
But so it's always fun for me to go, yeah, that's the narrator of the Project Hail Mary audiobook. You know,
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, jeez.
I had
And I
kind of a moment like that yesterday. Like I was
Cool.
getting my hair cut, and the lady cutting my hair she mentioned 300, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I met the guy who made that movie." She's like, "Shut the fuck up! Are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah, I met him. He's a nice guy. He's a real nice guy."
Kind of a nice
Not
guy.
a lot.
It's
Like,
pretty
yeah,
funny.
I still love watching Project Hail Mary and going. It took me the second viewing to go, there's Ray's voice. When Ryan Gosling's, programming the different voices for Rocky, and I remember going. It took me the second time to go, there's Ray, like
Mhm.
that's the one because he's listed as I think it's what's the credit? I think it's like rejected voice. That's his credit for the movie is rejected Rocky voice.
So, guys,
Huh.
I gotta be controversial right now.
Uh-oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
No.
gotta be.
What
we
else?
gotta
You-
What else?
you
What else
being
is new?
I love
controversial?
everyone reaction. Stop it. Okay, listen. So we got to get back on track. We got to do movie talk, right? So like, I hate to say it. I have officially, and for those who know me, this is really hard for me to say, but I think I've lost faith in DC Studios.
Oh no!
Phil's
I
reaction.
think it's happened. I finally lost faith. Yo, Phil's dying.
No, Saggy, do you know how I feel about the new Superman movie?
Wait, how? I know what happened.
Go on,
How,
Phil. You
guys,
want-
how do I put this in few words as possible?
Phil's not a fan. How's that?
There you go. Yeah,
Not a
I'm
fan.
not a fan.
Not,
Yeah.
a, not a fan. Yeah.
Not a
I'm
fan.
Yeah, I'm kind of losing faith right now, and I mean, after Marvel, this this is gonna be Marvel's year, and like DC's
Oh,
like,
you'll
they're
love this though.
what's
So
up?
when I was in San Diego for Comic Con, I attended the Lanterns panel and
Uh-huh.
in Hall H on Friday. It was cool. But guess who was sitting in the same row as me?
Who?
These guys know, but
Who?
Peter Safran.
No way.
I shit you not. So me and William were in Hall H. We were like real up front, like real close, like fucking first 5-6 rows close, right? We saw Tom King, Damon Lindelof, Aaron Pierre. Like we saw all those guys walk up, get on stage. It was great. And then like, well, obviously before they get on stage, you know, they had people coming in and here comes fucking Pete. I turn around and I see him walk and I was like, guys, it's fucking Peter Safran. And they were like, what? I was like, yeah, there he is right there. He's a fucking tall motherfucker. So after the panel, the moderator fucked up and said all episodes were dropping next week. And we were like, there's no way that's true. And William was like, there's no way that's true. I said, well, Peter Safran's right there. Why don't you go fucking ask him? And sure enough, William walked up to him and said, hey, Mr. Safran, like, is Lanterns dropping all? And he's like, no, it's one episode per week.
Yeah, and then
I-
yeah.
Got the wild hair up my ass to go up to him. And I was like, hey, man, you're Peter Safran. I shook his hand. I was like, hey, good luck with Man of Tomorrow.
No.
Oh,
Like,
yes.
I have a
Oh,
question.
yes.
Why the hell is he sitting so far back?
Well, the way Hall H works is like they have areas off to the side where it's all nothing but fans and attendees. And then in the center, they have like designated areas for press and people associated with the project. So that's
Oh.
why he was so up front and center and close to it.
That
And like if you look at the Warner Brothers or even the DC official footage from it, like whoever they had, they were close to him and they were clearly filming the shit. So
right. Yeah, I'm kind of at the point with like Supergirl didn't do that great. Like I'm literally dumbfounded that Supergirl made less than freaking Morbius. Like, are we serious?
I mean,
This is the-
hot take. I think Supergirl's a better made movie than Superman, but
Yeah,
What?
did you see Supergirl, Saggy?
I had no interest. I'm not gonna lie, I really didn't.
Okay.
Okay, Sag, I'll tell you, my wife and I enjoyed it. And I agree with Phil. I think it's actually a better movie than Superman. So that's it was more enjoyable for me. Not that I don't see faults, but I had a better time with it than
Yeah.
Superman.
Right.
The one project that has me actually hyped is Lanterns. Like Lanterns looks like it's going to be finally of all the projects that have been released in the DCU, nothing has really been
gotta
my
watch. You have to watch this.
I
right?
have to
Like
watch.
that-
This is
it-
my
right.
jam. Lanterns, despite all the hate it's been getting since the first teasers, because everyone's like, I want to see green, I want to see constructs. Like, I was digging the True Detective vibe they were giving off in those early teasers. So that, like, and the fact that it's going to be the Sunday night HBO show that basically once this season of House of the Dragon stops airing, the next show that becomes the prestige HBO Sunday night show is Lanterns is like cool. And then as I even posted this on X that I asked my wife if I showed her the trailer and I was like, you want to watch this with me? She was like, well, yeah, it's got Coach Taylor in it. And I went, okay, cool. Like
Hal Chandler. Come
Hal
on.
Chandler is Hal Jordan. So
Come
that's the
on.
one. That's the Sagi. I'm not big on the DCU, but Lanterns looks like it's going to be finally
Oh, I mean,
the project for me.
I'm sure it's gonna be like I think Lanterns looks good. I love the actor who's playing Jon Stewart. I loved his acting. He's very handsome, very like the eyes.
He is a
The
very
dude's got
handsome
pretty
guy.
eyes. The dude's got
Very-
the
Yes.
prettiest
He's
fucking
a very,
eyes.
He's a very rare brown skinned man with the light eye pigment, so it's definitely very attractive. But the thing with me is like, yes, Supergirl probably was more enjoyable. It did look more fun. It did look like the type of story I'd be into. But like, again, this is a conversation me and Dave had when we were talking about like it's hard to make a bad Spider-Man movie. Just like it is hard to make as far as like Superman goes. It's hard to F up Superman's story,
No,
right?
it's actually pretty easy.
Have
you seen Quest for Peace or Superman 3?
What I'm saying is it's Superman, right?
Or
Like,
Superman
people-
Returns.
Right, but I'm saying people aren't watching, like us, like adults. Yeah, we're watching Superman for a good film. But don't forget, like, kids aren't watching the stories for the stories as much. They're watching it because it's Superman. So Superman is gonna always do pretty good, you know?
Yeah.
Supergirl, not so much, because most people are more hyped for Superman than Supergirl, which is why even though Supergirl could have been a better movie that you guys enjoyed because you're adults and you can understand, you know, entertainment value of a movie versus like Superman, who's always going to perform better because it's freaking Superman, you know?
Yeah.
But that's
No,
me.
and that's what's going to be interesting about Man of Tomorrow is like because essentially it's going to be a pretty unique Superman movie, but it's also like there's a big threat where they're going to have multiple characters and stuff like that. So hopefully we'll see what happens. You know,
It's going to do well because it's Superman.
I'll give the filmmaker the benefit of doubt, like I did 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's Superman. It's going to do well because it's Superman. But a lot of people, like Phil probably, and maybe Scott, will be like, like,
yeah,
it was a movie featuring Superman. It was there. But, like, it's going to do well because Superman, Spider-Man, these are easy sells in entertainment because the IPs are so popular. People are going to go see it just because of the character. Like, we want to see Superman do something, and then you get there and you watch and you're like,
well, it's interesting. Better. It's interesting you say that too because like all the Spider-Man movies have all done well. Not all the Superman movies have all done well. I would say all the Batman movies have probably all done well. Even Batman and Robin did well. You know, for the most part, box office pull. Maybe?
Technically, that one's actually considered a box office disappointment.
It is a disappointment, right?
Because it made
like the only one that was a big time. That was not big.
It had a budget of like 120 to 160 million, and it only made like 200 and like 250 something in that ballpark, maybe less. Let me double check that.
Yeah, but all the other ones have done relatively well. That was like the only one that was like, yeesh.
Well,
even
though
it
Begins
like
was a moderate success. Actually, okay, so the budget between So the budget for Batman and Robin is somewhere between 125 to 160 million. It only made about 238 million, whereas Batman Begins, I think, was made on a budget of 100 to 125 million, and it only grossed like 330 million, which is a moderate success. But then, you get to Dark Knight Rises, which are just absolutely
billion-dollar movies.
Billion-dollar movies, right?
Right.
So
I feel like DC is gonna swap with Marvel. Like DC's in the state that Marvel was before they started making film. Right, so like Marvel was doing good with their like animations, and I think with DC they might just have to focus on like television shows and animations because I don't think right now until they figure out what the F they're doing with these IPs or even like what they're gonna do once they sell Warner Brothers and all that stuff, like they're not gonna be making. They're not going to outshine Marvel, at least not the next couple of years.
Well, and also, if Warner Brothers could get their act together to where they're not getting sold every 5 to 10 years, I mean,
right? Like, what are we doing? We're just.
They keep flipping the house.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. They keep flipping the friggin' house. It's like, what are we doing with this property anymore? Like, do you guys not have any faith? And I know people blame James Gunn. I'm like, yes and no. You can kind of blame James Gunn for some of it, but I feel like they tried to do with what Marvel did with Spider-Man, right? Because a lot of people don't know this, but the only reason why Tom Holland Spider-Man exists is because after The Amazing Spider-Man did not do good, Sony was like, Marvel,
I'm gonna
Hey, Kevin
I'm-
Feige, we need some assistance. Can you help us out a little bit?
I'm gonna offer some counterpoint to that in a way. My problem with James Gunn is that he announced a slate of things that are supposed to be on the way, that are supposed to be being worked on.
I think he was forced to, though.
You're not wrong, but still, now we're getting a TV show about Jimmy Olsen and Gorilla Grodd, and we've got fucking a Clayface movie happening, which I'm looking forward to. I think it looks good. I'm actually very excited for it. I just watched the trailer today. But I've seen it being reported. I don't know how true it is, but fucking Booster Gold is apparently dead in the water again. And I'm like, all right, awesome, great. Where is an update on Paradise Lost? Where is an update on Brave and the Bold? Where are the things that you promised us that aren't happening? Whereas Kevin Feige was fortunate enough to be able to fit a Spider-Man project into the MCU after Sony fucked the character twice in a decade. I don't know. When it comes to just leadership and when it comes to just getting projects made, I feel like Kevin Feige's the better producer. He's the better studio head. But at the same time, how fair of a thing is that to say? Because Kevin Feige's been doing this for almost 20 years. James Gunn's been doing it for 3.
But
And
that's
he's also
that's what-
directing some of it too.
Right. That's what DC was trying to do. They're like, well, look at what James Gunn did over there for Marvel with Guardians of the Galaxy. We need somebody to do that here, and they really thought that it would be James Gunn. And in fairness, at the time when it was announced, it did make sense because he was already kind of transitioning, working on Peacemaker, doing the Suicide Squad movie, so he was kind of already on his way there. And they wanted to give him the keys to be like, hey, can you do what you did for Marvel for us? So we can, obviously, now we know, sell it, make this more profitable so we can get the most money out of it to sell to another production company. And it just, I do agree with Phil's point and Dave's point, they were like, hey, James, you need to come out with a slate. You need to come out with, phase 1, phase 2, just like you guys did at Marvel. We need to do it too. And James Gunn's like, okay, hey, ChatGPT, what the hell can I do? And then, came out with a bunch of stuff. And I get it. Phil is actually correct. I do feel like the slate is kind of the thing because you're getting fans excited for something. And then, it comes out and some of it's just eh. And then the other part's okay, when are we getting the Wonder Woman friggin' Paradise show? When are we getting that?
Yeah, which could be an incredible hit, I think. But then, of course,
I also think
people are like, oh, we need the movie. We need a Wonder Woman movie.
I also think his plan is a little far-fetched too. It's we're going to tell one giant story across animated television, regular television, movies, and video. And
when he said that, I was like, "Ooh, you're shooting for the stars, man!
Yeah, man.
For everything." It's
sorry.
That's a lot. That's a lot. But it's they were like, we need something, and he did it, and he's got the ego enough to fucking be like, all right, I could do it. And then
I just go back to if you look at Marvel Phase 1, one thing was those movies were made by completely different studios. There was
Universal did Hulk.
Paramount distributed the 5 of the 6 because Incredible
Universal
Hulk
did Hulk,
Universal.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, Universal did Hulk. Paramount did Iron Man, Iron Man 2,
Iron Man 2, Cap, Thor, and Avengers, and Iron Man 3.
But Avengers, I thought was Disney, but was Avengers not Disney at that point?
Avengers was not Disney because Marvel bought Disney in, I want to say, I think it was 2009. But the thing is, Marvel Studios had a contract with Paramount for 6 or 7. I don't remember what the exact number is, but I think it was 6 movies. And the contract went up after Iron Man 3, which is why with Thor: The Dark World, you get the new Marvel Studios logo to basically let everyone know, we have our, this is our studio. Disney's backing us. We can do what we fucking want now.
Yep.
Boom, boom, boom.
With the exception of Spider-Man, we still got to ask, Daddy Sony for permission.
Well, I mean, but they were all, but no. You go back to
more
the
like
movie,
mommy.
But the thing that is about those Phase 1 movies, which is why Phase 1 is still my favorite phase of the MCU, is that they were focused you lost it a little bit in Iron Man 2, but every movie was kind of focused on make this movie. Let Favreau do Favreau's thing. I always talk about how the Phase 1 movies had personality because you could see the director that was behind it. Like the Iron Man 1 and 2 felt like Favreau's stuff. Branagh clearly gave his flair to that first Thor movie. Joe Johnston, if you were a Rocketeer fan, you felt it all over Captain America and the first Avenger.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And that's always what and if you go through the MCU, the movies that I tend to enjoy the most are the ones where they have a flair. You know,
Yes.
That's why I enjoy the first Guardians. That's why I enjoy the Winter Soldier. You know, that's why I adore Brand New Day, because they have a flavor to them. I said in my review, and I even put it in quotations because I thought it sounded cheesy, but it's like Brand New Day felt like a film. I know it sounds pretentious as all shit.
That's right. Okay, because like, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Scott. Because when you're going off your spiel, I was like, you know what? It is funny because like obviously when it comes to the first phase, and you were talking about the directors, not many people know who directed the Incredible Hulk.
Louis Leterrier.
Louis Leterrier.
Louis Leterrier, who is supposed to be directing the next Fast and Furious movie.
Oh,
like, good luck, buddy. Good luck, buddy.
Well, he took over Fast X from
Justin Lin.
Justin Lin.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because Justin Lin looked like he was being held captive by fucking Vin Diesel in that one video.
Yeah.
God damn,
that was
bad.
Another Fast and Furious freaking movie.
Yeah, I know. It's so stupid. We're going to bring on some other people right now. We got Ronan. What's happening, sir?
Yo. How everybody doing?
We're doing pretty good.
Ronan is he's making the ransom call right now. You know, how much do you want, Ronan?
Enough to put me to sleep for 2 days straight, full 18 hours.
Well, all you have to do is just listen to me talk about how much I don't like James Gunn, then you'll be fine.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. No. So
Put that in my voicemail background.
I was gonna say too, like another thing, Scott. That's like so with Marvel right now. Like the only thing I'm wondering is like, what are we doing with these TV shows that like people didn't give a crap about? Like, there's so many TV shows Marvel had put out that I honestly could say like were so unnecessary. Like, who the fuck asked for Ironheart? Like, I didn't mind Ironheart being introduced in Wakanda Forever. It made sense. Okay, you wanted to add another, black superhero into the mix. That kind of made sense to me. But why did we have to give her a whole show?
I think Feige has even come out and said this, is that between them and the Disney execs, it was in that era.
Yeah, it was pandemic.
The idea was we need that phrase that I've learned to just absolutely describe.
Content.
We need content. We need content. We just need to make.
When it came to Disney and Star Wars and Marvel, it was like go.
But can we have good content? Like
I know, but the thing it was like when you look at. Yeah, when you look at Ironheart, nobody they just sort of they dumped it. Secret Invasion was shit too. She-Hulk was kind of like, all right.
And I've read now once again, you read on the internet, so you always have to but I've read about some of the I was reading something about like the behind the scenes on She-Hulk and the showrunner and all kinds of shenanigans that happened. With that.
The thing though is like She-Hulk, even though She-Hulk wasn't really well received, I personally thought it was okay, but that's just my opinion. Like I
it had its moments.
Right, it had its moments, but like She-Hulk,
beginning and the end for me.
Yeah. She-Hulk made sense. She-Hulk kind of made sense. Like even Secret Invasion, Nick Fury's story, it wasn't that great, but it made sense to make it. It made sense to make it, but Ironheart, the friggin' what's the other one with the friggin' chick who didn't speak in
Echo.
Yeah,
I didn't even watch that one.
It started off okay, but it totally just lost the plot. Like episode 1, episode 2, okay, and it was one of those things that, and then it just I think
on paper, the idea was to introduce some of your more lesser known characters in a smaller way, and I think the idea and the what's the word here, the effort was there. However, that said, I do think the execution for some of those early Disney Plus shows was very like, oh, let's just kind of take some of these movie scripts we've had sitting around, chop them up.
They did the same thing with Star Wars.
That.
You know,
right,
the thing is
right.
like they were like
the Obi-Wan Kenobi show was that.
Yeah, it's like everybody's home, so let's put content at home.
Yeah,
so they were like, hey, do that one. They did that. That's what they did, and yeah, they
not
they
to mention
not that great.
It's also been on record that when it came to all of that, the Chapek era, Kevin Feige was spread so thin he didn't even have time to like oversee, you know, final calls or final cuts on like things like Secret Invasion or She-Hulk. And even in that respect, if you look at like some of the projects too, like She-Hulk wasn't ever gonna be, you know, something that could continue long standing because it was such an expensive show to produce to begin with. Same with like, unfortunately, as much as I really liked it, the Acolyte too, because they have to build some of these really wild sets and put it in such a certain time frame for Star Wars, it was going to be not cost effective, unfortunately. And I think She-Hulk is a casualty of that. Whereas, you know, you've got something like Daredevil Born Again, which I would have to imagine is a lot less cost effective because of the fact that we're dealing with such a grounded hero who's very, you know, in terms of like, I mean, basically, you don't have to worry about a super heavy CGI story when it's just a fucking blind dude whipping a fucking make stick around. Like it's a lot more
literally
tangible.
Go outside and go film on the streets of New York.
Right. Thank you. Yes, that. So yeah.
Well, when Phil said they were making lesser known characters, in my head, the first thing I thought was like, I could live with knowing them even lesser. Okay, we don't need independent shows for characters that no one's gonna really like. It's not like when Channing Tatum came on screen in Deadpool and Wolverine as Gambit, and everyone freaked the F out. Like, ain't nobody jumping up and down in the friggin' theaters when Ironheart shows up in Doomsday.
Because nobody knows who she actually is.
No one's gonna yell and cheer for Ironheart. No one's gonna yell and cheer for Echo. It's like these are characters that, I mean, I get what they're trying to do, but like there's no hype. So giving them a show just for the sake of content's like, cool, you just basically were just like every other YouTuber on the platform, just doing shit to do it and hope that you get some money off it. Good job.
And then also, and what's telling for me personally is how these shows, for the most part, have had absolutely little to no effect on the movies.
Minus Loki, but yeah.
Or the shows. Like it's like
I did like the Hawkeye series. I
enjoyed the
Hawkeye was fun.
Hawkeye was pretty good. I will say
Matter of fact, there's an argument to be made.
Not because I have a crush on Haley Steinfeld, I swear.
There's an argument to be made that Hawkeye indirectly kind of influences, you know, an effect on Daredevil, because without Hawkeye you don't get the reintroduction of Kingpin.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I thought Hawkeye then also did a good job of.
And you also get more Yelena, which then kind of feeds into. Yes, Phil, I'm working with you here.
I love Florence Pugh, man. That woman does things for me.
She is friggin' hilarious, and I love.
She's adorable. She's adorable.
She's funny.
Like I know when I saw like a supercut of like, oh yeah, the Lena supercut. I love it when she shows up in the Hawkeye series when. What's her name, like throws like a something
the hot sauce.
She goes hi, and I'm like, you're okay, like just that right there. I'm like, oh,
you can tell she loves her role, and I hope to see her for a long time. And I know this is gonna be a hot take. And I love her better. I love her more than Scarlett Johansson. Sorry.
And I'm just saying, like,
that's not hard.
Even though like the bathhouse sequence was like so fucking random, I'm like. I'm okay with it because I'm
nobody is complaining about that. Yeah. Nobody is going to complain about that.
It felt very Deadpool, though. I'm not going to lie. That scene felt very Deadpool kind of.
Yeah. But with her being Russian, it just felt like you know what came to my mind also was like GoldenEye. I still, Bond walking into the bathhouse and then, Xena Onatopp attacking him. And of course, that's because it's also my favorite line.
Famke Janssen was that.
Famke Janssen was Xena Onatopp. And I like it when they fight. And I still love that scene where he like pulls out the Walther and cocks the hammer and goes, no more foreplay. You know?
So I
That was a
saw
sexy
someone.
scene.
No.
I saw
Sexy
someone in the
scene.
chat. I saw someone in the chat say that SAG should work for DC, and I thought about it while you guys were talking. I was like, you know what the hell I would do if I was running DC? I would pull every resource I could to really push to get the rights to make Static Shock. Static Shock, 100%. I would
Sure,
push
yeah.
hard. Like, we need Static Shock in the DC, like, right now. And that's the only reason why we haven't got it, is because, you know, rights issues. But, like, I would be fighting for that IP just to make a
Which
live
was
action. I
interesting
know fans would love to see it.
Dennis Cohen, who was one of the co-creators of Milestone, actually had a there was a DC, like on the DC YouTube channel or something. There was an interview and he like discussed about stuff, because since Dave and I have been watching Static Shock with DC Fanimated right now, we're doing that right now with bouts between that and Batman Beyond. It's been fun getting more tapped into Milestone and learning more about those characters in that universe. And I like Virgil. Virgil's
Virgil
great
Hawkins
kid.
is awesome.
That's the thing that bothers me. It's like people always talk about, you know, especially like the anti-woke people. They always talk about like, well, you know, people want more representation. And I'm like, you would think that the creators of Static Shock, you know, or whoever's owning the IPs, like that's the perfect representation, because when that show came out, that was definitely for like young kids who looked like me. And that's one thing that I would say, like, that needs to happen, because Static Shock had some amazing storylines and crossovers with DC superheroes. He was pretty important, kind of like how like Spider-Man was important for some of the stories that we missed out on in Marvel because they didn't have the rights to it. Like, he had a very big role in Civil War. Like, he was right there front and center, and because they couldn't really get him and set him up for that stuff, you know, we kind of lost a little bit of Spider-Man, Peter Parker's story involvement in these stories that were already told before we can introduce him. So I'm like, we need to get Static Shock. I think Static Shock would be a great addition to the DC, and I think that would get people at least some excitement, because they're like, oh shoot, they really did it. They got Static Shock.
Well, Michael B. Jordan was supposed to be doing that, but
no,
yeah.
I'm done with him. We can't have him in no more shit. Okay, I'm done. I love Michael B. Jordan, but I'm done. Like,
you talking about Academy Award-winning Michael B. Jordan?
Him and Idris Elba. Like, I love Idris Elba and I love Michael B. Jordan. They both started in the same TV show, which I think is a fantastic story. If you guys don't know Michael B. Jordan, you didn't know they were both in The Wire.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were both started off in The Wire. Like, a lot of actors who were like big, they started in The Wire, especially like all the black actors. But no, they really did. That's the crazy part. I'm kind of just like, I love Idris Elba, and I'm glad he'll take any job. Like, he is not limited to anything big or small. I've seen him in the most random shit on Netflix, and I'm like, bro, okay. But like, come on, there's more black people that exist.
I know, but someone like Michael B. Jordan with his pull now that his value, he could.
And I like the fact that he's broken into directing, because I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah,
like Saki,
Thomas Crown Affair.
The Thomas Crown Affair. When that got announced, I had no interest in it whatsoever. I was like,
It
really,
looked really good.
And then I saw the trailer, and I was like, never mind. I am here for his version of the Thomas Crown Affair, and he's directing it, and it's going to be an IMAX.
Crazy. And also co-starring potentially a Wonder Woman. But we got two people waiting in the backstage. So before we start getting into the thick of stuff, like, here we go, William, and we got Mr. David Perez. Movie Talk Now. What's happening?
William, and I don't know.
Sounds like the DC fandom is finally united.
Sure.
Never.
Always.
Never.
Always united. Never. What are you talking about?
And everyone is talking about
Static Shock's going to save it.
But what about War Machine? What about my boy Rhodey?
Yeah, that wasn't going to happen.
we don't care about Rhodey. He's a side.
Isn't he still being held by the Skrulls or something?
That's where they fucked up in Secret Invasion. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I never cared about War Machine. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the fact that they were like trying to do something with that, I was like, oh, you're just trying to continue the Iron Man kind of, and I was like, that was just not ever.
Yeah,
gonna
because
be a
whatever
thing.
happened to Armor Wars? That came and
That's the
went.
thing.
Right.
They were
Came
gonna
and
turn.
went.
They were gonna
That's
be. It was gonna
exactly
be a
what happened.
series. It was gonna be a movie, and then they just kind of went, no, we don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Wait, David Perez, he just brought up a good point though with War Machine. See, that's another point. Who the hell asked for Ironheart when we had War Machine? Why you wanted a
Exactly.
You wanted a person of color to be the new Iron Man? But what about War Machine? They gave freaking Falcon the freaking Captain America title, but you didn't give War Machine Iron Man. Are we serious?
Right, exactly. And look, let's all be honest. Even if you don't like War Machine, he looks badass on a poster.
Of course.
Oh yeah, he
Of course
does.
he does.
Oh yeah, he does.
He looks badass.
I've always enjoyed War Machine since the '94 Iron Man cartoon because that was because that was my introduction. I mean, that was my introduction to Iron Man. I'm still the one that I remember. I was dating my wife when the Iron Man movie came out, and she was like, "Who's Iron Man?" And I was just like, "Who's I?" Like, because once again, I grew up in an embarrassment of riches of animation that, like, when someone goes, "Who's Iron Man?" I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean, who's Iron Man? He had a cartoon and everything.
Am Iron Man.
Do you know
What
what's
an
very
intro.
impressive though? Scott just told a story about how his wife was his girlfriend and she asked him who Iron Man was, and he still married her after that. That's amazing. I love that.
That's true love. That's true love.
Oh man, no, trust me, it was we had some very. No, of course, you got to remember that I only dated her for 4 months before we got engaged. So
Whoa.
it was-
I had to make the joke because that was funny. Like, who's Iron Man? Yeah, this isn't gonna work. It's like one of those things. Like, if you don't know who Iron Man is, you're too young for me. Bro.
oh no,
I
that
can't.
just shows you how damaged I was. That was used to no one knowing. Like,
Well, it's always fun to
anything that I-
introduce somebody to that stuff. That's what's fun.
God,
Yeah.
the story I still remember was that year, going to see The Dark Knight with my parents and her, and because we were engaged by that point, and it's still her looking at me while I'm watching The Dark Knight and her going, "You look like a fucking 12-year-old watching Saturday morning cartoons," and me turning to her going, "I know."
And it was at that moment she had doubts. She's like, "And I'm marrying this guy. Yeah, I'm gonna marry him. Yeah, I'll marry him. Yeah, I think I'll marry."
I remember seeing The Dark Knight 3 times in the
Oh
theater.
man.
Yeah,
Of
same.
course. Yeah.
3 times
I
opening
have
weekend.
to
Or not
be
opening
honest.
weekend, but within like
I
a month.
never saw a Batman movie in the theaters.
Wow. Dang.
Yeah.
Still-
All right. So Saggy, plug your stuff and we'll see you later. Just kidding.
no,
I
still
wasn't
remember.
allowed.
I still
weren't
remember seeing
allowed?
Batman. I still remember
No.
seeing Batman '89 in the theater.
I've seen every Batman movie. Yeah.
Fuck, you guys are old. Just kidding.
Yeah, we are. We are all.
Hey, I saw Batman '89 in a movie theater that doesn't exist. Like, not only does it not exist anymore, I mean the building is
Dude.
gone. Like
So, like,
it's a
come on.
hole.
I saw Batman.
That's
89.
me. That's me, but with Spider-Man. I've seen every Spider-Man movie
I've seen
in the
every
same
Batman.
theater.
I've seen every Spider-Man. In
Yeah.
the same theater.
In the same theater. Same
Oh,
theater that
wow.
I've gone to for the last 20 years. I've seen every single Spider-Man movie at that theater.
Okay, I feel like I have to explain myself here because I wasn't allowed to see Batman movies in theater because religious, and apparently a bat resembles Satan and it was the devil, so I wasn't allowed to go see Batman because Batman was evil even though he was a superhero. And when he tried to explain that to your religious parents, but here's
My
the funny
parents
thing.
my just real quick, my parents took 3-year-old me to see Batman Forever, so there's two very
Well, you
different
had good
upbringings going on
You
there.
had nicer family members that were okay with it. I wasn't allowed. Like, here's the
3-year-old. Oh.
I
don't-
distinctly remember one of my earliest memories is watching my father just gawk over fucking Nicole Kidman.
Oh, of course. Chase Marie.
I was gawking over Nicole Kidman. What are you
Yeah, but
talking
we were
about?
like
Well,
13.
Think about it.
We were
13.
13. That is true.
Yeah.
We were 13.
I remember
here's-
waiting out in the rain opening night in this old crappy theater in the town I used to live in with me and my best friend at the time, watching. We were going to go watch it. Yeah, I think I was like 12, 11, whatever the hell, 95. Jesus Christ.
There's
Yeah.
another funny story with Batman Forever, but I'm not going to say it here.
Well,
I
I still
was
remember going.
I
I still
was
remember taking
16.
Liam the weekend that he turned 4 years old. My first movie I took him to was the Lego Batman movie, and I still remember him sitting in my lap, eating his popcorn, drinking his Sprite. We were wearing 3D glasses because even though we didn't go to see a 3D movie, it started projecting in 3D, so I had to like run out and get glasses. I still remember him sitting in my lap, and then there were some jokes that were just happening that I was laughing my ass off. And I just remember him, 4-year-old Liam, turning to me going, "Daddy, why are you laughing so much?" Because Daddy finds this very funny.
Yeah. So
Like,
I
these
wasn't
jokes are for me, not
I
for
wasn't
you.
allowed to watch the Batman movie, but I somehow managed to trick my family and, well, at least my uncle, into taking me to see the South Park movie. So that was fun.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
My uncle was more. It was him and his girlfriend. They were mortified
I'm
after the
sure.
first 5 minutes. They kept looking at me, and I was laughing my
Yeah.
ass off at every joke. And they're just like,
Yeah.
"There's something wrong with you." I'm like, "Yeah, but you go and take me to see Batman, but you'll take me to see South Park. That's what's happening." And then I'm gonna tell Grandma about it.
So much
and then
worse.
next time I ask to go see Batman, you should take me to go see Batman. But
Yeah.
I never did see a Batman movie. In theater.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hey David, I don't know. Have we been on the Vodka stream together before? I feel like this is the first time. I don't know. Am I crazy here?
What?
I don't think we've ever been on screen together. I've seen you
Who?
on David.
No, we've
Right?
this is our first time, although we've been like barely missing each other literally week after week. So I'm glad to be with you, Scott.
I've been
I'll give you a
I've been
fist bump
catching
right
I've been catching you on my. You've been showing up on my YouTube algorithm, and of course I see you on X. So nice to meet you.
I'm like
yeah.
herpes.
There you
I'm
go.
everywhere.
Oh,
Jesus.
thanks. I appreciate
Wow.
that.
He's very itchy and burning.
Yeah, I need some penicillin right now. There's about a portion of
Damn.
alcohol on it.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Right, like, geez, Louise. Hello.
I'm sorry. All that ever reminds me of is I read the book of The Omen.
Oh, okay.
And so in the original Omen, I forgot who plays like the really sleazy reporter that teams up with the senator who adopts the who adopts Damien. I'm trying to remember.
Gregory Peck?
Gregory
No,
Peck's
that's
he's-
his main guy.
He's the
father.
politician.
Politician. There you go.
Yeah, but who
Where I
played
watched the
the
reporter?
sleazy reporter?
Was
the
it
old-
David Warner? No,
Okay.
because I'm looking at there's not. I'm sorry, IMDb doesn't have him listed as sleazy reporter.
Well, come on. But David
His
Warner
name is
seems like
Jennings. Jennings. That's what
Keith
his name
Jennings was his character. Hold on, let me see.
was. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me.
Priest, psychiatrist.
That seems like David Warner seems like he would have played the sleazy reporter. Hold
Yeah,
on.
Maybe it was him because I don't see anybody else.
Oh
'cause
yeah.
everybody-
He was the sleazy reporter.
Yeah, because we
Okay.
have doctor, psychiatrist, nanny, monk. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so I just terrible story, but I remember reading the book of The Omen, and he described.
Detective? Sorry.
Yes, detective.
Maggie, were you allowed to see the Omen?
But I remember it
my phone
describes.
is bugging right now.
He describes in the book him having sex with some prostitutes,
Whoa.
and then peeing on himself and rubbing on his genitals as a way
Oh,
of
no.
sanitizing
Oh my
as
Oh,
to protect
Yeah.
from STDs. And I just was like,
Oh yeah, so
okay.
the whole herpy talk was talking.
What a
That's what the whole herpy talk. Yeah, that just got me. I was like, wow, and that's where my brain went. Was that scene from the Omen novel? Okay.
What
okay.
people
That's
did
a bold
before
move,
the
Carter.
internet was weird, right?
It's funny, like bringing up the Omen, and recently, obviously, Sam Neill passed away some weeks ago.
Oh
Like,
yes.
A lot of people talk about some of his underrated movies, and I have seen almost nobody talk about Omen 3, The Final Conflict, in which he plays an older Damien.
Yeah.
And for all the flaws of that, movie, and even the second one, you can't say a bad thing about his performance in that movie because he's fucking great in that
You
movie.
can't. When it
Kevin
comes
Smith talked about it. Yeah.
Sam Neill is one of those where it's like no matter what. Hey, if he's in it. By the way, Saggy, her phone started tripping, so I think
Oh, that
she-
sucks.
Well, you know
there
what-
we go.
you know
She's
what I
back,
just-
She's back. She's back. Is it good?
And you
Good
know what I
thing?
just saw on the internet? You know what Sam Neill's final movie is going to be?
The Legend of Zelda.
Legend of Zelda.
I thought it was going to be Godzilla Kong Supernova, but apparently he did something for Legend of Zelda. And as a Legend of Zelda fan, that makes me very excited. And I'm wondering if he's either going to be the King of Hyrule or the Great Deku Tree.
Ooh.
No.
It could be one of the. I'm hoping it's one or the other.
Spoiler, I'm the Great Deku Tree. Don't
Well,
tell
they-
nobody though.
Yeah.
They've been announcing a lot of casting this week.
Yeah,
Suddenly,
recently now all of a sudden they're like, "Hey, guess what? So and so
I
is
think
in
a,
it.
I think a
So-and-so."
trailer is coming
Oh,
soon.
totally.
I trust Nintendo.
Has to be. Well,
I-
Sony's distributing it, but Nintendo made the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
I trust
It-
them.
I trust Miyamoto. I have no reason not to trust Miyamoto.
well, and
Who's with that?
and Wes Ball. I'm looking. I mean,
Oh,
yeah.
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes was actually
Yes.
really fucking
it was
good.
a solid Apes movie.
I was like, how are you gonna do anything better than Matt Reeves? Now he didn't do it better, but he kept it going. Where I was like,
He
oh,
kept it
wow.
at the bar. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
was
I
like,
do think he did a very
okay,
serviceable
you
job
didn't
with
you
that
didn't
movie.
just phone like not phone it in, but you didn't just like go, let me attempt, and then he tried too hard. No, he kept it where, yeah, the Matt Reeves ones still better, but I'm like going, hey, good job.
But it wasn't like a huge drop. But it wasn't like this huge drop off when you saw
No.
Kingdom.
no.
So I'm looking for. And my kids.
Um,
Oh, they are
Hello?
every few months. Every few months, they're like, "Daddy, we are going to go see the Zelda movie when it comes out, right?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, we are!"
gentlemen, may we take a
That makes
please
me so happy,
pause?
Scott.
Can we take a please pause because somebody has to leave?
Oh yeah, Talada,
Yeah.
you have to leave.
Yeah, I've got a busy day ahead of me. So
Taladia, sorry we didn't cross over much today.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good.
All right, appreciate it, man. Plug whatever you got to
Thanks,
plug.
And,
Good
and
night,
also,
Taladia.
there was a super chat question for you, Dave. Did you
I
guys?
know,
read
I'll
the-
get to it.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Just wanted to
No.
make sure that wasn't missed. Sorry about that.
Yes, so I've got my Batman Cape Crusader final episode releasing today, and then I'm gonna be doing My Adventure with Superman tomorrow, and then Lanterns starting next week. So yeah,
Mm.
All right,
Can't
man.
wait to see your reaction to that.
His
finale.
channel was great, guys. You got to check it
Oh.
out. Taladia plays.
all right,
Yeah,
you guys take
appreciate
care.
it, man.
Have a good
Bye,
night.
Claudia.
Take care, Taladia.
Bye.
See you,
See you
man.
guys. Bye.
Good
Take
night.
it easy. But yeah, Mr. Real Skeptic right here. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Did you guys read the THR article saying apparently no new DC project can be greenlit until after the merger? I saw something about that, and then I saw people go, "No, there's not."
I'd
I don't
heard it.
know. It's like-
Ron and I heard about this at Comic-Con.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's like, I mean, that's
Yeah.
the thing, like that's another thing that DC Studios is going through right now too. But then I heard that then there were people going, "No, it's not actually true," and then I'm like, I don't know what is true. I don't know what is not, but it's just like a whole freaking thing.
Well,
And
Phil, what did you and Ronan hear at like did you hear that?
Well,
or did
this
you
is
get
this
more?
this is more what Ronan told me in regards to because I forget, Ronan, did you directly talk to Tom King about this? Because you were asking him about the animated Mr. Miracle show, and something to the effect of like they can't say a release date because of the merger. They don't have a release date because of the merger.
They're just waiting for that stuff.
Wow, that's a huge inside information. Way to go, Ronan. Whoa.
I
Well,
mean, it
Tom
makes
King, like Tom King was at Artist Alley. Like they have booths there for some of these writers. Like I got in line and I got my stuff signed by Scott Snyder, and I talked to him about the whole Absolute Batman TV show. So yeah, like the merger's holding up a lot of shit for DC, which is pretty unfortunate.
Sadly, I'm
but
not surprised by it because again, like
Yeah.
this show's been worked on for a while, and you would have thought by now it would have either got an official teaser and just a date set point, but because we're in the middle of this tug of war, that we're just waiting for quote unquote the dust to settle, and then I think they can pinpoint when they'll be able to drop it. But
I mean,
he emphasized how good it is.
I don't mind them doing that. That makes sense for them to wait because like they should wait because they need to figure out what they're going to do moving forward and who's going to stick around. I know I saw a lot of people talking about, well, James Gunn's still going to be on for a little bit. Him and Saffron have a contract with, and that's going to roll over, but we won't know until it's said and done, all the paperwork signed and it's official before we even know anything. So I take all this information with a grain of salt, but it does make sense that they want to hold anything until it's complete so that, when the merger's done, they could be like, all right, let's figure it out, because I feel like they're also in
and that's
talks
where
of, like,
Zack
what that
Snyder's
DCU
gonna come in. Sorry,
Zack's gonna save the DCU.
Yeah.
I would
Hallelujah.
slide
I kinda-
right in.
love to see
No.
what Zack would do with a friggin' Marvel property. I really would.
Daredevil.
I would love to see.
Punisher.
Daredevil.
Electra.
Love to see
Electra lives
Punisher.
again.
Electra, yeah.
Yeah.
Punisher.
Well,
I
I
would
mean,
love
but it
to
would be
see
a
that.
Daredevil thing too. But
I would love
when
Punisher.
I saw that I don't know, one of the stupid scoopers out there that said like, oh yeah, Kevin Feige might be interested in Zach, and I'm like, well, I'm sure that's always been kind of a thing. And I'm like, yeah, give him like if Daredevil Born Again season 3 is going to be the last one. And it's like, all right, well, give him the movie, give him a movie, give him an R-rated movie,
Well,
or
Elektra
give him a special edition or special presentation. Like, be like,
Elektra is in season 3.
yeah.
So.
So you'll have
Yeah.
both. I mean, and he's expressed that
Honestly,
obviously he loves Frank Miller's stuff, and Frank Miller, you know.
Oh, Scott, I don't know if you might have left by the time I got around to this, but Frank Miller rode by me with security personnel at San Diego. I was literally like fucking within walking distance of the man.
I wish I could, because I did get I got an autographed copy, a certified autographed copy of his book.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
With
the new book. Yeah.
The new book, the Push the Wall.
Yep.
I got it's got a Marv book plate.
Oh, nice.
And it's signed in gold Sharpie. It's number 47 of 500. And there's a certificate of authenticity that says, I hereby certify that this was hand signed by the author.
Yeah.
Which I love, because I've gotten signed books. You can tell it was a stamp.
Yeah.
But
hand signed is different.
Hand signed hits differently.
Wow.
Actually, you guys will love this. I got a hand signed print of Batman Beyond signed by Paul Dini.
Ooh.
Yeah. Paul,
Damn.
yeah. I love Paul Dini. Ronan knows this. Fucking Paul Dini is like one of my, if not my favorite Batman writer of all time. So seeing him at San Diego was a get. But we're like, me and another friend were walking, right, and then security was like, make way, someone come. And I'm like, well, who the fuck is it? Because you can't see who's and it's Frank Miller on a fucking scooter. And I was like, oh, Frank Miller. And he kind of went, hey. And I was like, dude, you're fucking Frank Miller.
I was actually talking years old, finding out from Dave that he was the inventor of the hand. That was impressive.
Oh yeah, from his Daredevil run. Yes.
The hand is his creation.
1981. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
I was like, yeah.
You go back and read the Daredevil, like Daredevil by Frank Miller omnibus. Like most of the thing, especially from the Netflix show, a lot of concepts that we associate with Daredevil was Frank Miller. I mean, Elektra, the hand, Stick. These were all Frank Miller creations. That's a really amazing run, and it's not as long as you like. It didn't last as long as you think it did. Like when you actually go and like read it, like it's not a really thick omnibus.
Dense run, yeah.
It's not
Kingpin.
a dense.
The way Kingpin is used now as mostly a Daredevil villain, that's all Frank.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all good. I mean, I was talking to Chris about. I was thinking in my head, like, if I had a chance to meet Frank Miller, like, what would I get signed? Because I have all the single, like, anything that he has done for Batman, I have the singles for. Like, all of them. The first CGC book I have is the holiday special that has the Denny O'Neil story, Santa Claus Wanted Dead or Alive, which was the first time that Frank drew Batman, was for this little short story. But even though I could get what I've come to when it comes to getting things signed, there's like, this is something that would add value to the book, maybe monetarily, but then there are things that I would like to get signed that would be sentimental, like
sentimental value.
Like he signs it to you, like dear Scott.
Right. So for me, what I
animated
have,
series is great.
Right, I have the Long Meadow Press pleather with a ribbon, the complete Frank Miller Batman that came out in 1989. It was the first Frank Miller book. It had Year One, Santa Claus Wanted Dead or Alive, and Dark Knight Returns. It's actually how I read all those stories for the first time, was this little collection, and my aunt gave it to me when I was 7. Yes, a 7-year-old reading Dark Knight Returns was not the best idea in the world. I've told this story before. But I feel like that's what I would want to get signed. Yes, it's a collection, but for me, it would be like, but this is the first thing of yours I ever
consumed.
Yeah, this is the first thing of yours I ever
Sentimental.
read, and
Yeah.
it was your, and at the time it was the only thing you had done. Year one, that Santa Claus story and Dark Knight Returns, and I just feel like that's what I would want to get signed because I
Now, are
would
those
go,
singles? Did you read them, or are they in the original packaging and untouched? And
Oh,
you know,
the singles are bagged, boarded, and I've never touched the singles.
beautiful,
The
beautiful.
No
singles,
fingerprints.
no. The singles are I have a long box that is just
Do you?
Frank Miller Batman. Oh, shut up, Dave.
Sorry.
Ew.
Shut up. But I've got all the original issues of
Pause.
Dark Knight Returns. I've got all the issues of Year One. I've got all the issues of All Star Batman and Robin, Dark Knight Strikes Again, Dark Knight 3, The Master Race. Like everything he has done, I have a bag and boarded single of. And it's but well, those would be cool to get signed. I feel like that Frank Miller collection would be like, but this is sentimental because this is how I met you, was this book. And I feel like that would be a conversation. Like, I feel like that'd be like a story that would be cool to share, when they sign. Cause I always like being able to like talk to people. It's like when I met Mike Grell, it was really cool to get to talk to.
Okay.
Talk
Scott,
to
you
him.
haven't written your will yet, have you?
So you know what's funny?
Yes, I have. Yes, I
Apply
have.
everything Scott just said to Frank Miller, me and Scott Snyder. But that's for Absolute Batman. I have everything that man has done for Absolute Batman in a box right now.
Yeah.
And I did get some issue signed.
I have for Scott Snyder, I have everything. I have every issue plus every variant of his New 52 Batman run.
Got me.
Oh, with Capullo? Nice.
So I have all of that, but in trade form.
See, I was buying those singles from that was one of those things I've talked about where it's so great to have one of those iconic runs that wasn't iconic at the time because it was just what was coming out. And if you to realize when it's all said and done with, that you go, well, fuck, I have every single, I have every variant, and it was just because I was collecting at the time. And now it's like, I have Scott Snyder's Batman run. Like,
yeah, it's funny. Like that whole weekend at San Diego, I got Scott Snyder to sign some stuff, ran into him, got Paul Dini to sign a print that I got, was in the vicinity of Frank Miller, and fucking Matt Fraction walked by me and I noticed him and I was like, you're Matt Fraction. You're writing Batman. He was like, yeah, how you doing? I was like, bro, have a great con. He was like, yeah, I'll be signing stuff over there in like an hour. And I was like, it's an exclusive panel and I didn't get into it.
Sounds like all these guys are friendly though in real life. That's a positive. Sounds like they're legit friendly and personable. That's all you can ask for, right?
Scott Snyder is hands down the nicest.
Whoa.
Like someone's echoing.
Feedback.
Yeah, someone's echoing. William, are you echoing?
William.
Shouldn't
William, he came back.
Test. Yeah, William, you're echoing.
Yeah, so again, Scott Snyder is hands down like one of the nicest people I've ever had the pleasure of having my stuff signed, answering questions.
Down to earth.
Just super nice, super pleasurable. And even just letting him know, like, look, man, like your book got me through a really difficult time. I was unemployed, and the only thing that kept me going was like Absolute Batman. That was the only thing I had like looking forward to month was reading that book. It was great, dude. Like that book is just too fucking good, and I'm glad it's getting the love and notoriety it is. And matter of fact, when I was talking to one of Scott Snyder's merchandise guys, one of his handlers, we were just kind of shooting the shit while I was waiting in line. I was like, yeah, I'm really excited for the animated series. He was like, yeah, that would not have happened if not for the fandom, man. Like it got to the point. It got to the point where people at DC were like, yeah, his fans are really asking for this. It got to the point where James Gunn even had to be like, all right, fine, fucking greenlight the damn thing.
How involved is he in the animated project? Is he the
James Gunn or Scott Snyder?
Snyder.
Showrunner.
So here's showrunner. He's showrunner. Him and Nick Dragata like run the damn thing. Also, everything Absolute in the Absolute universe is ran by and through Scott Snyder.
You're still echoing, William. Test.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right now? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, I think it would.
Yeah, but we can still hear.
No, yeah, there's still a little bit of an echo. Yeah, it's weird. Who do we lose right now?
Saggy.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Saggy.
Yeah, there's still an echo. Test. Still a little bit. Yeah.
I can't hear it on this.
What was the Grinch quote when he was doing the echo?
Echo, 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 echo,
Echo.
Do you have like your microphone like fully
No, I have
on?
a camera microphone on that I've been using.
That's probably why.
No, that's the one that was working.
Test. I think it's good now.
Yeah, we're good.
Now.
There you go.
Nope.
Well, no, there it is again. Yeah, it's still echoing. Yeah, it
Bro,
felt
go
like
get
it
your
was-
cat ears.
No, I don't have that here.
Oh man.
What was it? What was the echo that went back to the Grinch when he gave it, and then it like heckled him? What was that?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah. But it's weird, dude. Like Scott Snyder's showrunning his own animated series based on his book, and Tom King is showrunning his own animated series that's based on his book. Like it's I love that these creators are getting these.
It's amazing.
Great era. This is the.
I'm
golden
really
era of
looking
animation.
forward to that Mr. Miracle series because I loved that book.
I love that book. Yeah,
That
I
book
have it.
was so good.
It's on my reading list. Like I actually just started reading One World Under Doomsday because I'm just trying to mentally
book.
prepare myself
Great
for Doomsday.
story. Big fan.
Yeah,
of that story.
yeah. I'm reading that, and I'm also going to read Secret Wars. They're not synonymous with one
The
another.
original?
But no, the 2015 Hickman.
Very
I'm
nice.
reading-
That's
I'll
a
be
great one. But
reading
you have
that.
to read the incursions beforehand. So just
I have all of that in
Okay,
digital
great.
form, thanks to Chris.
Oh yeah,
he-
Balga hooked. Anyone who asked, Balga was like, "Here's the Hickman run. Like
Yep.
here's everything that you need."
Yep. Yeah. It's
Here's your
everything.
homework before reading it.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Well, the thing was, I was reading the Hickman run before. It was one of those things that I was collecting it before I had to trim back on books and before my comic book store, just ceased to exist. And I still remember the issue. I think it's of the new Avengers because it was like bouncing between Avengers and New Avengers leading up to Secret Wars. And I still remember the issue. Like I can remember the cover art because it sat on my basement floor forever, stacked up because I would stack the books in the order I needed to read them. And so there are issues of comics that I've never read that the cover art is just burned to my brain because it sat there on the floor.
Such great art, though. Such beautiful art. And I love Namor and Black Panther's rivalry. It was such a great dynamic. And Namor he was Vegeta before Vegeta was even a thought. You know, he was the badass prince, super arrogant, super powerful of a dying species. You know what I'm saying? Like he is quite a character. I hope they, lock him in a little bit in the MCU.
My only problem with the Hickman run is that Hickman is such an intricate and dense writer that you basically need to like trade weight his books because trying to read those things month to month, it's like trying to read a novel where you read a chapter and then you wait a month to read the next chapter and like just all of the intricate details. Because did you ever read his book East of West?
Not me personally.
Image book, right?
What'd you say, Ronan?
It's an image book, right?
It's an image book. Yeah, it was an image book that Hickman did. And it was a post-apocalyptic sci-fi Western. And it was it is like cyborg horsemen of the apocalypse with gunslingers. But just like that, like there's maps, and it's one of those things where you would read it issue by issue, but then you realized, damn, I just kind of need to start from the beginning again because I'm losing the threads because like it's like watching shows, like trying to watch like Game of Thrones, where like you watch a season, then you wait a year, and you try to watch the next season. You're like, what the fuck happened last season? I can't remember. Who are these people again? Hickman's like that. Hickman.
I haven't read his X-Men run, but people who read his X-Men run were like, it's so good, but it's a commitment. Like people have to reread it, and that was before the new issue came out.
And then Marvel fucked him.
Yeah. Everything Hickman writes is a commitment because he does not dumb it down for you.
Yeah.
He's got this grand, intricate story with lots of ideas that he's playing with. I never read his Fantastic Four run, but I heard that his Fantastic Four run like saved the Fantastic Four as a book, and that's what got him like the Avengers, and then that's when he just kind of created this intricate story that led to the.
I really enjoyed his Fantastic Four run, and really great art to go along with it. It needs to be good art when you have that dense of material.
Who was the artist for his Fantastic Four run?
You know, I don't remember off the top of my head. I just remember the style was just really perfect, like perfect.
I'm one of those people that bad art can kill good writing.
1000%.
Even with animation. Yeah.
Oh God,
yeah.
Especially, Dave knows that I am super picky about animation.
Oh yeah, when we talk about certain animation, and when it comes to even like the DCAU stuff, it's
okay.
Like, yeah.
Scott.
As
an animation buff,
here we go.
I need your opinion. Ron already knows.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
How do you feel about Invincible?
I know you're not a fan. I actually, I will say this though. I think it was season 3. Whenever he went to the con and he meets Robert Kirkman at the con, I thought it was really fun. The meta humor of how you cut corners in animation, I thought was hilarious because I got the joke. It doesn't do it. I see the times they do the things that are corner cutting, but I didn't find them as bad as, say, like season 4 of Young Justice really pissed me off with the way that they did. Like season 4 of Young Justice felt like it was budget cuts and cutting corners that did not get resolved until the final battle at the finale. Like when they're fighting Zod and the Phantom Zone criminals at the end of season 4, that was when I was like, oh, somebody decided to put a budget on this animation because now it's fluid and it's moving and the fighting doesn't look stiff.
Which is a shame because early on it was so dynamic, right?
Oh, go back and watch season 1 of Young Justice, and the animation in season 1 is it is on point.
See,
it's already starting to go downhill a little bit of season 2, and then by the HBO Max seasons, you can see the budget cuts.
Now, what would you guys prefer, good art or good animation? Because sometimes shows pick one. They kind of lean towards one.
Well, I'm of the mind that Invincible just looks like straight garbage no matter what. So,
which I'm not there. So there we go. So, but
I've had that problem since season 1. Like I think it's gotten progressively even worse, but that's just me.
Okay, no, so David, to address your question, this is how I interpret your question. So tell me if I'm interpreting it correctly, because I want to give you a legitimate answer here. So when you say good art versus good animation, when you say good animation, are you talking about those times when the fluidity of the movements, not exactly frame, like
so here's an example. So have you ever seen Dragon Ball Super where they cut corners in terms of the art style to make better animation? But then if you look at Dragon Ball Z, there's better art, right? If for like a freeze frame, right? Everyone is buff and there's so much detail, but the animation isn't the same.
I know exactly what you're referring to because I've seen both. And I actually have all of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball. I have all of Dragon Ball Z on Blu-ray.
So an example would be Justice League Unlimited or the DCAU. They cut corners in terms of the art, right? And they made everyone boxy to make the animation better, right? So the animation's so dynamic and powerful, but they did that because they cut some corners in terms of the art style, right? It doesn't look right out of a comic book.
But you know what's funny about your initial thing in regards to Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super is that because of that, they're going back and redoing the entire first arc of Super to make up for that poor animation, which is funny. It's super funny. But what's funny is like I'm thinking of currently, since I just finished watching Cape Crusader, and like I think the animation of that show is actually really splendid. But some of the art, if you freeze frame it right, it's
Yeah.
questionable.
But what I would
Mhm.
say about Cape Crusader is that I feel like the animation in season 2 is an upgrade over the animation in season 1.
Interesting.
I
I
can-
found a lot of the action, and so it was moving
Okay.
more fluidly in season 2 as compared to some stiffness I would detect in season 1. So David, to
Okay.
your point, I would say of course, if I could have my cake and eat it too, I would like both.
Of course,
Like,
yeah.
I mean, honestly, if you go back and look at episodes like in the Batman the Animated Series, like Heart of Ice or On Leather Wings, where you
Feet of
got
Clay.
both, but you also bankrupted like an animation studio literally bankrupt itself making Heart of
Dude.
Ice. So if I have to pick one or the other, I would rather have I would rather have better animation because
Yep.
once again, I'm not looking at a book.
Mhm.
I'm watching an animated series and I want it to move and be fluid.
Motion.
For instance, even in Justice League, and Dave's getting a preview of my thoughts going. I think season 1 of Justice League does not look good. I do not like the animation or the art in season 1, and they fixed it by season 2. The animation's
They were
better.
like, oh yeah, we know.
The colors are better.
Superman versus Captain Marvel or Shazam is such a great fight. Oh.
Oh, and by Unlimited, I'm not worried about what happens on Unlimited. Once they fixed it by Justice League season 2, season 2 onward through Unlimited,
So
we're good. We're good on that. But I'm
Anyway,
gonna say I would rather
William,
good
you're back and you're still
animation
echoing.
versus
Still
better
echoing.
art. It's like, for instance,
StreamYard thing. I'm going to
Okay.
come out and restart the computer and come back because I've tried different.
Okay.
Probably.
So
StreamYard
David, to your
anyway.
point, look at Spider-Man in '94 versus say like the Spectacular Spider-Man. Okay,
Right. That's a good example because Spider-Man, the animated series, focused more on the art, but Spectacular focused more on the animation by a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Because the thing about Spider-Man the Animated Series is that there are specific episodes that look great. Well, like the Lizard episode, the Doc Ock episode, the first Symbiote episode, the first Green Goblin episode.
Even
Like
Secret Wars.
those stand out to me because the art was great and the animation was great. Other times, sometimes neither one of them was great. What I loved about Spectacular, besides the writing, because I love Greg Weisman, and I thought he wrote a great show with Spectacular
Yes, he
Spider-Man, was that I think here's another thing. With Spectacular, it was consistent. The art style stayed the same, and the animation quality stayed the same, and it was fluid and it worked. Did it look a little bit more cartoony? Absolutely. But kind of like what you talked about with what the DCAU did. By Superman and the new Batman Adventures and on, they stripped down the details and the art because even they said it made it easier to animate.
Right. That's why. That is the reason. If you look at Batman, the animated series first season, there's so much shading and matte backgrounds, and they had to cut down on that because if you're going to make fluid fight scene animations, you got to choose one or the other if there's a budget, unless you want to go bankrupt. Then you do both.
Dude. There's
Well,
a
not only
sequence in
that-
Cape Crusader season 2 that involves gunshots and Batman fighting motion. And the guys who've seen it, they know what I'm talking about. There's a little sequence where the gangsters are shooting shots and Batman is making his way through a room. And it's one of the most gorgeous, like timed, like action sequences.
Is it the one that kind of reminds you of Pattinson's movie?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I know the exact
Yeah.
scene you're talking about too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
like
Yeah. There's honestly, when I think of like really solid animation for Cape Crusader, of this season, it's the Scarecrow episode with Harley.
Oh
man, that episode is like cream of the crop for this season, in my opinion. Like that is probably the best animated episode of the season, personally. Like I thought that one was really well done. But honestly,
I like the Spectral Hand one as well.
That was fun, but also like I think I texted Scott about this. I was like, I'm at this episode, and he was like, oh.
yeah. I was like, okay, yeah,
yeah.
I love that
like,
episode.
Yeah, I don't know. there's something about season 2 that I was just like, this is fine, but I'm not loving this. Like, I think I wasn't a, yeah, like I don't hate it, right? Like I love Batman. Everyone knows me, knows I'm a huge Batman fan. But like when it came to Cape Crusader, honestly, I think season 1 might be a little stronger. But my biggest complaint, and I know this is probably it's more of a nitpick than it is anything. It's not really a complaint or really a fault, but I don't like how the show kills seminal villains. I'm not a fan of that.
I know what you mean. Okay.
Because
What
I don't
do you guys
like
think about the rework of Harley, though? I personally like her. I think
I love it.
Really interesting.
Jimmy Chung is fantastic.
great. It's fantastic. But my problem is you've got great villains like Two-Face and Riddler who are no longer viable at all. Also, great villain applies to Two-Face, not so much the Riddler. I was actually really not a fan of what happened with the Riddler by the end of the season. I was really disappointed with how they handled that character because, like, I understand that they wanted to do different things with these versions of these characters, and I think some deviations work really well. Like, for instance, Harley Quinn. I thought the way they interpreted her character for this show was really well done. But when it comes to the Riddler, he's just a fucking gangster who kills people. There's
John
nothing,
Dillinger. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing really there.
No Ridley kind of stuff.
Right, but
there's some riddling. It's okay. I don't want to. I'm trying not to spoil things for Dave because he hasn't. He's only watched the first 2 episodes.
I haven't seen it.
Fuck! All right, my bad. Shit.
But I think the difference is for me, Phil, is that I am a lot more. I'm open. I'm not.
It's not that I'm not open to interpretation. It's just this ended up being an interpretation that I wasn't superbly fond of.
And for me, I think the difference is that one, I love the jump from TV-14 to TVMA. I like how much darker, but I also love
it's a lot more graphic.
It's a lot more.
Oh, dude. Oh man.
I mean, Declan got to the point that he just had to cover his eyes and say, "Tell me when the bullet holes go away." and I probably just went, "Declan, you can't watch the show anymore. Like we're just done. You can't watch this. You can't watch the show anymore. This isn't for you. This is Daddy's Batman." But also, I just love 1930s pulp noir so much.
Oh yeah.
I think for me, Phil, while some of these interpretations are working for you, I'm enjoying. Oh, I see what you did there, making this more of a 30s gangster.
I love the setting. I love the setting and the tone. But again, my issue just purely stems from characterization at this point.
And it's funny too because you're talking about the Riddler, and I've only seen the first 2 episodes, and I even noticed that too. I was like, not being too Riddler-y, but I don't mind it. It's like,
but they also
call him Eddie. Hey, it's Eddie. Look at Eddie. Yeah, fucking Eddie.
He always reminded me of Big Boy Capri from Dick Tracy. I want that Tracy dead. You hear me? Dead.
Very Joe Pesci, if you will. Like
very Joe Pesci. And once again, but see, that's what I'm personally enjoying.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
And it's and that's what it is. It's less of the super villainy stuff and more of the let's make these characters, something from a Pulp Fiction novel. And I'm enjoying that, but that's all. But once again, that's my jam. You're literally making a show that goes, here's all the things that Scott likes. Let's put it in a box. Yeah. It's Batman. It's 30s. It's pulp noir. I mean, what they do with because you've seen the second episode. So when I realized that the Rocketeer character is Roxy Rocket, I was just like, okay, that's fun. All right, I'm in. I'm cool with this. This is fun. And so for me, it's just, and the music goes jazzier.
Oh man,
season
the music.
1. And so it's, but once again, it's just playing to my sensibilities in a way that I just want to sit there with a martini and smoke a cigarette and just be like, a dark night in the city that knows how to keep it secret.
If you like Mickey Spillane, if you like Mike
I love
Hammer,
Mickey Spillane. I love Mickey Spillane.
This season is like Dave. There's an episode 3 called Deep Cover. Has barely anything to do with like a main rogues gallery villain. Yeah, the third one, and it got me so emotional and I was like, how the hell are they doing this with a throwaway character? And by the end of it, you're like, wow, this episode had an
Fucking
impact.
what villain is it in the third one? I don't
Well,
remember.
we can't say.
I don't want to ruin it, but
They-
don't wanna ruin
Tim
it.
still has it. Let's agree. Bruce Tim still has it. I'm sorry, I meant yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bruce Tim still has it. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't necessarily agree, but go on.
You know what? You know what, Phil? I think, and I could tell this because what I love about season 1 is what Ed Brubaker brought.
Wait
to
a
it.
minute.
And
Just text me the villain. You both have my fucking number. Just text me the villain.
Right. Yeah.
okay, I'll tell it to you.
Because
no
like
passing nuggets.
I am blanking on the fucking character right now,
You
and
can
it's
say
like
it.
it's in
I'm
my fucking
okay.
head.
It's fine.
Okay, hold
But
on.
and what I love about this season is that they use characters that you wouldn't think they would use for Batman, and they gave these very I think deep emotional moments. Like again, there's an episode, episode 5, right before the one that Phil was praising, that has to do with a different character in DC Comics, and the way they use this character was so, in my opinion, beautiful and tragic. And I'm like, wow, Batman gets to experience this, and it's not what you would usually expect from a Batman show, if you will. And I think what maybe Phil is not digging about the show is because as far as I know, Ed Brubaker is not part of season 2.
No,
and I love
he's
Ed
not.
Brubaker.
He's not part of season 2. So
Yeah,
He only wrote. I thought he wrote an episode of season 2.
I never saw his name show up in an episode of season 2, and I paid
could've
attention to the
swore I-
credits.
Could have
yeah.
swore I saw
In
it.
season 1, you saw it all the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
I'm pretty
there's
sure
a
he
Yeah.
did write
reason
an episode
you
of
guys
season
think
2,
there'll
but
be a
I'm gonna have to
season.
double check that. But
David,
it's
what
not
would
so
you
much
say?
that I don't like it. I'm just saying, like, I think it's fine, but I'm just not. Again, it's just a gripe with how they handle some of the villains and how
Some choices.
quickly- Exactly.
And right, and you don't have to. And for me, I think season 2 is a huge step up from season 1, and I enjoyed season 1. But season 2 just got me because like my favorite episode of season 1 was the onomatopoeia episode. I
Oh,
loved
dude, I
I
love that.
loved
episode.
their interpretation of onomatopoeia. And
Yeah.
and Corrigan was in that and that was the episode with
Yes.
Corrigan. So
Yes.
I just
That was
it-
interesting. That was very interesting.
That was
Dave,
so-
when you watch it, you're gonna be shocked with how they do episodes 9 and 10 of season 2. Like
9 and 10.
the way
I'll say
the
I think my favorite episode was the Scarecrow episode, but my favorite moment happens in the next episode because it's with Batman and another character, and there's a homage to a very specific.
I know exactly what you're talking about
Yes.
too. Mhm.
Yep, that.
what they do with the character, man, in those 2 episodes, I was like, this is not what I expected, and yet I'm like, brilliant, lean into it, and especially it fits with this very noir pulpy element to it. Like it fits perfectly. It doesn't copy or echo too much of what we got in the past, and yet I could believe in this era they would do something with this character. And this character uses a word very often that I'm like, after I saw that episode, I was like, it took me a while to get used to hearing that word through different lenses. The way
Well,
said
and
character
I
uses it.
also love that you know how people have to post things on the internet like they're being like, "Oh my God, no one has ever thought this before." So let me be the one to post this. But there is an actor in a very important character this season makes a very distinctive vocal choice.
Yes.
And I was like, I know why you're doing that. And of course, then I saw someone posted on X being like, "Oh, they did this because of this." I was like, "Well, no shit, Sherlock. If anyone's paying attention, they know why they did it." And I think it's and I think it's cool. Don't act like that you're the smartest person in the room because you made this connection. I feel like it was. I know that's ironic coming from me, who always likes to play smarty pants. You know, as I like to trick Dave into, "Who's this voice?"
Oh yeah.
And you
Question
can kind of
is,
tell.
Will there be a season 3?
It hasn't
I
been
hope so.
greenlit yet.
I told the showrunners at Comic Con, I'm like, besides season 3, I want these 2 seasons on Blu-ray already. Like, I want them on Blu-ray.
And why is Amazon embracing noir? They have the Spider-Man noir and Batman noir. So is that an
I was
Amazon
thinking about
thing?
that today. I had the exact
Yes.
same thought, David. I don't know, but I'm digging it. I'm
Yeah,
like,
exactly. I don't know why, but I'm all for it.
Honestly,
and they're doing Blade Runner 2099.
Oh man, I can't wait.
And
that was a treat to see in Hall H, by the way.
Yes.
And what other noir? I feel like there's more noir things that Amazon.
Honestly, probably because they have the budgets to justify period pieces like that. At least as far as the live action stuff goes, anyway. But
I'm assuming it's like you rent the same vehicles. It's like a company probably that has like the old fashioned vehicles and the old fashioned sets. I'm sure it's like a whole entire business, right? And it's like, well, we're already renting it. I'm sure they get a discount if they use it for something.
Well,
else.
I mean, once Marvel scrapped Blade, they gave Ryan Coogler basically everything he needed to make Sinners. So
yeah, you know what I think about this season and these past seasons is like I wish we had a version we could watch Cape Crusader in black and white. There are elements in the show in black and white, but I wish you could see a whole episode in black and white. The way you'd see what's that short called? Stranger Days or String Days. Like if we saw that for a whole season or two, that would have been
Strange Days basically is the prototype
the
for this
pitch.
whole show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And which was a cool little short, and even like the version.
I love
of
it.
The version of the bat plane you see in season 2 is the bat plane from Strange
the same model,
Days.
Right? Yeah.
Wow.
And you could tell Bruce Timm finally got to do what he wanted to do with women, and like if you know his art, you know he likes to draw women. Like there is, especially I think the episode that Phil's not a big fan of. Like it is feminine of that era to a T. Like it's
and that character looks like her Golden Age version.
Yes.
It was because what's funny is that I have the book of that character with the new interpretation, like what they do with the character. But I've seen like a cover of that character fighting Jay Garrick Flash from the Golden Age, but that's her outfit.
That's
I love Jay. I love Jay so much.
That's her outfit. Let's see. We got William coming back, but you still got feedback going, man.
Let go.
Yeah. I have to tap out. Then
Let it go.
I switched out a laptop.
Let it go.
I literally switched out a laptop, so I don't know what it could be other than my connection.
William, I wasn't calling you an idiot. I was quoting the Grinch and doing the echo.
It might be because your speaker and your microphone are the same. I don't know.
Yeah, if you had headphones, it probably wouldn't do it. But
echo.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try again next week then.
Okay.
All right.
Goodbye.
Take care, William. But yeah, man, ever since this show's been coming out, I've been listening to Jerry Goldsmith's soundtrack for Chinatown. I've been looking at my board. I'm like, should I rewatch The Big Sleep or The Maltese Falcon? Like, it's this show and Noir have been getting my jam.
Ronan, you're like, oh God, stop it! You're talking dirty, and I love it.
I know.
You're saying all the. Hey, by the way, here I remember I was on Lisa's I Love That Movie podcast, and I love to say this when it hit. I think I was recording because I did Chinatown on her podcast.
Oh man.
And I remember, I think I was in the middle of discussing Chinatown when it hit me that when I Framed Roger Rabbit is just Chinatown with cartoons.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of water, it's a freeway or
It's
highway.
a freeway. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. You got where I was going with that.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. I love those movies.
Oh, I love those movies. That's why I love Noirvember. Is when I just have a list and I just work my way through film noirs for the month of November. I think
maybe that's why.
So, at what point in Noirvember do you watch the Batman? I'm curious. Beginning of the month or end of the month?
End of the month. You got to do it at Halloween. Come on.
You got to do it at Halloween now.
Happy fucking Halloween.
Dia de los Muertos, man.
Favorite night of the year. Happy fucking Halloween.
Maybe
that's why
Halloween. That is a Halloween movie, the Batman.
Okay. Maybe that's why I haven't felt the need to rush, in my opinion, even though I want to see it. Part 2 is because in the meantime, since part 2 has been worked on, I got the Penguin and I got 2 seasons of Cape Crusader. I'm like, I'm good for now. Like,
well,
take your time.
It's like what Ray always says. Batman fans are eating well. Like we
Yeah.
are never in
always,
want of
There's always
content.
something. There's always something. Even though, like, you know,
Nightfall comes out in like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
true.
I've already got that pre-ordered.
so
I'm
good.
ready for this. It does look so good, and I love the way it looks like. I mean, they even got Kelly Jones to do the box art for it. I mean, yeah.
When I first heard about this
making it
project,
3 parts. Oh.
when I first heard about this project years ago, I was over the fucking moon because
Oh yeah.
I was at one of my cons, my local cons, and I met one of the storyboard artists on the show, or on the movie, sorry. And I was telling him, because he did storyboards for another TV show, for another DC show, and I was telling him like, hey, I'm a really huge fan of this fight sequence that happened in this show, and that's when he let it slip. He was like, you want to know what the next DC animated movie is? And I was like, don't tickle my balls with a good time. Like, is it Nightfall? And he was like, yeah, it's Nightfall. And I was like, oh, shut the fuck up. What? And he was like, keep it quiet, and I immediately text Dave because I knew he'd keep a secret. And that's when Dave mentioned like he'd heard it too, that Nightfall was happening.
Yeah.
And David, that's one of those movies that the trailer looks like we're going to get both finally. We're going to get good art and good animation.
100%
Art
agree.
looks great and everything looks great.
So, but because right now the art looks fantastic, and the clips they've shown, the flashes they've shown, look like the animation is going to measure up to the art.
When people think of Bane, they won't just immediately think, "Hello, Batman."
Yeah.
When I was in
born in it.
when I was at San Diego, I attended the Nightfall panel, and Jeremy Adams was there, Jim Krieg was there, Rick Morales was there, and Michael Mando, the voice of Bane, was there too. It was moderated by fucking Brandon Davis, but that's a whole other thing. Anyway, they showed off a couple different clips of the movie, and hot damn, does this movie deserve and get its R rating? Number one. Number two, the art and the animation is completely just fucking gorgeous and evocative of Kelly Jones' art. It is incredible. There was a clip of Tim Drake versus Bane that I still can't get out of my head, and it's so fucking gnarly. I can't wait. But to answer Dave's question, this movie will make fans finally go, that's Bane. That is the Bane from Nightfall. That is the Bane, if you are a hardcore Bane fan, that you're going to go,
It's actually,
finally, this is Bane.
It's actually a good thing Williams isn't here because he hated Nightfall.
He hates everything that we love about the 90s.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It was because he's always worked in the business. He's like, oh, it was a gimmick. It was a gimmick. He's always a gimmick.
I don't care it was a gimmick. I loved it.
Who cares? Yeah. It's like that caused people to be like, oh shit. Wait.
If you pay attention,
yeah,
there's a homage to Nightfall in Great Crusader. I don't know if you guys realize that there's a shot, I think in the first episode. There's a little homage shot.
There's a what?
Homage.
An homage shot of Nightfall, Batman Nightfall in Cape Crusader, I think. I could be wrong. It could be a stretch. But it involves with Batman falling and then,
Oh, no, I know exactly what you're talking about because when he's fighting Blockbuster.
Yeah.
When that version of Batman fought Punisher in the crossover, that was a little gimmicky, but I loved it. I loved it.
I really hope the movie delivers. I know you guys have been hyping it since San Diego, so I'm hoping.
Is this the first movie with Tim Drake? I know Young Justice had Tim Drake. I can't remember.
This is the first time Tim Drake has ever been in an animated feature. Yes, outside of I think Mystery
Justice.
with the Batwoman.
Well, yeah. Outside of
but he
Batman.
To be more precise, this is the first time that Tim Drake properly as his own standalone Robin is being introduced and done in an animated film, because they even reference Jason in the Nightfall, like in the clips that I saw. Bane makes it a point to reference Jason Todd.
Very cool.
Like they go out of their way to let you know, like, yeah, this is in a post. Jason Todd is dead. Tim is the Robin. Like they go out of their way to let you know, like,
how old is Batman? Do you guys think he is, like, in that story?
I would.
Late 30s?
I've always been, late
30s.
Late 30s. I would say like almost like mid to late 30s in that story.
So outside of Return of the Joker, this is the first time we've seen Tim Drake in animation.
Well, no,
Yes.
Tim Drake has been animated. Well, the problem
Young
with
Justice.
the DCAU is that it's Tim Drake. They call him Tim Drake,
but it's Jason Todd.
but it's Jason Todd.
Yeah. So they combined them, like when it came to because we talked about this.
It's
We talked about
Jason.
it
when we did the new Batman Adventures, they took Jason Todd's like backstory.
Right.
But then they were like, but he's very smart, so it's like,
and
so
Tim was Robin at the time, so they basically just
so they combined,
meld them together.
Well, and then and we even talked about this when it came to that point on our stream. It was like they weren't gonna do we're not gonna do the Jason Todd fucking story. It's like,
well, and also you can't and Tim Drake's origin story as Robin is so tied into
Dick Grayson.
And the death of Jason. Like you have to have the death of Jason that motivates Tim Drake to rise up. I mean, because the whole point of In a Lonely Place of Dying is Tim going, Jason's dead, Batman's a little off kilter, Batman needs a Robin. And that's
he even goes to Dick and is like, dude, Batman needs you, like you need to get back in the suit. So much so, the reason he even knows is because when Tim was a kid, he was in the crowd when Dick's parents died. And also later on, he figured out while watching the news that when Batman and Robin were out scouting one night, Dick Grayson did a quadruple leap, and Tim went, there's only one person who can do that. It's Dick Grayson. Bruce Wayne is Batman.
He did the Leo.
I didn't know that. That he figured out that Bruce.
Yeah,
Wayne
it's in Batman
Year
Year 3 is the storyline.
Yeah.
There's technically is the first appearance of Tim Drake, and then in A Lonely Place of Dying is the storyline post Death in the Family when Tim Drake becomes Robin, but because all that's tied into like the motivation of Batman after Jason dies. So for the animated universe, they just went, well, let's just use, we'll call him Tim Drake because he's the
current Robin.
He's the current Robin, but we'll give him Jason Todd's backstory because it's a cool it's his post-crisis backstory with Two-Face killing his dad and all that. Same thing what they did with the Superman the Animated Series when they did Kyle Rayner as Green Lantern, but they just gave him they literally gave him Hal's backstory.
Yeah.
But it was...
I love that episode because I'm a Kyle Rayner guy, but I'm like, wait a minute, this is very much Hal's origin.
Story.
Like, what the hell?
But he was the current Green Lantern.
He was the current Green Lantern. Yes.
It's also largely speculated that the Flash that Superman ran against in Superman the Animated Series is actually Barry, not Wally, because Wally is the Flash in Justice League.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, the DCAU definitely takes its liberties, but I will say it also captures the spirit of those characters very, very well. But when it comes to like Tim Drake, it's so funny because like Tim Drake gets introduced and created in 1989, and then he gets his own Robin series in the early 90s, and then literally Nightfall happens. So one of Tim's earliest ventures as Robin is watching Bruce fail as Batman against Bane in the Nightfall arc. And then he's saddled with John Paul Valley. It's a whole fucking thing, dude. Tim Drake.
I didn't find out until recently that Pablo Schreiber is going to be the voice of Jean Paul. And I'm just like, dude, porn stash. This is great.
It's just that most
is it a hot take?
Most people don't know that Bane is a intellect. So like when we go into Deathstroke and Bane, people are not going to know that Bane is this intimidating, thinking person that's
not Batman or Robin.
Yeah.
That fucking God, they dumbed him down into a fucking weirdo. Yeah.
They made him a henchman in Batman and Robin. That pissed me off. It's like
they kind of do the same thing in the animated series too. He's more or less a henchman.
I never saw him.
He's smart, but he's more or less a hired hand.
Oh no, he's a hired gun, but I never saw that as a henchman. It was more mercenary.
Yeah.
And so
okay, I misspoke. You're right.
Yeah.
I can admit when I'm wrong.
No.
It ain't hard.
That's and even Nolan's, Bane, Tom Hardy Bane was just, he had, he was smart. He just the way that, just because he's big and brooding doesn't mean he's like a big dummy. He's like just a big, and like, that first scene when he's just like, or perhaps you, I forgot what that first line is that he says in the plane.
Or perhaps you'd rather shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane.
There you go. I love that.
That was pretty good, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
My favorite is still I have the coffee. I
The
still
fire
have the coffee
rises.
mug. I got the coffee mug from the Harley Quinn animated show that goes, "Caffeine is my reckoning."
Yeah. Caffeine is my reckoning. Yeah.
I'm dying. This is too good.
No, but that's what's so great about that. I mean, that's Tom. I mean, they made it different. You know, they made him different. I mean, I still remember that.
Did you hear the interview with Nolan that he said that he loves to defend Tom Hardy's Bane. He's like, I think it's a very underrated performance. I don't think it's been given its flowers. But apparently Hardy based part of his Bane performance on Nolan.
Oh, of course. I don't doubt that.
No, I did not hear this, but that's hilarious.
Oh no. No. It was. I think Nolan's talking to Josh Horowitz. And he actually says that Hardy came to him and said that he took some of Nolan to make Bane, and Nolan's like, I don't see it, but that's what worked for Tom. And so,
but that's I mean, but that's good though. That's good. That's almost like when Mike Myers with Dr. Evil, he based it off of, what's his name who was running Saturday Night Live. I'm sorry, names are just not clicking. Who runs Saturday Night Live? Fucking, I can't remember.
Lorne Michaels.
Lorne Michaels.
Yes.
That's essentially he's doing like Lorne Michaels. You know, just more crazier. But I could see that. And when they were trying to figure out the voice when it comes to all that, but I still remember that first image when they released of Tom Hardy. It was just like him, and it's like his back was just like, it was like Jesus Christ, because Tom Hardy, he's just got, I don't know, he's got crazy back muscles.
Yeah.
Just like, so they were like, yeah, let's show that to be the first, and him just like looking over his shoulder. It was like, all right.
Image released on my birthday. I'll never forget it.
Oh,
That's
wow.
like, yeah. That it was like 2011. They had just started shooting the movie, and I'll never forget. I was like refreshing my feed on something, and that image came up, and I was like, holy fuck, he's got a muzzle on and everything. Holy shit.
Yeah. They made him look ginormous, and he's only 5'8".
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Is he?
And
Is he 5'8"?
Oh yeah,
he's not that tall.
He's not
No,
that
he's not a
tall.
tall
He had
guy.
to wear,
No.
he had to wear like special boots just to be with Bale, like a little bit taller. Yeah. So yeah, but he bulked up like crazy. And what was good is like he bulked up. He just was bulky. He wasn't like fucking ripped. He was just bulky.
He was
like,
big.
Yeah.
Like,
he was a big guy. Dude.
He was a big guy.
Yeah.
And it was crazy to me. I just saw something because the Odyssey finally hit 1 billion worldwide,
like today.
Ooh, good on.
and so now Nolan has $3 billion movies, and the Odyssey is the first one that's not a Batman movie. Because it's The Dark Knight, The Dark Knight Rises, and The Odyssey, are now Nolan's $3 billion movies.
And it's well deserved.
Odyssey,
It's so well deserved.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing is like, I mean, again, when it comes to Nolan, this is why Nolan is just that. He's just that guy. Like people, they see his name, you hear his name. It's almost like people, even in the general audience, go, "Oh, wait, Christopher Nolan." Even though, like, when it came even though when it came to, God damn, why is like everything like Tenet? When it came to Tenet, like people were kind of like, "What the fuck was that?" You know. It still doesn't matter because then when he did Oppenheimer, I still remember walking out of that and going, nobody else could have fucking pulled that off. And I'm almost even going like modern day Odyssey. I don't know if anybody else could have pulled that off because of just what he did and what, like how he tells a story and how he just his visuals and how he just does it. And I almost kind of go like, I wonder what the studio execs, like all the suits, when they're just going, trying to figure out the budget, they're probably going like, but I'm like, and then he's just like, yeah, trust me, I got it.
Well, but the thing is that Nolan is one of those directors that there are things that will make a studio trust you.
Yeah,
a track record.
Yeah,
on schedule.
Yep,
and on or under budget.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nolan does that.
Yeah. Nolan does that. I mean. Yeah, I mean, I think like when you have like certain and I think certain directors, I know like Zach is like that, and I think
Clint Eastwood was one of those.
Clint Eastwood was like that, and then
James Gunn.
Yeah, Gunn has even said that he's like
James Gunn
to try to just to be like, hey guys, like because I think they know it's like, hey, the process. You have to come in under budget, utilize your budget, but come in. I was even listening to a podcast with somebody else too that talked about it. I think it was names are just like totally eluding me tonight, But somebody was talking about making movies. It was Jake Johnson, because he's directed some things, and he's of course the voice of Peter
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. But he's directed some things, and he's talked about he was on, because he actually has his own podcast, and he goes on podcasts a lot, and he's great. I love Jake Johnson.
Super funny.
So funny. It just looks like a guy you could just shoot the shit with.
But it's like Matt Damon talking about, his shooting scenes with Clint Eastwood. Would he be like, "No, can we do that again?" It's like, "Do you want to waste everybody's time?"
Yeah.
It's like, I got the shot. Let's go on. Let's move.
When you have somebody like Ridley Scott, who's just like, go. It's like, all right, we got it. Next. I mean, he's one of those that he just, it's like, as soon as he goes, all right, we got it. We're not going to do fucking 80 takes. But there are directors that go, all right, don't have it yet. And they keep going and going and going. But Ridley Scott's one of those that goes, all right, we got it. After 2 takes, he's like, you got it. Go.
Who's an example of a director that's over budget and delayed?
Joss Whedon. I don't know. No.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe Kubrick.
I don't know. That's a good
Because
question.
Kubrick would take his time and would like reshoot a lot of stuff if he wasn't into it.
I know Fincher does a lot of takes.
Who directed?
Well, there's a big story now that they're doing a lot of reshoots for Clip Booth.
Are they doing a lot of reshoots?
That's the word on the street.
I haven't
That's
seen
a
anything
shame.
though. I haven't
Which-
seen anything about it.
Which
That's
is not,
somebody else.
again, it's
That
not
comes out in 2
standard,
months.
but yeah.
It comes out
Yeah.
in 2 months.
I know.
Really? I haven't seen anything about it.
And then somehow Godzilla -1 was $13 million.
I know, and it looked
That's what happens.
gorgeous.
That's what happens when you have a VFX artist as the
The
director.
director. Yeah.
That's
I love
It
it.
was the case for the previous one too. Shin Godzilla was exactly the same thing. The director was a VFX artist.
Yeah,
Who literally worked overtime on the effects.
exactly.
Okay, notorious directors for being over budget and delayed: James Cameron, David Fincher, Stanley Kubrick.
Fincher.
Yeah, those are the top 3. I just did a search.
See?
And those are the top
And that's-
3 they
And
mentioned.
this is what's funny too, because there was a thing that just came out where James Cameron is most likely not doing any more Avatar movies. Did you notice? Did you see that? Even though the last one made over $1 billion, I think they're like, yeah,
That's probably for the best.
we're over it. We're kind of over it. I think audiences are over it. Even though it still made $1 billion, you still went over budget like fucking crazy. And now he's kind of mapping out like his last chapter of his, directing life. And I'm like, yeah, dude. Yeah. Dude, the entire 2000s, you've done nothing but Avatar. Can you do something fucking else? Like,
And you
as
could
much
hand
as
it
I've
off to
enjoyed
somebody
them,
else.
What is
I've
it?
enjoyed.
Last
I've
Train to
enjoyed-
Hiroshima, I think is the next thing he's working
Yeah, that book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Hell
like,
yeah,
it's like
that's gonna be
instead of
good.
doing instead of doing 2 more Avatar movies, fucking do something different. Like I after the last one, I was like, cool, sweet, enjoyed it. It was the experience again, but I'm like, it's time to move on from this.
Battle Alita, Battle Alita, please.
Yeah, but he only produced that. We got to get Robert.
Yeah,
that was
Rodriguez.
Robert Rodriguez.
Yeah. Yeah, if they could do that, and that's good too. I would hope that they would actually do something like that.
I
too,
really
because
I
enjoyed
like
that
that first
movie.
movie.
I really enjoyed Battle Alita, and
too,
I'm a Robert
Shame on
Rodriguez
me.
is one of
I
my
haven't
favorite-
seen it yet.
Oh, you would
It's
like
good,
it,
man.
Phil.
I
You
know.
would like
I
it.
know.
Dude,
That's
you
what I
gotta
keep
watch
hearing. I need to watch it. Yeah.
That was the movie before Avatar 2, where like there's a shot of Alita walking in water. And I was like, holy shit, that looks real as hell. Even though I knew it was like motion capture, and I was like, damn, that thing looks good. There's an element to the movie that I'm not a big fan of, but like her, the main character, I was like, there's
yeah,
more to
it-
this character.
Mm,
Such a good job with all the
Yeah.
characters that they most.
Rosa Salazar, yeah.
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 It's
No,
almost like
but,
the opposite of Terminator because it's like that is like where humanity potentially could go if things work out. Like we merge with machine and we become a new species and we
Oh, that's
grow
happening.
alongside,
That's gonna happen in like 20 years. People
Yeah,
start.
but the
making
alternative
things-
is AI develops on its own and becomes Terminator. So I'd much rather have Battle Alita be the future of humanity,
That's optimistic. I'll give you that. That's optimistic.
Yeah, I don't trust us right now with the wheels right now. I don't trust us.
Yeah, no, I don't either.
Also,
don't
for
trust
Terminator
me?
stuff, you should go watch Terminator Zero if you haven't seen it yet. Go watch
Oh,
that.
I
It's
watched that.
phenomenal.
Oh, that was so good.
Terminator Zero
Phenomenal.
is like one of the best Terminator things in recent years. No joke.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's
better than the movies.
Put that on a poster. Oh.
No shit, no lie. Terminator Zero basically justifies the existence of all the shitty sequels.
Oh my great
post
googly
teeth-
moogly. I'm sorry.
Post Salvation, honestly, because like I'm weird. I love T1 and T2. I think Terminator 2 is honestly like one of the greatest films ever made. Period. Bar none. End of conversation. I can't wait to watch that in a theater at the end of the month. That's going to be an excellent experience. But I love Salvation more than I like 3, even though I think 3 has a much better sound ending than Salvation does.
I still need to watch the director's cut of Salvation.
I like Salvation.
It's there's not much there, but it's worth it. I think Genesis and Dark Fate are kind of a waste of time.
I thought Genesis was hot garbage, and I didn't even bother with Dark Fate. So
yeah, well, Dark Fate is literally watching Tim Miller. Dark Fate is literally watching the vision of Tim Miller and the vision of James Cameron just fucking fighting on screen the entire time. That's literally what that movie is. And
they spoiled the twist in the trailer. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it that they spoil. Oh.
But Sarah Connor Chronicles is actually worth a watch. Both
yes,
seasons.
it is. I wish it didn't end on a cliffhanger because season 2.
Man, that is like one of the most fucking just. That's how you cliffhang the show, and it's like God.
And then it gets canceled. Yeah,
it got canceled, and then you get to Terminator Zero, and it's like, oh, this completely justifies the existence of every other Terminator movie past Salvation, which is hilarious because again, as Scott said, Genesis is hot garbage and Dark Fate's not worth watching. But when you watch Terminator Zero, you're like, oh, so that's how those two movies can exist. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hate Terminator 3, but it didn't do anything new, you know?
That's the thing. Mostow and crew were like, let's just do the best hits or like what
it had a good twist ending.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I agree.
Because like the whole time that it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna get to this and get to the servers, and then it was like the Terminator just led them to a bomb shelter. Like, oh yeah,
to live.
Judgment Day is inevitable. And then when you see that shot of Earth, and all the fucking all missiles are going off, and they're talking about it, it's like, oh, I was like, ooh, holy shit, whoa, that's fucking intense. Like,
yeah,
whoa. Yeah.
I will also say the sequence of them breaking into the mausoleum to get Sarah Connor's coffin out, and it's just filled with nothing but fucking guns. I like that scene. I won't lie. That was a pretty badass fucking sequence. I actually quite like that a lot.
And the juxtaposition of John Connor being a hero, but then being in a dog cage was pretty funny,
Yeah. That was pretty good. I mean, I think like when it came to Terminator 3, it was like they did a good job of like, okay, how do we do this? I think what kind of fucked it up for people, it was like they cast somebody that was so not fucking Edward Furlong.
Yeah.
Like Nick Stoll was
Nick
just
Stoll. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, he did an okay job, but it's like he did usually when you try to recast a character that is iconic, you try to keep them like similar, and then like he didn't have any kind of Edward Furlong in him at all.
No, and that's why
when they showed the future, they showed the future version of him, and they had him, and they had the scar and everything, and it was like, that's just awkward.
That's why I buy Christian Bale and Bryce Dallas Howard more as Brewster and Connor than I do Claire Danes and Nick Stahl. I think Christian Bale did a far better job as a younger John Connor than the war-torn one from T2. But I love Bryce Dallas Howard in anything. She can be in hot garbage and I'll still fucking watch it, right? Like,
and I've watched hot garbage with her in it, and it's fine because she's hot and I'm.
Oh, are you talking about Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom and Jurassic World Dominion? Because I'm talking about Jurassic World.
Are you talking about Argyle? Wasn't she?
Lady in the Water?
I forgot she was in Argyle. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God, that fucking movie.
Hey, she was Gwen Stacy.
She was.
But that movie's not hot garbage. That movie's just.
No, I like Spider-Man 3, but he cucked out Mary Jane. He was like, "Hey, Mary Jane, watch this."
Yeah.
And you get the upside down kiss. Ronan, I know you got to take off right now.
Yeah, man. Gotta get back to editing.
I get it, man. Get back to work. I like it. So I appreciate you stopping by and shooting the shit with us as always, man.
It was a good convo, man. I love
Yeah.
hanging out with you guys.
All right.
All right, boys. Take care of yourselves.
Bye.
All right.
See ya.
Take it easy. But I did want to bring up, like, going back to the Batman talk. I mean, obviously, you know, we got Mr. Perez here who hit up James Gunn on what was it, Threads?
Threads, yep.
Yeah, Threads. Or he was doing the thing, and kind of okay. So I mean, I ranted off about it in the beginning because I've always been like, hey, maybe.
And that's why I asked him. I was hoping he was gonna be like, "Well, stay tuned."
Oh, wait,
winky
was that
face,
you?
You know,
It
Like,
was.
that's-
David,
that was
yes,
him.
it
Was
was.
that you
That
on
was the one.
Threads?
He was the one that asked James Gunn in Threads because it
So I
was like
quote
because they
tweeted
got
that.
put out there more because of good old Billy Boy.
Oh yeah,
whoever-
movie talk now. How about that?
Yeah, there it
There we go.
is.
I didn't realize
So-
that was you. I'm sorry. I'll give you a call right now.
man.
How about that?
Yeah. So, but it's like, but it was funny because obviously, I've always kind of been like, maybe. And then, of course, you had Robert Pattinson's wife say, like, oh, yeah, he's going to be like that for the next 7 months. And like, they've been already in production for a month and a half. Maybe they're doing 2. Maybe they're doing both of them. They were doing part 3. And then, yeah, Gunn put the kibosh on that after you asked that. And I was like, and it was just a lot of people are kind of like, fuck. Like, it's so funny how the reaction to that. And then, of course, Batman on Film, good old Billy Jet guy.
Point
Did
and
you
laugh.
see that he put his tweets?
Point and laugh.
He locked his Twitter. He
Oh,
locked
okay.
his
Tell
Twitter.
me this story.
Okay. So Scott. Okay.
Story
so
time, please. I have feelings, and I need to
Okay,
feel
And then
okay,
them
after,
right now.
after the story, I'm going to give you guys a tip on how to get James Gunn to respond to you.
Okay. So
I don't
like,
need tips. He's responded to me before.
There you go.
So basically, Batman on Film. They like, I guess Billy Jet, whatever you want to call him. He posted like basically the logo for the Batman 2 with like the logo, the red logo with the Roman numeral 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he posted that with a 3 and just
Okay.
randomly posted that. And I thought, okay, he's been in the know when it comes to other things. And I even quote tweeted him. I was like, I'm telling you, they're doing both. And I was excited. I was like, oh, maybe he does actually know something because he knew other things that I was like, okay, maybe he does.
He was wrong about
So
the
then, of
Catwoman
course,
show.
now that was going all over the place, and that my tweet even blew up. He even responded to my tweet with like a Nacho Libre awkward smile thing, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Are you just fucking around? Like, what are we doing here, dude? And I was like, maybe. And I was even saying that because obviously Robert Pattinson's wife, in an interview, Suki Waterhouse, she was like, oh yeah, I have my, we zoom into him, video call, and like he's got like the black circles around his eyes, he's got blood on it, fake blood on his face. And I'm like, oh, is my daughter gonna, and she just doesn't care. She's just like, oh yeah, it's Daddy Batman kind of thing. And then she said, well, yeah, it's gonna be like that for the next 7 months. I'm like, that seems like a long time. And they've already been filming for like a month and a half. So I was like feeding into the theory of like, maybe they're doing both. And then this motherfucker posts that and I'm going, maybe he's heard something. And then I even, reached out to someone that was in the know. And then he put the kibosh right before Mr. Perez right here asked James Gunn. It was the same day where I was like, I hit up my like source. I was like, have you heard anything about this? And then when he finally got back to me, he was like, yeah, nah. And I went, shit. And then all of a sudden it came out, and then the screenshot from him was going around. And then I was like, yep, that's not, yeah, looks like it's not happening. But then the Batman on Film guy, Bill, whatever, the Billy Boy, goes like, hey, I wasn't, you guys shouldn't assume. He started fucking backpedaling like crazy.
Of course he was.
Well, Matt Jarbo called him out.
He was like
He
was starting to do like, I wasn't doing this, that, and this. And apparently that, he was getting so much, backlash that, now his tweets are protected.
Now we all sit back and laugh.
Yes.
You dumb fuck.
And it's like what were you doing to do that? You did that, And what were you expecting? Like, you are supposed to be like a lot of people's source to Batman on film.
Well, I told
did
a
that.
small white lie. I said that some people were running the story as fact because I wanted James Gunn to respond, and he responded in like 10 minutes. I think he wanted to, put a silence on that story quickly, before rumors got crazy, and then people are talking about Brave and the Bold being delayed. That would have been the subsequent response. Oh, that means Brave and Bold is never happening. That means the DCU is dead. That's how people would have ran that story.
Yeah.
I mean, he already got the fucking Catwoman HBO show wrong. Like, that wasn't a thing, right? Like, he tried to say that it was happening, and it's like, no, it's not. It's just the Penguin. So that was funny. It's so funny to me that, like, he's still trying to be this, like, oh, I'm the Batman guy, and it's like, no, you're not, dude. You had a run-in with Nolan. It was once.
Hilarious. I when people were like, oh, look, he's backpedaling. He's like, I didn't say that. He wrote a whole article. It's like, hey, you shouldn't assume. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I mean, like, you're supposed to be that guy. And then it was funny because tonight when I was looking, I was like, oh shit. I clicked on his Twitter handle and also because I don't follow him. Because we've had our run-ins before and I've given him shit like in the past. And yeah. I don't follow him. So when I clicked that, I was like, oh my God, he's got his tweets protected. His account is locked. I'm like, fuck.
Smells like bitch in here. That's what it smells like. I don't care. Those guys, that whole crew of people, fuck Batman on film. Fuck those followers. Fuck them all. They're all pretentious douchebags who act like Batman needs to be this one thing and one thing only. They can suck me off for all I care, dude. I fucking like any of those guys.
They are fake news.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
But I mean, but I know, like, when it came to certain characters being certain characters, he did have that information. And I was like, I saw him tweet. I was like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing there. So I thought maybe I was like, when he posted that whole thing with the Roman numeral 3, I was like, Scott, you're back. Okay, we got two Scotts here.
Well, Scott's multiplying. Oh, there we go.
I know.
They call him multiple man.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, I can hear. Perfect. We can hear you, but your camera.
Echo. No, just kidding.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It did the thing where my battery ran out, and I was trying to turn off my camera and plug my computer back in. Literally, as I unplugged my camera and turned the camera off, my battery ran out, and so I had a ghost left. So I come back to Phil saying "suck me off," and I'm just like, what did I miss?
No, we're just talking. We're just grieving about like the Batman on film stuff. And it's just,
I go there is old beef there.
Oh yeah,
from Squadcast
with me too. Yeah.
So it's I still remember the days when we knew that Zack Snyder's Justice League was getting announced.
Yeah.
And I still remember the lead to that. And when Bill apparently finally got the news, like after we got the news, and he was just like, I think this is happening. We were like, oh yeah, it is happening.
Yeah.
Well, before we move on to there, like, let me ask you guys: do you think Part 3 will ever happen?
I hope so, but I'm like sitting there. That's why I put it like the Batman 3 in 2032. I mean, I don't know, but then at the same time, remember I gave you shit a little bit with the fact that I was like, you didn't ask if it was back to back. You said simultaneously.
Right. I will admit there was a part of me. I will admit, David, I went where Dave's brain went. I was like, because I am someone who also understands that when people respond, if they're trying to hide things, semantics.
There is a little bit of that where we're like, you did say simultaneously, not back to back. So that's why I kind of like when you tagged me on it and I responded, I was like, well, you didn't say back to back, because I saw some people say that. I was like, oh yeah, it's true. You didn't say back to back. So I mean, and then Gunn could just be like, I can deny, but at the same time, who knows?
Now, my understanding is that Part 2 is going to take place a few months after Part 1, right?
So what happens? So what happens is
Robert
Part 1 ends in the first week of November.
Yes.
Penguin takes us all the way through. Penguin takes place over about a month.
all the way to about Christmas, I think.
Right.
The flooding is still a big deal. It's still a big deal.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So part 2 is picking up like a week or two after the Penguin ends.
More or less
So
New Year's.
New Year's, yeah. So we're talking, even though these movies are going to be released like 5 years apart, there's essentially only going to be a 1 month time gap between part 1 and part 2. And really, if you watch the Batman crime saga, you can just watch part 1, jump right into the Penguin jumps you into part 2. That's why the thought about there being the Penguin season 2, that it might function as the in between part 2 and part 3. So I think part 3 is happening. I do believe that Reeves has
already
a trilogy mapped out. Like, I think he has a story, and because he calls it the Batman epic crime saga.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I think Reeves has, a whiteboard out there that says, this is generally the story of part 1. This is generally the story of part 2. This is generally the story of part 3. This is the saga. But the idea being that there is going to be, but like any great story, he has a beginning, a middle, and end planned.
The reason why I agree with you is because the Penguin was such a big character that was built up, and our understanding is he won't have a large role in part 2. So why would they do that if they don't intend to have him return? Right? It doesn't make sense to me. Like, to me, it sounds like he does have a plan to give everyone their due and have a true arc for everybody.
Yeah, I agree. And I have heard like the delays for part 2 or for various reasons that I have heard about. And, I think some people are just impatient. I am old enough to be of an era where waiting years in between movies was not a, alien thing.
That's the thing. It's like we grew up like in 80s, 90s, where it's like, yeah, we didn't get these movies every year.
Look at Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah.
Versus Jurassic Park 1.
Yeah. It took a little bit.
Took a little bit.
But at the same time, it's like, all right, take your time, it's fine, But yeah, I was kind of, to me, I was like, it'd be kind of cool if it was like 2028 and 2029, and we get the third one. But I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to all this. Obviously, it's like a thing, with the DCU also trying to like, hey, we got to establish our Batman, which a lot of people are going like, all right, yeah, it's time to do that, Supergirl, that shouldn't have been the second movie. So can we get a Wonder Woman? Can we get a Flash? Maybe some of the other heavy hitters.
The thing for me though is that like with the people who want to bitch and complain about the time in between movies.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, it's Matt Reeves. I hate saying the phrase "let them cook," but really let the man write the script. Let him get the script just the way he wants it, and then give him the time to shoot the movie. There is so much of an impatience of give it to me now.
There totally is,
but that doesn't result in quality filmmaking. but quality filmmaking means let's get the script right. Yeah. Then let's shoot it and let's take care.
Well, look at this. Sorry. Hold on. Let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick right here. 5 years between Spider-Man movies. No Way Home and Brand New Day. Almost 5 years. Obviously, No Way Home came out in December of 2021.
The only Spider-Man movie to do that, by the way.
Yeah, but so you kind of got to look at it like, oh yeah, that's true. Like it was like almost 5 years between standalone Spider-Man movie. Well, that last time we saw Tom Holland as Spider-Man was 5 years ago. Right? We didn't see him in anything. Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
So I also think that it's when it comes to talking about movies, making movies, and the scripting process, that is arguably the most crucial aspect of it. But then I'm reminded of outliers, like Iron Man, for example. That movie didn't necessarily have a script; it had an outline. You know, a lot of that movie is largely ad-libbed at the direction of Jon Favreau. It's all Robert Downey Jr. and Jeff Bridges just acting opposite one another.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm just like, when I hear, you know, obviously every filmmaker is different, right? Like everyone has their own way of doing a thing. Like, you know, James Gunn and Zack Snyder, they both storyboard the fuck out of their movie before they go shoot the movie. That way they know exactly how to pinpoint it from a visual standpoint, because obviously this is a visual medium. Whereas someone like Matt Reeves, who is, I'm not going to call him a snail, but he's very meticulous in terms of the way he writes his movies. Case in point, The Batman. He started from scratch after, obviously, Warner Brothers wanted a Ben Affleck solo Batman movie. Ben Affleck stepped away for reasons we all are aware of. And so Matt Reeves was like, well, yeah, this is a great script, but I want to do my own version of Batman. And Warner Brothers, in their infinite wisdom, for once, went, okay, fine. Do your own Batman movie. We'll do our own DCU over here and have Ben Affleck maybe pop up somewhere else, like The Flash. And to his credit, he did come back for The Flash. But they let Matt Reeves do his own thing, do a straight up rewrite, day one rewrite. And that was from like 2019, and the movie didn't hit theaters until 2022. But even then, he was still refining that script all the way up until fucking COVID and after the fact. So this man is so meticulous with his writing that it doesn't shock me in the slightest that from 2022 of April to now, he's tinkered with the fucking script for the last 4 years. But that's also to include a fucking writer's strike that happened in 2023.
And don't forget, he had a potentially personal crisis, which he's keeping private. So we won't go into it, but let's give it. Imagine any of us having to go through a personal crisis and having people saying, "Well, can you finish already?" It's like, "Well, do you want my best work?"
Well, not only that, he ended up getting a new boss in the form of James Gunn, and James Gunn was like, "Hey, I gotta get this DCU off the ground. Let me make my fucking Superman movie." That was also.
And James Gunn was like, "Well, I have some notes too."
Yeah. Yeah. That's how I feel about
but
that.
he doesn't have to he doesn't have to accept those notes.
That's true. That's also true. And to his credit, he probably shouldn't. I mean, hey, if you ask me who's the better filmmaker, it's not a hard question to answer.
Can
we
clip that moment? That was just too funny. That was.
Well, I got to remember too.
Phil's not wrong. I'm just saying here.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
the Batman is tied for the most times I've seen a single movie in a movie theater, because over the course of 1 month, I saw that movie 4 times.
Wow!
In the theaters,
it's funny.
Twice in IMAX.
I've seen. The most movies I've seen in a theater that are plus 4 times are all Batman movies. So I've seen The Dark Knight 4 times in the theater. I've seen Batman v Superman 4 times in the theater. And I've seen The Batman 4 times in the fucking theater.
So I love The Batman. It is my favorite solo Batman movie.
Simpatico.
So which so much so that today, when that McFarlane Deluxe Theatrical Edition came out,
oh yeah,
I pre-ordered that. Funny thing is that they did a Batfleck from Justice League that was not previously announced. The tweet that announced it was a GameStop exclusive was literally the only announcement, and I jumped on that. I jumped on that.
GameStop exclusive. Wow, good for GameStop for somehow staying relevant, huh? My God.
No, right? But yeah, so I picked up both the Batfleck from Justice League and which I like because there's 3 heads coming with it. There's the nice. Ben Affleck Very head, cool. There's Goggles Up head, and there's Goggles Down head. But then you're also getting the deluxe theatrical of the Batman, and I picked that up too because once again, it is my favorite solo Batman movie. It is quite possibly my favorite. I love you. It is quite possibly my favorite Batman score. Like,
there you go. I like it. No,
really,
in your face, Danny Elfman.
I know, right? Kiss my ass. I really like Michael Giacchino's score for the Batman, and that being said, Pattinson's not my favorite Batman, but that movie. is like that's a
I mean, that's the thing is like Matt Reeves really did like do something like, and I always will bring out like what Kevin Smith said. It's like, yeah, Christopher Nolan brought Batman into the real world. Matt Reeves brought
bringing the
real world into Batman. So it's like, so you still have that Batman type of like world where it's dark, it's gritty, and it's like, you know, it's like this, but it's real world elements into it, you know, unlike like what Nolan did, because Nolan brought Batman into the real world where it's like, oh yeah, there's Batman. Just I mean
Dark Knight. To this day, my only gripe is I wish that Joker interrogation scene was still in the movie.
Dude, so Hannibal Lecter, man.
Well, that was clearly the inspiration.
Yes,
yeah, clearly the inspiration.
I think
that's a good scene too.
When I think about like why I love the absolute Batman comic so much, it's got a lot of to do with like what Matt Reeves did with the Batman, because in a way they're very similar in that they both create their own tech and their own gadgets and their own things. They're kind of tinkers in a way, and that's how they move about Gotham City. They move about Gotham City in very similar manners as well. And I don't know, I just think there's just something very interesting about, you know, Bruce Wayne developing his own, you know, quirky technology to be a detective crime fighter, whatever way you want to spin Batman. And so that to me is why I love that movie and why I love what Scott Snyder is doing with Absolute Batman so much so that I spent $450 on that fucking Hot Toy statue, and I don't regret
it. I've spent insanely more than that on something, and
I know,
and it's fine. You can feel better that you have made more financially responsible decisions than I have.
Well, in fairness, when I saw that statue, I was like, Scott would do it, and that's why I did it. That's exactly what I did.
You talking about that.
I would say the biggest downside for the Batman, this may just be a personal opinion, is Alfred. I'm not the biggest fan of Andy Serkis as Alfred. I'm not saying my opinion can't change. It's not like I'm sold on it, but the performance we saw compared to past Alfred's just was not at the same level for me.
Well, I think, but David, to that point, I also feel like when you go back and watch the Batman, he's not in it a whole lot.
Right, that's the thing. He's barely in it. It's that hospital scene really is like
in it just enough.
But there's some fresh berries there for you.
But I did like that subtle line as he's trying to break the code, and he just has that small line of back in my days in the circus. And of course, you know, being a John le Carré fan, I know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I also love the movie didn't explain it. It's like you either understood the reference or you don't. You know, it's very much a Batman Earth One take on Alfred. I would be very interested in how it's, because his character just did what he needed to do in that movie. I'd be curious to see how his character develops throughout future films. I'm not.
That's why I said I'm not like against
it's
him.
also
like, I'm open, but as of what we got so far compared to the incredible performances that we've seen,
I think it's a mix of Earth One, but it's also a mix of like Arkham Origins and early days Batman Alfred, because early on in the relationship, Alfred is almost entirely against this whole like you're going out at night, beating the dog fuck out of criminals, fucking your body up.
He's totally like not about him doing it, which is it's very Alfred, you know?
Which is ironic because in the prequel novel that I listened to via audiobook, Alfred's the one who fucking trains Bruce how to fight.
Yeah, there's
it's irony. It's superb irony at its finest, because this
cool
version
thing
of
that
Batman,
prequel novel is also the idea that that's where he gets into like his drag racing, and the idea that he's got, you know, car, because once again, I've said this before multiple times, I legitimately love his Batmobile. I love how it's just a muscle. It's just a muscle car.
%.
If you've read any of like the Neil Adams, Denny O'Neil Batman stuff, that Batmobile is straight up from that era of comics.
Yes. And I love that Batmobile. Like that's one of those Batmobiles that I legitimately love from that era.
If you're a car person, you hate that Batmobile, I got nothing for you.
Well, sound is so important for a car, right? You know,
especially a muscle car.
Exactly, especially a muscle car, and it just sounded right. you know, and then the build up, and then what it could do, and the Penguin thinking he got away, and here it comes completely unfazed. I mean, beautiful.
So this might be a very like interesting connection, but like when I think of Matt Reeves and Pattinson's Batmobile, there's a part of me that's like, this is a little Speed Racer. Just there's a hint of Speed Racer in there because of the fucking wild shit that Batmobile can do.
Well, apparently, when they've been filming, apparently they were filming a barrel roll.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I heard that. Yeah,
there's gonna be the Batmobile doing some kind of crazy barrel roll. I'm like, what?
Whoa.
I don't know if that's true. I just saw some things, and some people were reporting that because obviously they got to shoot this shit out, you know, in public. So people were like, yeah, apparently they had something set up for it to do a barrel.
He's
roll.
also got a new suit, allegedly.
Suit S, yeah, it's probably going to be an upgrade.
Longer ears, yeah.
Yep.
Longer ears, like that. Yeah, Reeves confirmed that because a lot of people were like, wait a minute, and then yeah, he quote tweeted somebody. He's like, yeah, you're not seeing things.
You're not crazy, is what he said.
Not crazy. That's what it was.
You're not crazy. Yeah.
So he's having fun, and I love that. And but I'd say, yeah, I think like for me, I was just hoping that, yeah, just film both of them back to back, one in 2028, one in 2029, and then that could be it for that. But if it's not the case, fine. But it's still going to be probably a 3-hour Batman movie.
Good.
3 hour plus. And I'm like,
Right?
fucking A. I don't care.
If Avengers Doomsday is going to be 3 hours, and the Batman Part 2 can absolutely be 3 hours.
Hey, the first one was 3 hours and it didn't feel like it. Like,
no, it didn't.
Time doesn't matter if it's a well-made movie and you don't feel it.
Yeah.
I've sat through 90-minute movies that I'm checking my watch going, is this over yet? It's
that's the thing.
I have felt that way since my freshman year of high school when I read The Old Man and the Sea. That book's like 90 pages long, 110 pages, longest 110 pages of my life. And I've read 1,000-page books that I couldn't put down.
You're allowed to say the Marvels. You're allowed to say the Marvels.
I haven't seen the Marvels, so
Scott,
no, but I've seen Thor: Love and Thunder.
A lot of the multiverse.
There you go.
No, but I mean, that's what's great. I mean, I've seen the Odyssey twice, and when I saw it the second time, I was like, you just don't feel that fucking runtime. I mean, it's so crazy. Like, and then because like obviously the second time what's gonna, all right, we're leading into this, but I was like really paying attention. I'm like, God damn, this fucking again, Nolan just being Nolan. There's never been a Nolan film where I went, Jesus Christ, what the? It's funny. Are we getting to the fucking end here?
When I saw that with friends, I actually had the luxury of seeing it with someone who'd already seen it. So by the 2-hour mark, I was like, hey man, can I go take a leak? And he's like, yeah, you're fine. I was like, all right, cool. So I got up, went and took a leak, came back. And it was a nice spot to where, I was filled in of like
Liam had to go take a leak during the time. And he just by accident picked the perfect moment to go to the bathroom.
He is your child after all.
He is my child. He has been blessed with a spidey sense for going. So I'm curious, when you went to the bathroom, when did you go to the bathroom?
It was like right at the 2-hour mark of the Odyssey.
You don't remember?
It was the exact point. No, I don't. It was right after Scylla and Charybdis. It was right not too long after that. So before Hades, I think.
Okay. So Liam went right at the tail end of Pattinson talking to Penelope, and he came back just in time for the sirens.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
That's actually pretty good because that scene was like, okay, it's fine, but
because it's all really the lead up to the sirens. Well, if you know the Odyssey story, it's like, okay, you're putting wax in your ear. Like you didn't actually miss
anything.
Now, where would you guys rank the Batman's Batmobile in comparison to other Batmobiles?
Okay.
Well, I mean, obviously Scott and I know, we love the animated series.
The animated series.
I love the Batman Forever design because of the animated series, right? Like
Batman Forever, really interesting.
Yeah, the Batmobile from Batman Forever, I think, is a beautiful Batmobile.
I mean, I don't hate it, but it was an interesting choice. With how
surely in live action,
Yep.
I would.
If we're going live action, yeah.
I think I would go Pattinson.
Wow,
as
number
Batmobile,
one.
definitely number one.
Look at that. God damn.
But here's the
Whoa.
thing. Number 2 is Batman Forever. Because
Yeah, there we go. Right
I am a child of the 90s. That was
I don't like. Yeah.
That was my first Batman movie, and I had all the toys I had, and then that was the thing. Like I had like the Kenner and fucking Mattel fucking Batmobile from Forever. So I would constantly play with that toy all the time. I've got like Val Kilmer Batman toys I've given to my nephew. So like that one's number 2. And then probably number 3, I would probably safely say Batfleck. Like, you know, BVS Justice League.
Yeah.
Like that's my number 3.
See, I am if it's so hard because if you take out the animated ones, which are like my favorites.
But you can't include those. That's not fair. You know.
Yeah,
it's not fair. It's just not fair.
It's just okay. if I cannot include if I'm stuck with live action, it's going to be Battinson, Anton First from '89,
Yeah, that
and
tracks.
then Batflex. Those are my top 3. Because I will admit that Batflex grew on me with the Zack Snyder's Justice League sequence at the way it operates at the end.
Final act when it's
because you
taking on the
finally get to see
parademons.
him actually like really like drive it quote in action.
Yeah.
That help because the design. The reason I like Battinson's the most is because, and I've said this before, I still want it to look like a car.
Yeah.
And I Anton First, the '89 Batmobile is just iconic and classic. And
I think that's my favorite.
And I love it. But Battinson's, I just love the muscle car. This is a car. And then I'll go with First because the thing about Batflex is it's that happy medium between it looking like a tank and it looking like a car.
Yep.
But design wise, it still falls underneath Battinson and Anton First because me seeing '89 in the theater, I just have such a special place. Like, there is a lot of me that goes, but when I think of a Batmobile, I think of Keaton. Like Keaton's Batmobile is going to be in my head. Like that's what a Batmobile.
I mean, it's so iconic, and I'm with you on that. And I would say Battinson's is also in my, and it's hard too because part of me wants to put the fucking '66 Batmobile in my top 3 because that's just a sexy car. It's a sexy Batmobile. I love.
The worst Batmobile, though, you guys might agree, is the very first Batmobile in 1943. It was it was just Bruce Wayne's convertible with the roof on top, and Alfred would drive him to the crime scene.
I don't know. Clooney's Batmobile was just a go-kart with a fucking washing machine in front of it. God, the Clooney
made
one
for a
was,
fun toy though.
Yeah, I'll give it that. But Clooney was like, I remember, I even remember thinking that when I watched the movie in the movie theater in 1997, when they go out and like him and Robin's obviously in his, Robin motorcycle. And I'm like, wait, the Batmobile is now doesn't have a roof and it's like a single seat. I was like, kind of like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And like the motor looks like a fucking washing machine of sparkly shit.
Dude, how old were you when you saw that movie in theaters?
15. I was 15
because these guys are 10 years older than me. So
I was I was 14 then.
I was 15 because I'm a year because I'm a year older. I'm a year older than you, Dave. Right?
Yeah, like a year and a half, I think. Because
my birthday's March of '82.
Yeah, there you go. And I'm October of '83, so a year and a half.
And I'm January of '92.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing about me is that Batman and Robin. Yeah, Batman and Robin was the first movie I can remember walking out of, turning to my dad and going, that wasn't good. Like, no, but you gotta understand. We were so selective because my dad didn't want to just spend money. We were very selective about movies. So you just went to movies that you knew you were going to like.
Right,
Like you
yeah.
didn't.
Right.
It's not like now where I got an A list and I'll just go to a movie because I'm modestly curious about it because
Right.
it's not going to cost me anything. But so coming out of Batman and Robin, that was the first time I walked out of a movie going, "That's a bad movie."
Well, the Burger King tie-in toys were cool.
Oh, of course, all the
See,
tie-in toys were cool.
I remember
when I sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
Phil,
you're good, Dad.
but I
Go
was
for
like
it.
saying like, I remember going to see that movie. My brother took me to that to the movie, and I remember the movie theater. It was right off the freeway. It's no longer there. And he took me with like a girl he was kind of dating because he was in high school, and I remember just walking out, kind of going like, he already had seen it, so it was like his second time, and I remember being excited because before social media, and this is 1997, I remember when the trailer dropped and you could download it online through QuickTime Video.
QuickTime Video, yeah.
Oh my God. And I played that over and over again because I was like, new Batman movie, yay. But yeah, I remember walking out just kind of going like, that was cheesy. Like just kind of thinking, I was like, it was cheesy, but it's fine. But I remember walking out of Batman Forever going, oh, so good. This fucking Jim Carrey Riddler. I was so like, it was so great. But then I remember walking out of Batman and Robin just kind of going like, it was a bit of a cheese ball, but it was Batman. I'll watch it again. I'm still going to buy the toys and fucking buy it when it comes out on video.
This might be controversial, but I would love to see Jim Carrey return as the Riddler in a
That'd be
serious
crazy.
movie.
So two things.
Go
Number
ahead.
one, the first movie I remember walking out of going, that was bad, Iron Man 3. Number two, I fucking hate Iron Man 3. That movie's god awful.
Hey,
So, anyway,
you and me both, Phil. You and me both.
man, that movie is hard to watch. I can't fucking watch it. I'm not looking forward to it. Doing my MCU rewatch all the way to Doomsday. I'm not looking forward to it. Number two, when it comes to like Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, those movies help me at a very young age really come to terms with like, okay, there can be more than one person who can play Batman, right? Because everyone has their Batman, Keaton, Conroy, you've got your people who love Bruce Greenwood, you've got, the cult of Peter Weller for The Dark Knight Returns. The point is like at a very young age, watching Batman Forever and Batman and Robin back to back as a very young child and just being enamored with the toys, but more importantly, just looking at the fact that like one movie has Val Kilmer, the other movie has George Clooney, and you're like, these are supposed to be the same guy, but damn good and well these are not the same fucking guy because obviously they look very different. But from a very young age, I've always been able to articulate that more than one person can fucking portray Batman, and with that comes a different performance, and with that can come pros and cons. In terms of Clooney, had he been given, this isn't even entirely on Schumacher, because even Schumacher said they wanted a fucking toy commercial and I gave them a fucking toy commercial. I think George Clooney and Joel Schumacher could have turned in something far more, what's the word I want to use here? Serviceable to who Batman is, right?
Hey,
I think it's
those
possible.
scenes between Bruce and Alfred in those movies, that tells you like it's there somewhere.
And we're talking about fucking George Clooney. This is a seasoned actor in his own right now, but at the same time,
not
like
then. He was only known for ER, but I feel you because like I think
he's not a schmuck. That's my point.
I thought he was a great Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, and then you bring it back to Val Kilmer. He's the straight man in that colorful ass fucking movie. He is playing it dark and he's playing it straight. And he in my opinion, he's a damn good Bruce Wayne and a damn good Batman.
Oh, I think Val Kilmer's Bruce Wayne is one of the best Bruce Waynes. I've always said that, where I'm like, his Batman is good too, but his Bruce Wayne is better. Like I just when I watch Batman Forever, and that's one of the things I love about Batman Forever is like his Bruce Wayne is like, I mean, his Bruce Wayne kicks ass. Like, you see a lot of his Bruce Wayne, and I think his Bruce Wayne is better than, I think it's in my top three it's in my top probably two.
And Dave, you know how you said that like with John Connor in Terminator 3, there was like no connection. Well, Val Kilmer to me did have some Michael Keaton-esque qualities. You know, with the cowl on, the mouth looked a little similar.
Yeah.
You know, he had the little quirky.
He had the
lip.
lips.
I mean, hell,
He had
they
the lip.
even wore black turtlenecks.
Yeah.
Right. So like
Yeah.
there was respect. You know, there was that transition. There was like, okay, we have a new actor and he's gonna do his own thing, but he still is the same guy. You know, it's the same
They
universe.
both wore glasses.
That is true.
The glasses thing, which I always
They have the
that's
same
funny.
Alfred.
Yeah, they do have the same Alfred.
They have the same Gordon.
That is
Gordon,
true.
same
That angle.
Alfred.
Yeah.
But I mean, like it was kind of funny because it was when it came to Keaton and Kilmer, they didn't. It's like they had decent chin, good lips, which sounds really weird to say. I know, but at the same time, it's like
comment on men's lips. That was very.
I
strange.
know, but I'm just saying because I even talked to my female friends. They always said like, "Oh yeah, Keaton, he had good lips." I was like, okay, and he
Well,
did. You look
even
at it. I
Nicole
mean, I have like a freaking little figurine right over there. It almost looks like a Mad Magazine version of him, where his head's big, but his like lips are big. And I'm like, yeah, because that's what he didn't have a chin. Keaton didn't have a chin. He had lips. You know, like Affleck had the chin. Pattinson had the chin.
Yeah.
Bale had a chin, like a good jawline and chin. But like Keaton didn't really
that's
have so
Kilmer.
much the chin. He
I had
had
to look at that
lips,
real
and
quick to
even
make sure it wasn't clean.
but Kilmer had lips and chin.
Mhm.
What the fuck am I even talking about right now? Yeah,
Well, I mean, Nicole Kidman even mentions in the movie your eyes,
yeah.
your lips, your
Yeah.
body. Fucking love that movie. God
God
damn it.
damn, dude, that's such
So
it's
good.
such a pleasure. It's like it's a good like. Even though I know like I would love to see the Schumacher cut, but I could still be like I could still watch what we got.
Guys,
I've
we need
watched
to
it
make
so many times. You know,
we need to make Batman sexy again.
By the way,
Yeah.
Vicky Bale is the first love interest in the first Batman movie, which is interesting.
Which
Yes.
one? Yeah.
Yeah, you were correct.
In the 1943, Vicky Vale is the love interest.
Yes. Because in 49, it's just a serial between Batman and Robin and the antagonist. I don't remember who, but I think it's
The
Robin.
Weather Wizard.
Yeah, I think so. Because I forget it's Lowry and Wilson for the 43 and 49 serials. I don't remember which one's which, but they were both in those. I've
Robert
actually
Lowry
seen.
was in the second one. Lewis Wilson was the first one.
Thank you. I've seen colorized pictures of those suits too. It's interesting to say the least. But
For sure.
Yeah.
But let's kind of veer off from Batman talk to X-Men talk. How we feeling about Kit Connor as Cyclops?
I don't know this kid, so
I don't care.
I don't really either.
Yeah, I don't care.
So I don't care. But you know what? And here's the thing. And here's the thing for me, because I don't mind going into movies not knowing who the actor is, because that
I've
way
never seen him in anything myself.
Because then your expectations aren't heightened or lowered either way.
Right. It's just show me what you got.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
here's the weird thing. Like, I'm a huge Jean Grey fan. Like, she's my favorite X-Men character. I love Jean Grey. I love the Phoenix. I love that whole saga. I love everything about Jean Grey. I could give a rat's ass about Cyclops.
Okay.
Which is crazy to say out loud. Because, like, I've never really been, like, a huge Cyclops fan, but I love giving Chris shit, our friend Chris Balga shit. I always like to fuck with him and say, I always just fuck with him and say, you know, Cyclops is right. But I did come across an Instagram post that has like 10 slides of just Cyclops.
Oh yeah, you
being
shared that with
absolutely
me,
wong.
and that was
I did.
awful.
It was great. It was
Hey,
hilarious.
Brian Singer agrees with you about Cyclops.
I'd rather Brian Singer not agree with me, but here we are.
Yeah. I know. No, but I mean, it was kind of funny because like Cooper
Hoffman.
Hoffman, yes. It was kind of funny because I thought that he was actually cast when I saw like, oh, they cast, and I was like, because him and Kit have like almost like a similar look. Even
Yeah,
like
sure.
the eyes kind of fooled me. I was like, oh, they did it. They got Hoffman. Because I went blind and I was like, oh, I saw the picture and I thought, oh yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, no, wait, shit. I had to delete my tweet because I was like, wait, that's not the right guy, because I know a lot of people were hearing that he might, and then of course they were like giving him shit because like, no, he's chunky and overweight. And I'm like, as if like these fucking actors don't, get into
Shape.
top shape for this shit. Like, yeah, I mean, look at Chris Pratt. He was a chunky, dude, and then all of a sudden
He was the fat guy on Parks and Rec.
Yeah, exactly. He was a chunky, funny dude. I always love it when that happens. But I mean, it's kind of funny because it's like, all right, we got our Jean Grey, we got our Emma
Frost.
Yeah, and it's like, and then we got our Scott. It's like, oh yeah.
I think at the very least,
we got that little triangle, I guess you could say.
At the very least, you need someone who can pull off like
Samara
the
Weaving,
pretty boy look with the visor on. That's kind of, I think, the only like stipulation I would put. But even then, like, you know,
he
I
looks
think
like he'd be all right. I mean, I
That
incorporated
or
him
just
in
a
the,
pair of red sunglasses.
I'm more interested in the visual look of what they choose to do with Cyclops, because he's had so many different costumes over the last, 50, 60 years, that I think James Marsden is going to get like the 92 outfit. And I'm very curious to see what kind of different outfit they give the newcomer, if it's a variation of what James Marsden wore, if it's something a little more different. Because again, like Cyclops has had like, a cowl in the visor. He's had an open head. Like he's had a lot of different unique costumes over the years.
Even when he's got the 92 outfit, he's also got like the bomber jacket on.
Yep. So I'm just very curious to see what they do visually with the X-Men in terms of their costumes.
And I know like Phil, you were talking about like when it came to D23, there were going to be TV stuff. I just have a feeling they're going to bring out the whole X-Men cast for D23.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, it just seems like
they're almost ready.
Yeah, we already got 3, so
that have been announced.
Yeah, that have been announced. So I'm like, I just wouldn't be surprised if they,
I'd be shocked if they did it. Because Kevin Feige at Comic-Con was like, we're only doing movie news today. And if that was the case, then that probably would have been the place to do it. But
is going to be the X-Men kind of, they're going to bring all of them on stage. And
with Hugh Jackman?
That's the question, right?
You know what's funny? There was like a photo of him going around with Sadie Sink when she was really little. This was like 10 years ago. She's like a child. And it was funny because like he took a picture with her and like somebody else. And it was just like people were like, like, look at that. It was meant to be. And I was like, that's a little creepy if you're posting.
Well, in the comics, he is a groomer.
Or you can
Wolverine's a groomer.
Or what they could do is they could kind of go the X-Men evolution route, where most of the X-Men are kids, but then
and
some
teens.
of the teens, but then you've got like Storm and Wolverine that are the teachers at the school.
You can have that. Yeah. Here it is right here. Look at that. Look at that. Sadie,
oh my God.
Right there with
That's too funny.
Passing this around.
Way too funny.
That's just crazy. Like, yeah, you're just taking pictures, obviously fans, but it's just crazy. It's like now she's Jean Grey. It's just pretty nuts how that works. But yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, that's funny. But the Wolverine casting, Jesus Christ, is that going to be a fucking?
It's going to be a shit show.
That's going to be. I mean, people are going to be like, no matter who it is, they're going to get the most shit, because I think like when it comes to Sadie, people are like, all right, fine,
people, nobody complained about Samara Weaving.
Nobody is. Nobody is.
No. I remember the first movie I actually got to see her in, which was only very recent. Oh God,
Ready or Not?
That? No, I didn't see Ready or Not yet.
I did. That's the first thing I saw her in.
Scott. Yeah, for you might be a little rough. It's pretty gory.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that movie she did over Your Dead Body, what she did with Jason Segel.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing that going, wow, she is actually, and this is sound crazy, but she's a hotter version of Margot Robbie.
See, we've talked about this guy.
We have talked about
we talked about it. I think maybe even off.
I approve the premise.
But the thing is like I even said this, on like Film Junkie Live.
Here's the thing about me. She's got her face shape is just slightly more attractive to me than Margot Robbie. Plus, she has more body. That's as politely as I'm gonna put it. She has more body than Margot, and I like there being something there. So that's where I'm going with that. I'm going to.
What are you talking about, body? What are you talking about with that?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What are we?
Well, but she's got.
I gotta watch this movie. I gotta recommend it. This came out last year, but yeah, apparently, Jesus. Anyways,
but also now
she's also apparently a huge gamer too. That's
yes,
that's
awesome.
She's a big nerd.
Post pregnancy, she's got even more to love. So.
Well, see, that's the thing is like they've always said that. They've always said that, like, yeah, right here, pretty fly for a Filipino guy.
Yeah,
Jamie
he's
Presley.
not wrong.
But there's also another actress, I can't remember her name, that also fits in the category. But it's like, okay, so Margot Robbie, she just has that aura to her where it's just like, it's like it's Margot Robbie, sure. But at the same time, it's like, okay, Jamie Presley came out in the 2000s, and Jesus Christ, Samara Weaving, she's just like almost like an offshoot of almost like she's like almost like the both. She's got the tight body and just I don't know. There's something, yeah. It is kind of interesting because yes, Margot Robbie is just that, presence where she has the aura, but at the same time, it's like I think I just agree with you, Scott. I'm like, yeah. But Samara Weaving, she just, she is. She's
got the perfect figure for Emma Stone.
Emma McKay, that's who it is. Emma McKay.
Yeah.
She has a similar face to her
right.
too.
Wow, I never thought about that. But
yeah,
you're right.
But she's more of like a subtle, more like a cutesy kind of like,
girl next door.
Yes,
kind of.
yes. Samara Weaving's like the hot friend. I don't know how to freaking say it. I don't know. She's like, because if you've seen Samara Weaving like in interviews and in podcasts, she's fucking hilarious.
She's
funny,
yeah,
goofy,
funny.
And she's great. Like I said, if you've not seen Over Your Dead Body,
I gotta watch that.
That was a great movie. And it was
looked good.
Darkly funny.
Yeah, it's like a dark comedy kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh, it was exact. And Timothy Oliphant's in it, and who else? There was someone plays Jason Segel's dad, and I can't remember who.
Yeah, I can't remember. I remember seeing the trailers to it. It looked good, and I heard good things. But yeah, no, Samara Weaving. I think I didn't see anybody going.
No one complained. That was a casting decision that came out that
everybody's like, yeah, that works.
Yeah, cool.
That works. I saw some pushback against Sadie Sink and Kit Connor, but. But it wasn't like too bad. I seen more about Kit Connor because people were like, they're like, what? This fucking guy, he needs to be taller. Like,
oh my God, shut up.
Stop it with that. I'm like, it's fine. He's fine. It's fine. But the Wolverine one, that's gonna blow up the fucking internet. Like,
I'm excited to see who else fills out the roster of the X-Men because the biggest one,
Magneto.
Magneto and
Professor
X.
X.
Change the pace because we've seen him as a villain. We've seen him as kind of working with the X-Men and betraying them. Give a different, if he's going to be in it, give a different angle. But guys, unfortunately, I have to head out at this point.
Yeah, you got to take off.
A wonderful conversation, Scott, Phil, Dave, and everyone else from before. And the chat, great conversation, and look forward to next time, guys. Thank you.
David, I'm finally glad we got to share a screen together.
Seriously, Scott. Seriously. Very much enjoy it, guys. Thank you so much, Dave, for having me on. Great show as always, man. Thank you.
Take it easy, man.
Have a good night.
But I think, I know when it comes to those two, I know there's been talks of like, there's Denzel. But I think like there's this one actor named Tom
Pelphrey and Christopher Abbott. Yeah, I saw this earlier today.
So
apparently, but neither one of them got cast, but they auditioned, is what I was reading.
There's been auditions. This is why, like when they're talking about like audition, that's why I think they're just going to announce the whole thing for D23.
I remember a couple weeks ago, like we were talking about maybe Patrick Wilson possibly being Professor X, and I'm like,
that would be good.
I don't try and entertain fan castings way too much or often, but if that did happen, I would not complain. I think Patrick Wilson is a fine actor, and he'd be perfect for Charles.
And that would be what, his third or fourth?
So there's Night Owl and Watchmen, then there's the President in BVS, and then there's Orm. So this would be his fourth. So yeah,
that's crazy. You know, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it. And I know, and it's so funny because Adam Driver, first they were thinking he was going to be Magneto.
Then Mr. Sinister.
Yeah. And then now Sebastian Shaw.
I literally
what
just
the
saw that on
fuck?
Threads.
Yeah. It's almost, it's like, and even Kevin Feige has said this in an interview. They're trying so hard to get Adam Driver into the MCU, and they've offered him. So that means all the rumored other things that he's like Reed Richards, and I don't know what else. Like there's been probably some other ones too, but that means all those were like true. Like when we've heard about him, and it's like, oh yeah, they've been trying to get him. And it's just so funny because when it comes to X-Men, now there's like three different roles where they're like, wait, which one is he? What? Who's he playing? I mean, I wouldn't hate Adam Driver. I like Adam Driver, so I wouldn't hate whatever he's cast into. But it's just so funny that tonight they're like, oh yeah, Sebastian Shaw. I'm like, oh, what? Now it's that?
I feel like Magneto is going to be the hardest one because you have Ian McKellen and Michael Fassbender. Both of them have filled those shoes and rocked it, right? Like that's the one where you really have to get a fucking wasp of an actor to get in that role and do it some serious justice. I feel like Professor X is a little more easier, but again, like that those are other big shoes to fill because you have Patrick Stewart and James McAvoy who both just turned in. As much as I despise X-Men Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix, so I'd rather watch Dark Phoenix than Apocalypse. I'm weirdly alone in that, but
you're not alone. You're not alone.
Okay.
We'll watch it together. How's that?
Yeah.
Sounds great. Because I know for whatever reason our buddy Ray likes Apocalypse more than Dark Phoenix. I'm like, all right, good for you. But when it comes to the characters, I think Magneto and Professor X in those 4 movies from First Class to Dark Phoenix, like the castings weren't the fucking problem.
No,
we all know what the fucking problems were with those movies. But
then you get a movie like Days of Future Past where they all show up in the same movie, and you're like,
and
no one's suffering by comparison.
That's
in this movie.
Arguably that is one of the best X-Men movies. I mean, I think a lot of people have it. I mean, obviously, it's like it's
for me, it's Logan, Days of Future Past,
yes,
and then X2. That's
I think I'm right there with you, man. Yeah.
If I'm not including Deadpool, I'm probably gonna say Days of Future Past and then Logan.
I mean, Days of Future Past was just like one of those where like, oh wow,
and to this day, I am so pissed at myself. I have owned it for years. I still have not watched the Rogue cut of Days of Future Past.
I have.
Yeah. I don't know why it has never. They finally digitally released it in 4K, and I upgraded my digital copy to 4K, and I've got the Blu-ray that I randomly walked into a Walmart before having dinner at Buffalo Wild Wings and was like, "Oh, this is a thing."
It adds a little. It adds a little bit more to it, especially if obviously we've grown up with these, and to have her be a part of it more than and
it definitely also alters a bit of the movie too.
Yes,
because
it alters a little bit too. Yeah,
because Rogue has to take the place of Kitty.
At right?
Point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I would look forward to seeing that. For some reason, I just haven't sat down and watched it.
Dave will love this. I hope Indy Navarrete ends up in the fucking X-Men movie.
Oh, so do I.
But I don't want her to be Mystique.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine. I just want her in the movie because eye candy. Like,
I think she'd be an excellent Rogue.
She would be a good Rogue.
She would be a good Rogue.
I know they're looking at they're looking at
her or Kaylee Spaney, I think.
Kaylee Spaney, yeah. They're looking at her and I'm like, I can see it.
I would not hate that either. They're both great.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. And then you just wonder, it's like, who's gonna play Beast? Who's gonna play Gambit?
Because I honestly I feel like their crew, the team they're gonna assemble, it's gonna be in line with X-Men 97. It's gonna be.
It has to be.
It has to be.
They're not gonna be trying to do any. They're I don't know. It's gonna be.
So does that mean they're gonna have a Psylocke?
I think so. I wouldn't be surprised.
How caught up are you on X-Men 97, Scott?
I have not watched any of season 2.
Okay.
So.
But I saw a lot of people talking about Psylocke. So
Psylocke's in season 2.
Yeah.
because she was in season 5. She was in the final season of the original series.
Yes, and then in season 2 of 97, X-Force has a part to play. She's
Yeah,
a part of
and I
X-Force.
knew the X-Force was going to come back.
Yeah.
From, since they did show up, in that Bobby episode of the original show. No, I have not watched any of X-Men 97. Probably this week. I am on vacation starting today because the kids.
Yes.
I know, as I've said before, I know everyone's like, you're on vacation again? Well, yeah, because this is my last week. I'm spending all my remaining PTO hours. This is it, because once Labor Day hits, ain't no one taking a vacation in my job. But the kids start school next week, and so I got to be here for all the meet the teachers, and because Heather went back to work yesterday.
Yeah,
so
it's crazy. It's crazy how my brother, who's a teacher and went back to school yesterday too.
Damn.
California and Alabama lined up. Real Skeptic, thank you for the $5 super chat panel. Who do you guys want to cast as a Wolverine? I know Daniel Radcliffe. No, it's not a
Real Skeptic. I'll go back to what I said. I don't play the fan casting game because
it's
honestly,
hard. It's too hard.
Well, not it's too hard. It's like I want you to find someone I've never heard of before.
Yeah.
Because usually some of the best castings are the people that I go,
huh?
Who's that?
Yeah.
Because they found someone right.
Well, nobody knew who fucking Hugh Jackman was,
Well, no one knew who Hugh Jackman was.
Yeah,
because he wasn't even originally cast.
No, it was what's his name?
Dougray Scott.
Dougray Scott, and so
but he went off in Mission Impossible 2, which I love that movie, and I love him as that villain in the movie, and I think it all worked out for the best, even though it didn't. I know he's probably like, "Fuck, why did I do that?" Hey, man. I'll always say you did a fantastic job being the villain in Mission Impossible 2. I defend the shit out of that movie.
You know what movie I love him in? He played the prince in Ever After.
Yeah, that's right. He did.
The Cinderella movie with Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
I love that movie, and I don't care who knows it. The one where Leonardo da Vinci was the fairy godmother.
I mean, when it comes to Wolverine, right? Like, there's history there for the character, not even just with Hugh Jackman's take on the character. Like there is some very expansive history that goes in with that character. Like James Howlett Logan is such a fucking storied, seasoned character that you kind of need someone older. And I think going like kind of the X-Men Evolution route, where you have someone older in the same sense of like having them be a teacher and having some of these other ones be younger, I think that would make sense. But I also think,
which, by the way, X-Men Evolution, underrated television series that people that like, if you're not old enough to have experienced that show, it deserves a watch.
Yeah, it hot take, it might actually be my favorite animated X-Men version of the X-Men, honestly.
Really?
Very hot take, I know.
So like when it comes to Wolverine, do you think if they find somebody who just has that aura of him, who's short, do they do it?
No, I think if they do Wolverine, he's your post-credit stinger. He's the teacher that comes in at the end and goes, all right, class begins. And then you kick off an X-Men sequel with him as part of the lineup. But I don't
think they'll do like a short Wolverine this time?
I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine already made fun of the fact of why it wouldn't look good on screen. So no, I don't think that having a...
I'm not saying he has to be 5'3", but...
I mean, okay, you got a point.
Jackman,
but I still love the fact that Deadpool and Wolverine went there.
Same.
It was
great.
There's a lot to love about, like, there's a lot about Deadpool and Wolverine that really is just a love letter to the character of Wolverine.
Oh, it totally is.
Yeah.
It totally is. I mean,
I still have my Deadpool and Wolverine friendship necklace right here because I remember.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me like that, Phil?
Oh no, I love that for you. I do. That's why I made that face, because I haven't seen anybody else with that fucking necklace, and it's amazing.
And you know what happened when I saw Deadpool and Wolverine in IMAX, and then I went to another theater to watch it with Heather, and she wore Wolverine and I wore Deadpool, and we even took a picture of us holding our two halves together.
Oddly fitting.
Oddly
fitting. I saw that movie that weekend at Comic-Con because I was in San Diego, and there was a pop-up at the AMC we were at, And I literally just took a picture of me holding hands with both Deadpool and Wolverine. Oh man, I love both of those guys in those roles. Like I've been a huge Ryan Reynolds fan since the movie Just Friends. And obviously, you know, Hugh Jackman, the Wolverine of it all, like that's just been like, you know, when Ryan Reynolds got to make his Deadpool movie in 2016, one of my first thoughts was, God, I would love to see him as Deadpool in a movie with Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. And so when Deadpool and Wolverine was announced, I was like, oh, it's actually happening. This is going to be like one of the best comic book films ever fucking made. And it is.
So crowd pleasing. I mean,
well, my favorite scene is still them in the car.
Mm-hmm.
In that scene where it's like, you know, the whole, and it's the fucking irony that I'm stuck here with you. So what do you have to say? You know, I love that line. Like, you couldn't even maintain a relationship
with a goddamn
stripper.
Or like Deadpool just has absolutely nothing to say and I am gonna fight you now.
Oh, yes.
And they just beat the fucking shit out of each other in the Honda
while
Odyssey.
You're the One That I Want is playing. Like, that is a movie. Okay, when we talk about movies with needle drops,
oh yeah,
that movie was just like that movie was fire.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the needle drops.
100%.
I still love the fact that I got the Deadpool and Wolverine fan bundle from Fandango. That's how I get the friendship necklaces. And it came with a discount where I was able to order the vinyl of the soundtrack for Deadpool and Wolverine. And that soundtrack just slaps. You know, I am not someone who hates all needle drops. I just think I think they have to be well chosen and well utilized. And Deadpool and Wolverine just nailed it for me.
I am hoping for a superbly bitchin' soundtrack and needle drops in Ghost Rider.
Oh, I'm sure there are going to be some good ones.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
There's got to be some Johnny Cash in there. Please tell me there's some Johnny Cash.
I'd certainly hope so. But we'll see.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, we got, obviously Doomsday and Secret Wars, which is going to have some surprises. And I think Secret Wars is going to be obviously, that's going to lead into the X-Men movie. And I mean, they're already saying like, oh yeah, Sadie Sink's going to be in
Secret
Wars. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. But again, it's just like, I think we're going to get the full cast by D23. I don't know if they're going to do the whole, because Marvel likes to make a presence like, hey, let's bring out the whole cast. And they might, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I think now that they have the 3, they have that. And now they have to start doing the others. That's what's going to be interesting. But I think I don't know. To me, I'm like, Sadie Sink, she did great in Spider-Man. I like her as an actor. And it was kind of funny, too, because I was watching Kevin Smith and Mark Bernardin. They were doing their whole stream about Spider-Man. And Kevin Smith was like, yeah, I haven't watched Stranger Things. And I'm like, it was just kind of funny. I was like, Kevin Smith, you haven't watched Stranger Things? It's like right up your alley for...
Speaking of which, my 4K deluxe edition box set of the complete series finally arrived today.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I
no
ordered
comment.
Yeah,
I like the show, so I was.
But I was just like, it was like he had no idea of this is the first time I've seen her, and I was like, oh wow, he hasn't watched Stranger Things, but he was like, yeah, but she did a great job. I'm like, yeah, but some people I have seen people criticize her performance. Oh, she's just playing the same character. It's like, shut the fuck up. Jesus.
That means he also didn't watch. He also didn't see The Whale.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. It was like when I was watching their thing, I was like, he asked Mark, he's like, has she been in anything else? And Mark was like, no, not that I know. I'm like, The Whale. She plays daughter. The Whale. What are we fucking talking about? Like, God damn it. You guys need where's your guy with the computer to fucking it's always frustrating when I watch podcasts and they start talking about the shit that I know more about, and they're like,
"Oh yeah, oh that
yeah,"
pisses
and I'm
me
like,
off.
I'm like screaming at the screen, like, "No, that's not it. What are you talking about? No!" And then, or if I watch like the radio show that I watch every weekday morning, and they start talking about things, I'm like, "No, that's misreported. No, don't. What are you talking? No, shit."
What it gets me is when people who are in the entertainment industry
Yes.
don't know, like, it's like, I know it's your job, but could you be a little bit more like
thorough
or informed or something?
It's like to have somebody like double check, fact check. You have like the fucking information at your fingers.
You have assistants.
Yes,
Seriously.
like literally, like, especially if you have a group and you have somebody who's literally in front of a computer, just type it in. Like I get that all the time. Like I can understand.
I just think of Zach Galifianakis as the Joker. Might be worth a Google.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, man, it's like, I don't know how many times I've seen where I'm like watching like a podcast, and I get it. The host might not know everything, but you literally have people backing them up that are in front of computers. It's like, look it up. Just look it up. Type it in real quick. Come on. And they don't do it. And it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Come on, guys. Like, it's frustrating. Especially when you know it's like big time misinformation. You're like, Jesus Christ, you're spreading the more misinformation about this stuff. And it's like,
or just wrong, or just flat out wrong. I'm just like,
yeah, I know it frustrates, but I think, it's going to be interesting to see when they keep on, obviously, Indy Never Ready. Obviously, she's like, she's a hot commodity, and it's like, who could she play in something?
She can play anyone she wants. That's my answer to that. She can play anyone.
I know. It's so funny because you know her mainly from Superman and
Lois. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because I was like, because I didn't.
No, I would say that. Don't know her mainly. That is where, like, not just mainly. Yeah. That's where I know her. Is from Superman and Lois.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden she's like the new Scream queen, I guess you could say, because she's like the horror, like, hey, even though she's not technically a scream because she's not running away from a fucking killer or something like that. She was just her performance in that. Just fucking, I know. And Scott, you haven't watched it yet, and I know Phil, you're like about it, but at least you can, you Phil, you like her performance was.
Oh, the movie's overhyped, but she's great in it.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So that's what I love about that too. Is like, oh yeah. I think that's why, if it wasn't for her performance, I don't think the movie would be where it's at, because
I'm going to watch it this week. I'm finally going to watch it.
Like I said, there's like, when it comes to gory stuff, I think there's really just,
but she is really great.
One or two.
Lois.
Yeah,
just
she's really
going to throw that out there.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I didn't watch she was only in it for one season, right?
No, she's in all four seasons.
What the fuck? Okay, so I have probably.
She's Lana Lang's oldest daughter.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, that's right. Yeah. I don't know. I got to rewatch all that, but anyway,
it's such a good show.
Oh, I know it is. I watched the first season. I just don't remember her in it. It's like,
you got to watch the rest of it because season 1 is weak compared to the other seasons.
I know. I just.
And it's funny you say that because I really enjoyed season 1. It does. I mean, by the time you get to season 4, season 4 was like, I love it. But one thing, I love it when a show goes into a final season knowing it's the final season, so they write it to be the final season.
Right.
Yeah, that's
like you could tell that because of some typical CW mandates, like before they found out it was the final season, there are things in that season that you're like, okay, you could see this going places had they not been canceled.
Yes.
Like there's definitely some of that.
But there's also but we knew we were being canceled, so we can wrap stuff up.
Right. Yeah. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with Superman and Lois because I'm the weird outlier. I don't really like the way season 1 ends, but I like where season 2 picks up and continues forward.
Yeah. Eventually I got to just like dive into the rest of it, because I watched season 1 and I liked it, but I just didn't dive into the rest of it. I just
fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I liked, I like Tyler Hoechlin as
Hoechlin.
Superman. Hecklin, I always say.
It's fine. It's like when Paul
Yeah.
comes on and he still says Cavill, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Cavill. It's
He says
Cavill.
Cavill. He
Oh,
says
dude.
Kevin. He says Kevin Feige, and I'm like, brother, it's Feige.
I know. Well, that's the thing. It's like, you know, but I feel for that because even like on Film Junkie Live, when I was talking about all the post Spider-Man Brand New Day stuff, and I know it's Sadie Sink, but I said Sadie, and then I posted the clip on TikTok. They're like, you haven't said her name, but somebody said like, you haven't said her name before. I was like, when I was live, sometimes your brain just doesn't fire off right, and I said Sadie. Sorry. I know it's
It's not as bad as you trying to pronounce the name of the Dune director. That's still
Jesus
gonna be
Christ. I'll never get Denis Villeneuve.
You were so close. That is
I know.
like the closest.
I'm
you've
so
come.
close. I'm so close, but I'm never quite there. Go ahead, say it, Scott.
Denis Villeneuve.
Denis Villeneuve.
Neuve.
Villeneuve. There you go.
Villeneuve.
But I always say Villeneuve.
Yes. It's 2 syllables.
Yeah, Villeneuve. Villeneuve.
There you go. Yeah,
Villeneuve.
The trick, it's like when Ray Porter talked
Villeneuve.
about doing Russian. The
Yeah.
trick is to say it fast and dirty. If you think too hard about it,
Yeah.
you're gonna fuck it up.
Oh, that's what happens to me all the time. Every time when it comes to names, I get in my head, and that's why it's like I knew it was like Sadie Sink, but all of a sudden I'm like saying Sadie. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I saying Sadie? But my brain was overthinking it too much, you know? And it's like, no, it's Sadie, you dummy. But whatever. Anyways, I think this is a good spot to end this vodka stream.
Vodka.
With Scoot and File.
Scoot. Drinking the whiskey.
Yes, drinking
I
the.
want Peter Colossus and
Yes.
X-Men.
Pietro.
Not really. I really don't.
Pietro.
Actually, I could care less if Colossus is part of the team or not.
That's fine.
Yeah, they probably won't use Colossus.
I want Morph. Morph would be cool.
Yeah, he's in 97, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
He was the controversial one. I remember they were like, didn't they like because they were like made him gay or something like that or
Non-binary.
non-binary. That's what it was. Yeah, but he was.
It worked, but it works.
It worked. I mean,
it works in the show. It works.
It worked.
It
I thought it
does.
was cool. But they'll probably incorporate. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I don't know. I think D23 they should just but at the same time, we're probably going to find out beforehand because it seems we already got 3 now. So I think Spider-Man, they were just waiting for Spider-Man. And now they're just slowly going, all right, now this person, and which is smart, slowly reveal your cast.
Right.
And now that we've confirmed a Jean Grey, it's like, all right, now, they literally the Friday of, they were like, oh yeah, we got our Emma Frost, it's Samara Weaving. And it's so funny too, because it's like, oh yeah, her uncle was Red Skull.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
Hugo Weaving is her uncle. Which I was like, oh yeah, there you go. There's that little. I think that's her uncle, right? Or yeah, uncle. It's not her father. A lot of people thought it was her father. It's like no, it's her uncle. I remember
Her what? Why are you saying it like that?
her uncle.
Uncle? Why are you saying
Uncle.
Her
Her uncle. Her uncle.
uncle?
Even though he wasn't present in Infinity War. That was who did the voice of that?
Ross Marquand.
Yeah, he did a voice for something else, right?
He's also the voice of Professor X.
That's right.
In 97.
That's what it is. Yeah, I remember there was like a whole thing where it was like, oh yeah, that voice was not Hugo Weaving. He didn't come back. And then
He's also in
yes, what else? He's in a movie too, right?
Well, no, he's also in one of the animated Marvel television shows too as another voice. Not X-Men 97, but he's also in something else too, and I forget
Marvel
who.
Zombies or What If?
I think it's What If, but I don't remember what character.
What's his name again?
Ross Marquand.
Ross.
He's notable as a physical actor from The Walking Dead. That's where he got his start because he
What's his name again? Sorry.
Ross Marquand. Yeah. Marquand, I believe.
Well, he's a voice in Invincible.
Okay,
Yes.
Ross.
Mark.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
it is What If.
Oh, okay. This is where so I was watching a movie. This was like a month ago. It was a movie that was about this one dude who was. It was an alien type of. It was a weird fucking movie on Hulu. It just randomly came up. It's called Descendant, and it's basically about. It's not all that great, but it was just kind of funny because I'm seeing this guy. He's a lead, and it's basically about this dude who's like, he's like a worker. He's like, he works for this like rich dude or rich people who like handles their security systems. And then one day when like in his own house, he's like, oh yeah, something's wrong. And then he sees something in the sky, and then it like hits him, like something happens where it's like, oh wait. And then there's like this whole alien aspect to it.
He's the voice of Red Skull and Ultron in What If.
Okay,
that's what it was. Yeah.
But it's funny because when I was watching this movie, I'm going, why does this guy's voice sound familiar? And then I looked it up. I'm like, oh, well, fucking A, there it is right there. And then I watched an interview where he even talked about doing the Red Skull voice, where he broke it down. He was like, yeah, he was like, when they were telling me how to, what I should do. And I was like, to try to mimic Hugo Weaving. And then he did it. And I was like, wow, that's just so fucking cool how he just like pulled it off, because a lot of people thought, oh yeah, Hugo Weaving just came back and did Red Skull. Nope. It was totally somebody else. So, but yeah, it was a weird movie that just randomly came up. But I heard that voice and I was like, why does that sound familiar? And sure enough, right there. So, but anyways, guys, enough randomness right there. We'll go ahead and wrap this up. This has been fun, of course. Thank you to Ladia. Thank you to Saggy. Thank you to Mr. Perez, and who else am I forgetting? With
Ronan,
and
Will, and Will,
William,
which of course, he was having some problems with his audio, so he wasn't all that much. Echo. I know. I was wondering what was going on with that. I think it was because he didn't have his microphone hooked up. Because if you use your computer's mic, yeah, you're gonna get feedback. You're gonna get all that kind of stuff unless you have your headphones in. So, but thank you to those guys. Thank you, Phil. Go ahead and promote whatever you have to promote, Phil.
I've actually got like 3 different things that went up on YouTube today. I did a stream for Kingdom Hearts. I actually finally watched the Clayface trailer after 2 weeks of it being online. That was cool. Looking forward to that. And then I also did a reaction to the trailer for Primetime featuring Rob Pattinson, because he's playing Chris.
You see how this looks, right?
You'll never not get me to laugh at Batman catching Flash Thompson and Jimmy Olsen as child predators. That shit made me fucking laugh.
Well, Jimmy Olsen isn't the child predator. He's the actor.
Right.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is pretty funny,
dude. That movie is gonna get Robert Pattinson the nomination.
I mean, he's been on a roll.
Oh, dude, I know.
He's been on a roll. I mean,
I think this one's gonna do it for him because.
So just real quick. Also, I saw the drama. Wasn't really a fan of it.
That movie made me so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
see, I'm not in a rush to see it because
you're not missing much.
Scott said that, and I was like, I'll watch it eventually. But I'm thinking that out of all the performances, the fucking Primetime is gonna get
for sure,
because he's just doing such a great job.
Yeah,
just the way that he sounds, and it's like, oh man. And then they're going full fucking. I mean, he's already got more memes. Like people are like already fucking passing around like clips from the fucking trailer, like they were passing around his like, let's get all these beggars out of here. Yeah, it's like it's like he's just like the meme fucking king right now.
Yeah,
when it comes to his lines. He's so good.
Yeah. Other than that, I got a haircut, so there's that too.
I saw that. I was like, yeah, your hair is just a lot shorter.
Other than that, I've got like nothing going on outside of those things that I uploaded today. Actually, I did put up a TikTok about the state of superhero movies and how I feel about them. That's there too, in case anyone wants some rage bait.
Phil, you wouldn't
No.
do that.
Never. Me, never. No. That's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm probably gonna head to bed after this because I got an early morning tomorrow. So,
Nice.
yeah. Thank you for having me on, man. It's been fun.
Yeah, always great talking to you, Scott. What do you got?
I've got 6 figures on Buy It Now on eBay right now. So check out. I've got Arrow, Arsenal, Deathstroke, Supergirl, White Canary, and Canary. So please, do me a solid. Pick some of those up. I would be more than happy to exchange money for perfectly mint in the box action figures, never been opened. You guys have seen my collections. I take care of my stuff. Please help me out here. And also stay tuned for my reviews of Paw Patrol. And I'm going to go see that One Night Only movie. I am interested in the concept.
You're gonna, yeah. I just don't understand. Like, how do they monitor people not having sex?
Well, you know what? I will watch the movie and I will
explain
tell
it
you.
to me.
I will explain to you because I love Easy A and I love Anyone But You. So
Easy A was great, obviously. Yeah.
So I like the director's work, so I'm going to give it a shot, and
Yeah.
I will report back. And for all you parents out there, I'll let you know how Paw Patrol the Dino movie is. Let's see if I enjoy it as much as I enjoyed the Mighty Pups movie.
There you go.
And then we'll see what other stuff that I can get caught up on this week while I'm at home doing laundry, while my kids are finally at school.
There you go. All right. Well, there you go, guys.
And of course, I do not forget that Wednesday night, we pick back up with Batman Beyond for DC the Fanimated stream. And y'all, it's a great time to get caught up because I'm telling you, Dave and I are talking in a couple of weeks. We have a certain animated movie we're going to be talking about. So y'all might want to get tuned in for that very special episode of DC Fanimated stream. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. And it'll be a long one because it's a movie. And we have fun with those ones. So, yeah, guys, subscribe to the channel.
It's a whooping you're wanting.
I thought you always wanted to make Batman laugh.
You're not Batman.
Yeah.
I love
Phil
that
knows.
fucking movie.
Phil
I
knows.
love that fucking movie, dude. That movie is like my jam when it comes to Batman Beyond. I fucking love that movie.
It's good stuff. All right, guys. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe, do all the things. And we appreciate you spending some time. Again, thank you to Ronan. Thank you to Taladia. Thank you to Saggy. Thank you to, who else am I forgetting? William, who showed up. And yeah.
Mr.
Thank you
Perez, don't forget
Mr.
him.
Perez, David Perez, who, of course, asked James Gunn about the fucking Batman 2 and 3. So appreciate that. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Scott. And thank you, guys. We will talk to you later.